opinion. Well, that is time for First and 10, and for that, we send it over to Jay.
All right, Mike Hill, thank you very much. The man with the widest smile on the set today would be one Cordell Stewart, who correctly called Super Bowl 43, Pittsburgh and Arizona. Skip Bayless here to knock him down a notch or two.
Hold on just a second. He's a former Pittsburgh quarterback,
right,
who jumped aboard the Arizona Cardinals bandwagon
and got it right.
Is that because of any lingering bitterness about what happened in Pittsburgh?
It was because you saying Philadelphia was going to the Super Bowl, and I had to shut it down.
I'm completely objective about the choking dog Eagles. Get them out of my sight, Jay.
So it wasn't Arizona
I'm not going to talk.
It was Philadelphia choking. Is that what happened?
You look uncomfortable over there, my friend.
Today's going to be a fun day. All right, let's start by looking at the Arizona Cardinals. When they lost 47-7 to the New England Patriots with no Tom Brady, everybody that followed the NFL said, well, here's a team going to the playoffs that clearly doesn't belong. Not only did they belong, they're in Super Bowl 43, much to the dismay of the man on my left. All right, on a scale of 1 to 10 here, how surprised are you that the Arizona Cardinals are going to the Super Bowl?
I would give them a 7. I would give them a 7.
Really? I'm surprised it's not higher.
No, I give them a 7. They played very well early on in the season. Kurt Warner came out and had multiple games of 300 yards. Larry Fitzgerald obviously coming to his own, along with Anquan Bolden when he was healthy, doing a phenomenal job of yards after the catch.
But they couldn't run the ball. They were dead last in the NFL running.
And they put all the pressure on the 38-year-old Kurt Warner, and he got it done. And that's really all you can ask. And that's what he strives on, is being able to be being put under pressure and asked to come out and win football games, because that's all he's done. When he was in St. Louis, he was winging it, and he was getting it done. But yes, he didn't have a running game. It was okay with Hightower. It wasn't as much as what they got in the playoffs, but it was okay. But they got it done, and that's all you can ask for out of this team. I mean, they won their last game 34-21. And then they went on a run from there. They went on a run from there.
Am I hearing you rather smugly sit back in your chair and say you saw this coming? I think that's what he's saying, Jay.
Well, when the playoffs began,
I picked Arizona
to go to the Super Bowl.
Not the Super Bowl, but I picked them every single week. So yes, I did pick them to go to the Super Bowl.
Okay, you haven't picked against them?
That is not true.
I haven't picked against them. I promise you. When they went out and played against the Falcons, I picked Arizona.
Okay.
When they came back and went to Carolina on Shannon Sharp's radio show, I picked Arizona.
All right.
Then this week coming up against your Philadelphia Eagles, I picked Arizona. And who do we have in the Super Bowl?
You're right again.
Thank you.
And what can you say? How surprised are you? I have a feeling you're going to exceed the 10.
Well, I'm going to go to a 9, because I will call this team the biggest Cinderella that has ever made it to the Super Bowl, mostly because that defense gave up 56 to my New York Bretts, and then 47 New England that you mentioned, and 37 to the Eli Manning and the New York Giants. And yet, I would give this a 20 on a scale of 10 if this had happened 10 years or more ago, because I think what we've seen in this century, if you will, certainly in this decade, is one after another Cinderellas getting through the postseason, because it's become just like the baseball World Series tournament. If you just get in the door, if you get one foot in the door, anybody can get hot because of the parity involved and get there when you least expect it.
NCAA basketball tournament.
I completely agree.
Similar.
What started happening with New England when they stole the Tuck Rule game, and then they beat you in your place, right? With some kid named Brady at quarterback, and they go down to New Orleans and they shock a 2-touchdown prohibitive Kurt Warner Ram favorite, right?
That's true.
And what happened after you were gone from Pittsburgh? Steelers, first team to go on the road and win 3 straight playoff games to play another Cinderella in the Super Bowl in Seattle. And then what happened last year? Tom Coughlin and Eli Manning? Are you kidding me? Suddenly, I don't know what happened. They got hot. They win 3 on the road to get to the Super Bowl. So I can't go to 10 on this one, because this is what happens now with all the parity.
All right, let's talk about how the game unfolded. There's one school of thought that the Eagles blew the game. That after coming back from the huge deficit,
one school.
There are others, and it's an educated argument too, that the Cardinals won that game.
He's upset.
Clearly.
He's upset.
What happened? Did the Cardinals win, or did the Eagles lose?
Look, I don't want to take anything away from Larry Fitzgerald and Tim Hightower, who took over that game when it really mattered. And I take nothing away from Todd Haley, who called as brilliant a game as Andy Reid used to call back in his heyday. But the Eagles obviously blew this football game, because the painful irony for me is I never know quite what to expect from Donovan McNabb or Brian Westbrook or the receivers or from Andy Reid. But I always can trust my defense and my kicker, who this year to me, David Akers became to me, the most clutch kicker in pro football. And what happens? He misses a 47-yarder in the first half. He kicks it out of bounds after the first touchdown when they started to get back in the game. They had a 5-yard penalty on top of that. Just a terrible momentum shocker at that point. Then they cut it to 24-19, and he misses his first extra point of the year. It's the killer play of the whole game, because then it puts Andy Reid in the position of going for 2 with almost 11 minutes left in the game, which is completely mind-blowingly idiotic to me. Don't do that. Don't. You left 5 points on the table that would have changed the game at the end of the game. And then, of course, my defense, 10 minutes and 45 seconds left. You've got a 1-point lead, and you let them go 72 yards in 14 plays after you had controlled the whole second half of the game. You let Tim Hightower get loose on the 4th and inches, bouncing it out wide. You let Tim Hightower score on the little screen pass when you got 2 shots at him at the 2 and the 1. And if you get him on the ground, it's a whole new game because they got to kick a field goal. They blew the game, Jay.
The Cardinals made a lot of plays in there, too, though.
Well,
I didn't notice.
I just want to say to the people at home, he's totally upset. So try to decipher what it is he's talking about. Because it's real personal right now. Going into this game, the Arizona Cardinals have created 10 turnovers, whether it be against the Atlanta Falcons, against the the Carolina Panthers at home, with 6 turnovers. You had to anticipate something like this happen with Donovan McNabb. Donovan McNabb has played pretty much a flawless playoff run. He had a flawless playoff run, I would say. He hadn't had any turnovers.
No, he has. He's made turnovers.
But he's
made turnovers in the first 2. He had 2 and 2 in the first.
But he's played very well considering the things that happened prior. On and off. And so he's played very well to give this team some hope and some opportunity. But what I will say about this Arizona Cardinals team, their resolve is so outstanding right now. I mean, to sit here and say the Arizona Cardinals are going to the Super Bowl and not your Philadelphia Eagles, I really don't have.
What's impressive, too, and I think where we need to give the Cardinals credit, the drive in the 4th quarter, you mentioned that the Eagles had a lot of chances to stop that drive and win the football game. What impressed me, though, was when momentum switches in a football game of this magnitude, it almost never switches back.
I agree.
And the Cardinals wrestled that momentum back, and they did it methodically. They did it with clutch 4th down pickups, and they did it with a Hall of Fame quarterback. They really did. And Kurt Warner, as you said, was amazing on that last drive.
14 plays at 7 minutes and 52 seconds left in the game to go down and score.
Strategic point. I'm just quick point here. Todd Haley put Kurt Warner under center the whole last drive, and they couldn't get the blitz. They couldn't get to him. I thought it changed the whole game.
Russ Grimm.
Very smart move. Very smart move. All right, now we know that in Philadelphia.
That's right. Steelers in their 2nd Super Bowl in 4 years. The Arizona Cardinals are in their 1st ever. Never too early to talk about the big game. That's why ESPN First Take NFL analyst Jamal Anderson is here. I guess Cordell is the only person that saw this coming. You know, because the way the Arizona Cardinals finished the regular season, nobody saw the Cardinals getting into the Super Bowl.
I'm telling you right now, I was hosting ESPN Radio Saturday night, and I said, Cordell's been calling this the whole time. I mean, I didn't see the Cardinals beating the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But he's been talking about it for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I'm like, you crazy, man. But he's right, and then they won the game, so it's a shock.
But considering that, how impressed are you that they were able to turn the switch on at the right time and get into this Super Bowl?
Mike, I cannot remember in recent history an NFL team changing its colors in the course of a season the way the Arizona Cardinals have. We're talking about a football team that was almost 8-8. I mean, they won their last game of the season to be 9-7. And okay, they got a little bit of momentum, they won. But I certainly didn't think they were going to make much noise in the playoffs. Listen, I thought the Falcons were going to beat them in week 1. Exactly. The first round, but it didn't happen. I'm very, very shocked. I'm very, very impressed. I'm very impressed that they've rediscovered who Edgerrin James is, and they're using Tim Hightower, and that they're running the ball. And most importantly, man, Larry Fitzgerald.
Is he a beast?
I'm speechless.
All right.
Speechless.
Well, let's look ahead to the game, of course. Let's talk about the other wide receiver right now. He's got 2 weeks to heal, but, of course, Hines Ward went down yesterday with that knee injury. How important is he to the team's success against this Arizona defense?
Well, he's important for a lot of reasons. Number one, he's a big-time leader for them. Obviously, for the Pittsburgh Steelers, he's the best clutch receiver that they've had in a number of years. So clearly, he's going to be a factor in the game. Obviously, Big Ben was able to get it done yesterday against the Baltimore Ravens, a team who, to me, flatly looked like they kind of hit a wall going into that game. But Hines is going to be important. Hines is going to be important if they're going to want to win this game against him. And I think that he'll be back. I think he'll be a factor in the game. Get a week off for rest, and then come back in and get his therapy and everything. But I think he'll be ready to go.
Now let's talk about the other receiver. Now you were talking about Larry Fitzgerald. What were your comments? You're speechless.
Speechless.
Almost.
I've run out of words. I said it today on Mike and Mike. I hooked up my ColecoVision and Atari, and on Tecmo Bowl, Fitzgerald had 300 yards receiving. He is a monster, Mike. He is a monster, and it's crazy to me because he does it in so many facets of the game.
But how do the Steelers defense, which by the way has got the best pass defense in the National Football League, if you're Dick LeBeau, their defense coordinator, how do you slow this guy down?
Well, I'll tell you what, that hit that Ike Taylor put on Willis McGahee yesterday, he's going to need to deliver 8 or 9 of those to Larry Fitzgerald and hope that kind of slows him down. You can't let the guy free release. As hard as it is, you got to be smart about it because he's so talented and he's so big and he's so strong. But I think you got to get in his face. You got to make it difficult for him to get off the line, and you got to have bracketed coverage around him. Now, we saw the whole episode with Anquan Bolden yesterday on the sideline, and I think he's certainly going to be a factor. Yep. He's going to be angry. He is going to be healthy, and so there's another thing to worry about. As soon as you think, okay, let's take Fitzgerald out of this game plan, well, you got to worry about Bolden. Then you got to worry about Steve Breston. I mean, they're coming from everywhere.
Yeah, Ryan Clark put that hit on Willis McGahee. He really sent the message. But Fitzgerald, 23 receptions, playoff record, 419 yards and 5 touchdowns. But the Steelers have allowed only one team this season 300 yards total offense. One. They're that good.
They are that good.
All right, so Ken Wisenhunt, what can he do besides getting the ball to Fitzgerald? What can he do against that defense?
What we saw yesterday, particularly in the first half of the game, was Kurt Warner did such a great job, and you're seeing it right here, of beating these guys in the blitz. I mean, before the Philadelphia Eagles were able to get to him, something I certainly thought they were going to have success doing yesterday, he was getting the ball out of his hand. Boom. He always has somebody to go to. They always had the right play call on. They have to continue to keep the same kind of balance that we've seen. Listen, this is the Cardinals, man. They didn't have this balance during the year. I mean, they didn't. They were just going to throw. They weren't being a physical football team. And you get into the playoffs, and we see it, and the success is in the making. I mean, look at these guys are going to the Super Bowl because of the balance and because Kurt Warner's done such a great job of getting rid of the ball. But they got to get in his face. You got to rattle him. You got to hit him. It was a factor in the second half of that game yesterday, particularly when they started getting to him in the third quarter. And I think that's what the Steelers have to do right away.
Jamal, you know what intrigues me about this matchup? Ken Wisenhunt won that job in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Russ Grimm won the job in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
They're in Arizona right now.
Yes.
All right, they want the game really bad, but how will that translate on the field?
I think it's certainly going to translate. You're going to see the emotions. These guys know where they made their money in the beginning, and that was with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it was a big-time factor when Wisenhunt got passed over and Russ Grimm got passed over and Tomlin came in. Look, everybody's in the Super Bowl, so everybody kind of made the right decision, even though in this situation I think Tomlin's done a fantastic job. You know, I think they're both going to be professionals, but you're certainly going to see the emotions of this, especially with them facing the team that they left.
All right, you want to give a quick prediction real quick?
Oh, I like the Steelers. Okay. I like the Steelers.
All right, well, I got more from you later, so don't go that far. In the second hour of the show, we'll take a closer look. Hey, talk about the old man on your team, Kurt Warner, man, practically perfect yesterday. He had 3 incompletions all in the first half. What has he meant to this team?
Oh man, I can't say enough. I mean, just his leadership, you know, and everybody knows what he's been through, you know, and we know that he can take us to. We know that he can take us to that next level. It was all about this protecting him. So we knew if everybody, all the backs and tight ends, and everybody up front just protected Kurt, we knew that he gets the ball out pretty good, pretty fast, and with the receivers we have downfield, we pretty much knew that he can get on the ball.
Only 3 incompletions in the first half, 4 in the second half. Larry Fitzgerald, big.
How does that compare, taking your first team to a Super Bowl to taking this unlikely team to a Super Bowl?
You know, I mean, 99 was obviously special for so many different reasons for me, and being my first one. But I think the difference is that I didn't know any better. I really didn't know anything at that time in my career, and I was just playing football and, you know, riding it as long as it would go. And then once I'd been there twice, and to come back here when everybody counted us out, when everybody counted me out, when everybody told us every single week, well, okay, Cardinals don't have a chance against Atlanta. They definitely don't have a chance against Carolina, and they really don't have a chance against Philadelphia. And then to accomplish that, I think, is really, really special. because, you know, we had our struggles this year, and I don't think anybody really knew what to expect coming into the playoffs. But I saw a bunch of guys band together and believe in one another and really do something that nobody expected us to do. At least when I was in St. Louis, nobody expected us to do what we did during the regular season. But by the time we got into the playoffs, everybody, you know, expected us to make a run. And so I think that's what's different, and that's what's special about this group, is that we really have felt like our backs have been against the wall because no one's given us a chance. And guys, we're motivated to commit everything to it, and now we're one step away from our goal.
How much does Fitz help you be a better quarterback and look good all the time?
I mean, everybody I've always been around, I've been around great players my whole career, and they all make me better. It's the only reason I'm still around is because I've been around great players, and you know, it continues to be the case here, is that, you know, Larry is phenomenal and continues to play phenomenal football for us. And, you know, but you got other weapons like Anquan, who's played phenomenal for us this year, been a warrior and a leader for us. Steve Breston's come on. Obviously, the offensive line has played tremendous down. I mean, it's just, you could go, you know, but every good player has a bunch of good or great players around them. There's no doubt about it. You know, you don't. It's hard to get to the Super Bowl without having great players around you. And I've been blessed my whole career to be surrounded by great players. And any success that I have and have had is due to the great players around me.
How did you overcome their blitz today? What did you do to overcome that?
You know, we just tried to keep them off balance. We tried to attack it. We knew they were going to blitz us. You know, we were just trying to you know, do a number of different things. I think the whole key is understanding where it's coming from. If you understand where it's coming from and can attack it, you can have some success. But they do such a great job of changing it up and, you know, moving guys around and faking blitz one side and bringing it the other side. And, you know, I think there was times today where they got the best of us on the blitzes. And then there were times that we got the best of them. And I think that's the battle that you face when you go against the Eagles or Coach Johnson and his defenses that are, you know, always so good that you got to hope you win your share of those battles because you know you're going to lose some, but you got to hope you win your share. And today I think we were fortunate to win our share, and when we did, we made some big plays, you know, when that happened, and you know, that was a huge difference for us offensively.
When you talk Coughlin made the change after 9 games of the 04 season, what was your mindset about where you thought your team was headed at that point?
You know, I mean, really at that point, you know, I was disappointed because he made the change, but I really hope that because they gave me the chance, Coach Coughlin and the Giants gave me a chance to start it, and I played 9 games and, you know, and did some good things there, that I really hope that that was going to give me enough of an opportunity for someone else to give me a chance. And so that was really what I was hoping. You know, was just looking for that one team that said, you know, we still believe Kurt Warner can lead us. And, you know, I'm fortunate that the Arizona Cardinals took a chance with me. And, you know, hopefully after 4 years, it's paid off just a little bit.
Being the leader of this team, what did you see during that last drive? What did you see in the guys' eyes during that?
You know, I just didn't see any panic. I mean, I think that was the thing, is that, you know, we got into that huddle. I don't think a lot was said. I think we knew what we had to accomplish. And guys' mindset, and, you know, nobody was panicking. Nobody was going crazy, hyperventilating or anything like that. We were just in the huddle going to say, hey, business like usual. We've done some good things today. Now we just got to put it together one more time. And you know, so I don't think it was a panic situation. I think guys were calm and collected and believed that we could drive the football down the field and put some points on the board, and they took care of business.
Kurt, it's the Cardinals to try to restart their career. Given your track record, people might have thought you were nuts. What made you think that you could come here and succeed and franchise succeed?
Well, first of all, I think when you believe in yourself, you believe that you can make a difference wherever you go. And that was first and foremost. Secondly, there wasn't a lot of teams that were giving me a chance. And third, this is what makes anything you do special, is when you go somewhere and nobody expects anything, you know, nobody has any expectations, and you're able to help be a part of a change. And I was able to experience that in St. Louis, and it was special. You know, not only within an organization and a team, but you see a community come together, being a part of that. And that was one of the things that enticed me to come to Arizona, to say, I want to be a part of them changing things there. And I've seen it. I've seen it in the organization. I've seen it with my teammates, and I've seen it in the community. And it's a special feeling because when you do something like that, you're a part of that forever. You know, you're a part of that community forever, and it's special. And that's what I wanted to do. That's what makes this game so special. It's the ultimate team game, but there's so much more involved. There's so much more impact we can have in this game to people around us. And that's really what it's all about, is impacting people around you. And I've seen a community come alive and get excited about their football team. And we've grown together, and it's been really, really special.
Talk about the screen pass for the touchdown, because they didn't come with the blitz on that. You still...
No, they didn't. You know, what we did actually on that play is, you know, a lot of times with Anquan down there, he's so tough around the goal line, is we'll throw little quick screens to him and, you know, block it up and let him get in the end zone. So what we did in that situation is, not knowing if they were going to blitz or not blitz, we kind of just faked that play to Anquan, you know, hoping that it would draw some people over there, and they just throw the screen out the backside. And Tim Hightower did a great job of getting in the end zone. I think it fooled them a little bit. They were probably expecting something more on the outside, you know, to Larry or to Q. And like I said, the guys did a great job up front, and Tim did a great job of getting in the end zone.
Kurt, is this the...
What does my shirt say? I think it says the Arizona Cardinals are going to the Super Bowl in Chinese. I'm not exactly sure, but I think that's probably what it says.
Kurt, is this one the sweetest of them all?
You know, I'm never going to say that. I mean, they're all sweet, and they're all special, and, you know, so I can't ever, you know, separate them. But this one's special. This one's sweet, and, you know, I'm going to enjoy every bit of it. I know how long it's been since my last one, and you never know if you're going to get another opportunity. So I'm going to enjoy this one because it is very, very sweet.
Kurt, what is it about being an underdog that seems to make the Cardinals so successful in the postseason?
You know, I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know it looks on the outside like that's what's motivated us, is that everybody, you know, says we don't have a chance, and that's what's motivated us. You know, I'm not, you know, ready to just say, well, that's the factor that's... I just think it's a bunch of guys that we came to understand late in the season that we weren't there yet, and we needed to put in more work, we needed to commit more, and we needed to be accountable to one another. And guys, for whatever reason, you know, I talked to a number of guys, and we were talking down the stretch, you know, what do we need to do? And for whatever reason, it seems like we've done that, is we've come together and we've, you know, looked at our teammates and held them accountable, and they've done the same to us. And we've just committed to it. You know, we committed to giving everything we had, because this is a lot of guys' first time in the playoffs. Just commit everything you have for a few more weeks. And I think guys have done that. And that's what's paid off. You know, I know everybody wants to look at that, and there's probably some motivation in the fact that we're the underdogs and nobody expects us to be here, but I think more than anything, it's guys committing, you know, to what we're trying to build and what we're trying to establish, and, you know, and that's been the difference in all the games we've played so far.
So do you personally rate this as a surprise then, or not?
Yeah, I'm still going to say it's a surprise. I didn't know if we'd ever get to this point. You know, I believe that we could play with anybody in the league. I told somebody that when we started the playoffs, is that even though we weren't extremely consistent all year long, we had ups and downs, I still felt like this group could compete any given day with anybody in this league. But the challenge for us was going to be put that together 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. Could we do that? And you've seen us do that. And when we do that, we're as good as anybody in this league. And so from that standpoint, it's not a surprise. But, you know, just not going in the playoffs, not knowing if we were going to be able to be that consistent because we haven't been around here. I think that's the bit of the surprise that, or the bit that, you know, I'm a little bit more surprised about, is how we've been able to put it together consistently for three and a half weeks now.
Kurt, what about the crowd noise? Are you going to bring any of them to Tampa with you?
I'll take them all. I mean, I can't get them all tickets, though, so don't hold me. But I'd love to have them all. I mean, you just know what home field advantage does. I mean, it's special, and we've been very good here, and a huge reason is because of those people in the stands. And they were loud again today. They were rowdy, they were obnoxious, and they were awesome. And, you know, we wouldn't be going to Tampa without them. There's no question about that. And that's what I say. This is about a team, a group of guys, an organization, but this is about a community. It's about a community coming together. And this group, this community has come together to back us, to encourage us, to support us. And that's been a huge, huge difference in what we've been able to accomplish this year.
How about the kids pick out a puppy yet?
Jeez, I never said that. My wife said that. I know she already picked one out and has it on hold, so she's really forcing the issue here. Really forcing the issue. What's that?
What kind of dog we're talking here?
I have no idea, because I'm not grasping it. I'm not looking at it.
Pick it up after him.
I don't want to have any part of it, really, because I know I'm going to end up doing most of the work. So the kids are still hanging on to it, and so is my wife. But I'm ignoring that subject right now.
Very well.
Yeah, I know.
Horrible call. All right, Kurt Warner talking about the fact that his wife made him a promise they were going to get a dog. He took him to the Super Bowl. Well, woof woof.
NFL Scoreboard is brought to you by Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
Free Wi-Fi, giving you the freedom to get out and work wherever you want. Courtyard, it's a new stay.
Whoa, I didn't see that coming.
It's a crunchy hot wing with no sauce.
Crunchy on the outside, spicy on the inside. The sauceless hot wing is at KFC. Get a bucket of 20 or try 7 wings for $3.99. Only at KFC.
If you didn't watch NFL Game Day Final, here's what you missed.
That game plan was perfect, and they executed it beautifully.
Beating somebody 3 times is not that easy.
Catch all the championship highlights with NFL Game Day Final on NFL Network.
It all starts here. At NFL Network, we are everything NFL.
There's a man open, and we've got a Pittsburgh.
Every day, we work tirelessly to bring you great moments from the past and also set the stage for what's to come.
He's trying to get the ball to 81.
He's one of the...
Here we go again. Steelers, as we mentioned, headed to their second Super Bowl in 4 seasons. Juxtapose the Steelers' rich history with that of the Arizona Cardinals, who will be making their first Super Bowl appearance in franchise history. And let's face it, no one except maybe those with ties to the Redbirds thought they had an inkling of a shot. But 37-year-old Kurt Warner, the best NFL wideout Larry Fitzgerald, and a surging defense have many with their jaws dropped wide open. The headline in the Arizona Republic Monday saying it all, believe it. Later, a full report from Pittsburgh, but first up, Kara Henderson from Tempe.
From the airwaves to the coffee shops here in Arizona on Monday, the refrain was the same. Can you believe the Cardinals are going to the Super Bowl? The team insists they've believed all along, even if now it's just sinking in.
I was listening to people say we were in the Super Bowl this morning, and I still am shaking my head a little bit like, man, it really happened. Because, you know, to believe that we're at this point and we're making these kind of strides and this kind of progress, it's special.
For Ken Wisenhunt, the Cinderella story isn't the only storyline. He's facing the team he won a Super Bowl with as offensive coordinator just 3 seasons ago.
Did you expect anything different? I mean, when we actually won the game, how could it not have been the Steelers? I mean, that was what I expected. So you know, it's just a shame that there won't be many storylines this week because of these 2 matchups.
Amidst all the good feelings, there was one negative. Anquan Boldin's argument with offensive coordinator Todd Haley during the game-winning drive. Boldin ran off the field right after the game instead of celebrating with his teammates.
I don't make anything of it. You know, my wife tells me every week, she goes, what in the world were you and Todd yelling at each other about this week? So, I mean, it happens. You know, we understand Q as a competitor wants to be in there helping us win. Sometimes it is what it is, and as competitors, you know, you get into some of those things.
Wisenhunt echoed Warner's sentiments and said as far as he's concerned, the situation is over with and shouldn't be an issue moving forward. In Tempe, Arizona, Kara Henderson, NFL Network.
Hi, Kara. Thank you very much. Anquan Boldin during the playoffs. Remember, he hurt his hamstring. It was on a 71-yard touchdown reception in the win over the Falcons. He didn't play against the Panthers and came back to have 4 receptions for 34 yards, but maybe it's a reception that he didn't have, that he wanted to be a part of that final game-winning drive for the Arizona Cardinals as they beat the Philadelphia Eagles. As we welcome you in to NFL Total Access. But here's Bolden from earlier today.
Well, it was a heat of the moment thing. You know, I was taken out of the game, and at the point in time, I wasn't given an explanation for being taken out. And I think any competitor, especially at that point in the game, where it was a crucial time, would want to be in the game. And, you know, that's where I was coming from. I had some disputes, you know, in the past, but like I said, that I will not let that affect me and the way that I play this game. You know, I have a commitment to everybody in that locker room when I step out on that field, and that's not going to change.
So is this going to be a distraction for the Arizona Cardinals? Well, you can't argue with the results because they went off on a 14-play, 7-minute, 52-second drive that, oh, by the way, won them the NFC Championship game. And, Jim, the Arizona Cardinals are going to
say it again.
The Arizona Cardinals, as Kurt Warner said after the, they're going to the Super Bowl. When you think about this franchise and just where it's been, I mean, the history of this franchise in the National Football League, it has been towards the bottom. I mean, for years, and now they're right there at the top.
It totally surprised me. I didn't think they'd make it through the first round of the playoffs. I mean, here's a team 9-7 in the regular season in a weak division, last in the league in running the football, 19th in total defense, played terrible at the end of the season, and they come out and they've clearly beaten 3 good playoff teams. There's no question who the best team was in each of those games. In fact, you can make a good argument for the fact that the Arizona Cardinals have been at this point the very best team in all of the playoffs. And this team surprised me, and I think it's going to be a heck of a game, and it wouldn't surprise me if they won the Super Bowl.
Now, this changes the culture of the Arizona Cardinals. Now people, free agents looking to go someplace, you're not looking at the Arizona Cardinals as, hey, you know what, a place to go die. You know, your career ends. You're going to a place where, you know what, guys, we have a chance to make the playoffs and even go to a Super Bowl now because that division is not that tough. So if you go to Arizona now the mentality is, okay, now this is not a place where you go collect your check, you know, and just try to, you know, finish out your career. Now you got a place to where you can hopefully win a Super Bowl. And so it changed the whole dynamic from the janitors to the ownership to everybody around there. Now they've got a winning franchise.
And you have to feel good for guys like Bolden and guys like Adrian Wilson who've been there for years, who've seen the down times, and now they are part of something special in Arizona. A chance as the Arizona Cardinals make their first Super Bowl appearance. All right, well, 50 hours of live Super Bowl coverage from Tampa begins next Monday right here on NFL Network.
Right now.
All right, those are the nominees for the Motorola Coach of the Year. The Kurt Warner story just keeps getting better and better, almost never getting a shot at all. He leads the Rams to an improbable Super Bowl championship in '99, becomes a 2-time NFL MVP, and now has a chance to become the only quarterback in league history to lead 2 different teams to a Super Bowl championship. Warner recently sat down with one of his old teammates, our Marshall Faulk.
How about winning a Super Bowl, another Super Bowl, bringing the Super Bowl to Arizona?
That sounds pretty good. You know, it would obviously be extremely special. I mean, I think from so many different standpoints.
Cardinals winning their first playoff game in a decade.
Nobody believed that we could be here. Nobody believed that I could be here. And I think any time in your life, in any area, when nobody expects you to be somewhere and you're able to be there, it's very gratifying.
Montreal Roll rejoins us in studio. How special is Kurt Warner as quarterback of your Cardinals football team?
I mean, he's very special. He's our leader. You know, we went into the locker room, and you know, this is a situation that, you know, being a part of Arizona Cardinals, we're not used to. So I just asked Kurt one thing. I said, Kurt, please show us the way.
Was it tough, the situation early in the season with Matt and Kurt, and Ken Wisenhunt decided to go with Kurt Warner? Was the team divided, or did everyone get behind Kurt?
Everyone got behind Matt and Kurt. You know, I mean, it was a fair battle. You know, both guys, you know, they were competing, and that's what you need in order to make your team successful, to make the other guy successful. You know, you need competition. That's what makes the NFL the NFL.
All right, now Kurt has been to a Super Bowl, obviously, and won, been there twice. What has he shared with you guys who have never been to a Super Bowl that may have shed some light on the situation?
You know, just to enjoy the moment for what it is, but know that there's still a lot of work to be done.
Did he bring the ring? Did he bring the ring?
I haven't seen the ring.
You haven't seen the ring yet?
Oh, Kurt, I need the ring. Yeah.
He might need to bring that and show you.
Yeah, maybe. But, you know, at this point in time, I don't think we need to see it. You know, I mean, these boys are ready.
Okay.
They definitely have the eye of the tiger.
Hey, Andrea, you know, when you think about the Steelers, you think about defense, you think about Willie Parker and the run game. But, you know, they got a pretty good quarterback and a pretty good set of receivers, too. What about these guys you got?
And at number 1, TD just can't get used to this sound, but Arizona Cardinals are going to the Super Bowl.
I can't. How about that, David? The Arizona Cardinals are going to their first Super Bowl.
It's the first word.
First, we're playing the disrespect cards. A team that won 9 games this year that some thought shouldn't have even been allowed in the playoffs is now going to the Super Bowl, which gives them plenty of opportunity to claim nobody's given them a chance. We've seen the discs go a long way in motivating underdogs in the past. Do you believe these Cardinals have been disrespected, Mariotti?
They have been, but cut it out. It doesn't apply anymore because they have reached the Super Bowl, Tony, with Kurt Warner playing great football and Larry Fitzgerald playing out of his mind and the defense playing well. Yes, that worked for them late in the year.
They're still 7-point underdogs in this game,
yeah,
though, Jay.
well, you know what? Anybody who's smart realizes that's probably a little too much right there. I think we've seen plenty from this coaching staff. I think that in Pittsburgh, right now, they're a little concerned that Whisenhunt knows so much about the Steelers and their offensive personnel that could be an issue. I just think you have to get over that. You know why? Because for much too long in Arizona, it's been Bill Bidwell, don't spend enough money, worst franchise in sports, yada, yada, yada. They are over that hump now, and the players need to be thinking we are being respected. Cover of Sports Illustrated, raved about by columnists around the country.
So you don't think they should play the disrespect card then?
No,
Jackie,
it's
how about
over.
you?
Play the football game.
Hey, listen, I don't blame the Cardinals if they are playing the disrespect card. I can only tell you what's going on here in New England, Tony. After that 47-7 absolute shellacking the Patriots put on the Cardinals, everybody here was wondering how they could even be a playoff team. Now, clearly, they've proven themselves because they've gotten here. And so you're right about that part of it, Jay. But I think they love playing the disrespect card. The Patriots made a living out of it during their Super Bowl reign. They got themselves motivated by doing so. But you're right. When you look at this team, and you talked about Warner, you got 3,000-yard receivers on this team. You got an offensive line, Tony, that's done such a great job of protecting Warner. They've only got 3 sacks during their 3 playoff games. This is a very, very good football team. I can tell you one segment of the world that is not disrespecting the Arizona Cardinals, and that's Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They're too smart and they know better.
Tim.
Yeah, I think the Cardinals are being disrespected. To say that 9 or 10 teams would be favored over them on a neutral field, including Carolina, which, you know, only lost by about 30 points to them on their home field. Philadelphia would be favored. The idea that the Cowboys and the Patriots, teams that didn't even make the playoffs, would be favored. And this really has more to do with the fact that those teams just have more fans. Obviously, there's millions of Cowboys fans, and thousands of those people would bet on the Cowboys if they were playing in a Super Bowl with Arizona. The Cowboys aren't playing any games anytime soon.
Okay, nobody's talking about the Cowboys, Tim.
But no, but Arizona, they should be, Jay's right, they should be about a 3.5 point underdog against Pittsburgh. You give Pittsburgh a little edge because of the defense, but the Arizona coaches know so much about that team, and nobody is stopping Larry Fitzgerald right now. The game is really a toss.
Woody.
As somebody who's been to 30-something Super Bowls, I can tell you that no respect Rodney Dangerfield card has been played so many times, and it's been done effectively. And I think they'll do it, and I think they'll internalize it, and I think they'll put every bulletin board piece of material they can in the players' faces to say, nobody respects you in the country. And we did. Mariotti, you can talk about sports columnists now, but you and I and everybody else on this show disrespected them for the whole season. And we said, oh, they're not any good. They're out of the NFC West. And I tell you, other teams, including, Jackie, the New England Patriots did it when they played against Kurt Warner in the Super Bowl, and it worked out pretty well. The Oakland Raiders have done it in the past. The Denver Broncos did it against the Packers. We saw it with the Pittsburgh Steelers when they played Seattle. And teams do, I think, take from that. Nobody likes this. Nobody wants to win. If you say that about Jay, and you say, Jay, you're not any good, you take that and internalize it, and you prove to people that you are good. And they're going to do that, and I don't blame them for doing it. And
Once
people
a
are
team, Woody, crosses over the threshold and reaches the Super Bowl, that sounds like a lot of sophomoric stuff. And let me tell you this, Tony. A year ago, these teams played. Tomlin versus Whisenhunt. Arizona clobbered Pittsburgh. There is a history here between these teams. I'm not going down that disrespect road.
You know, I don't know why you're talking about last year, Jay. That's got absolutely nothing to do with this game, this Super Bowl.
So.
This is a completely different Arizona Cardinals team than last year.
But Jack, I think that's why last year's game does matter. Arizona wasn't as good, and they could beat them then. Now they can beat them
Woody,
worse.
real quick.
Jackie, you talked about the game in New England and why people do disrespect them. There are games you just got to throw out the window. They didn't want to play. You can't consider that in the course of the season. Pittsburgh had 3 games that weren't any good, and we're not talking about them.
No, right.
Well,
Well,
you
they
just
didn't try to win that game.
But that's okay. Let's move on. New Dolphins owner, same.
Wilbon and I have been picking against the Cardinals for weeks, so watch now as we grovel for the favor of Cardinals defensive end Bertrand Berry. Bertrand, we read a number of articles that say you guys are playing the disrespect card. Do you truly feel disrespected? Because we know you're a smart guy. Or is this just a motivational ploy on your part?
Well, we really don't care. Obviously, we are in the position that we're in because we've settled it all on the field. A lot of people have said a lot of stuff about us, and it really doesn't matter. As long as the guys in the locker room believe in each other and we go out there and we perform when it's time to perform, you guys can say whatever you want to say, but we're just going to keep winning and advancing.
Let's go back to the point now, which I'm sure you hear about all the time. You and I have talked about this, the New England game. You guys had that incredibly lopsided loss, and then people who even thought you were good really turned on you. So since you're this good now, Bertrand, what happened then?
Well, we took a butt whipping, to be honest, and, you know, we came back home and we said that, hey, we're never going to let that happen to us again. We're going to get back to old-fashioned football. Coach put us through some really tough practices, and guys put it in their mind that we were going to start playing good football. And we took it one day at a time, and we were able to get on a roll. And we finished strong in the regular season. The game against Seattle, that's a game that was really key for us, and it really got this whole thing going in the right direction for us. And we've been able to kind of bottle that up and pull it out whenever we've needed it the last couple weeks.
You have a very impressive resume through the playoffs, beating the Falcons, the Panthers on the road, and the Eagles. Which of those games surprised you the most?
I wouldn't say we were surprised by any of them, but I think the most gratifying one was the Atlanta game. Obviously, it was the first playoff home game here in quite a while, and there weren't many people that were giving us a chance to win that game, and so it was big for us to go out and perform and start fast in that game and finish strong, because it gave this team a lot of confidence to say, hey, we could play with anybody. And once we got that feeling in ourselves, we felt like we could beat anybody that they put in front of us. So you can't get to the Super Bowl without winning your first playoff game. So I'd have to say that one was by far the most important for us.
You have been in the league long enough to have played against Kurt Warner when he was the MVP of the league. Did you know he had this much left in his tank, Bertrand?
Well, he had it in the tank, but you had to wonder if he was ever going to get a chance to get it out of the tank. I mean, you know, he had bounced around. He had been with New York, and, you know, that didn't work out. And he was supposed to be the backup here this year. And so there's always been something against Kurt, and people didn't want to really believe that he still had it. But when he had his opportunities to play, he stepped up and he played big for us. So when you think about a guy like Kurt, I mean, and his story, it's been great. And I don't know how anybody could not root for the guy. I mean, he's just a wonderful, wonderful human being that happens to be a great quarterback in the NFL.
A little over a week ago on this show, Ken Wisenhunt told us how important it was to get the chance to play against Pittsburgh. What sense do you get of how badly he wants to stick it to his old team?
He can taste it. I mean, he really wants to win. Obviously, when you've been a part of a program in an organization for so many years and you've had success and those guys won a Super Bowl together, you want to come back and show what you've done. It's almost like a son showing his dad that he can do it and he can make his son proud. It's not quite the same thing, but I know he wants to show his old coaches, staff, and organization that, hey, he's a winner and he had a lot to do with what they did back in '05. And so I'm sure he's not going to verbalize it to us and he's not going to say it to you guys, but I know that there's something deep down that's burning, and he has a lot of stuff going on in his head that says, hey, I really want to get after these guys.
The sideline confrontation last week between Anquan Bolden and Todd Haley raised a lot of eyebrows. but we read that Haley gets into it with a lot of guys, not just that one time. How would you describe Haley?
He's fiery. He's a fiery guy, and, you know, he comes from that old Parcell school where, you know, he doesn't take anything from players. And the one thing I kind of worry about him, because he's lost quite a bit of weight, so I don't know if one of the guys actually challenged him to a duel. I don't know how he'd fare. I mean, he might be in trouble, so, you know, he might want to be careful and kind of, you know, scale back on that a little bit. But that's his style, and it's been very successful for him, obviously, and he's doing a great job with the offense, and hopefully he will continue to put us in great positions, and we'll have a great game come Super Bowl Sunday.
Thank you very much for joining us, Bertrand.
We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Joe.
Williams rushed for over 1,500 yards this season, and that's a lot of offense. But no playoff game saw more offense than this year's NFC Championship game. The Eagles and the Cardinals combined for a record 823 yards, including 375 through the air by Donovan McNabb. D-Mac was superb in the second half, rallying his Eagles from an 18-point deficit to land at this week's number 7.
Eagles are not out of it, but right now let's see if the Eagles can get back in this game.
The onus is on McNabb to win the game for Philadelphia.
McNabb, the Cardinals want to play! McNabb goes for the quarterback draw. He's at the 10, he's at the 5. McNabb caught by Brent Selleck, and this game is getting very tight.
The Eagles are going to get the ball with a chance to come down and take the lead after it looked like there was no shot.
He dumps it off Buck, ball is complete again. Chase the Buck. He wants to Sean Jackson. Who has it? He took it away from the defender and ran into the end zone. A 62-yard pass play, and the Eagles have just taken the lead.
How will the Cardinals respond to this punch to the gut by Philadelphia?
Welcome back, everybody. 2008 saw numerous standout performances on the offensive side of the ball, but one player rose above the rest from the ashes, like a phoenix, if you will, to earn our Offensive MVP award. Here are the nominees.
Peyton threw a perfect pass. Peyton Manning will make you pay.
A franchise record 30 touchdown passes for Kurt Warner.
What a throw by Chad Pennington.
Breeze, second NFL player to pass 5,000 yards.
Michael Turner's broken the club record for rushing in one game. What a play. That is your MVP.
Touchdown by the best running back in the National Football League.
The winner of the 2008 Offensive MVP award is Arizona's Kurt Warner. Including the playoffs, Warner has thrown for 5,353 yards. That's over 3 miles of passes. But more important than the stats are the victories. For his leadership, Warner earns Offensive MVP honors and the number 2 spot on our countdown.
Pass play left side. You bet. Touchdown. Gonna throw. Touchdown. Cardinals.
Wow, Kurt Warner isn't in the zone. He is the zone.
Touchdown. Cardinals.
You know, every year when you come back, that's all I want is another chance to compete for a championship.
He's in trouble. He steps up. Fire left side. Holding the catch of the 5. Touchdown.
That was magic. He has got this offense playing at an incredibly high level.
And once we got going, you felt like, you know, that we couldn't be stopped.
Warner setting up, going deep. Fitzgerald open. Caught at the 20. Touchdown. Kurt Warner has played as well as anybody in the National Football League this year.
Warner has got it going once again.
The top spot on this week's countdown goes to the entire Arizona Cardinal organization. One of the league's charter franchises, the Cardinals hadn't won an NFL title since Truman was in office. Yes, Truman. But last Sunday, Ken Wisenhunt's team proved that these ain't your granddaddy's cards, as Kurt Warner orchestrated a 14-play, 75-yard drive to glory, earning the Redbirds their first Super Bowl berth and this week's number 1 spot.
The Eagles have come from dead in the water to take the lead.
And driving down the field. Let's go.
80 yards separate the Arizona Cardinals from Tampa.
You know, we got into that huddle. I don't think a lot was said. I
think we knew what we had to accomplish.
Warner three-step drop, looking, throws left, caught by Fitzgerald at the 40. Gain of 15 and a first down. Warner back to throw, throws right, caught.
This is truly crunch time.
This could be the game. 4th down and 1. Here we go. My formation behind Warner. Hand off Hightower, running right, gets to the outside. He's got the first down at the 45 and pushed out of bounds. Looks right, fires, complete. He's got Fitzgerald again.
What a great job by Warner.
You think there's ever been a drive to put a guy into the Hall of Fame? 3rd and goal at the Philadelphia 8. Pumps right, goes back to the left. Hightower caught at the 10. Cuts left to the 5. Hightower to the goal line. And in! Touchdown!
The Arizona Cardinals are the NFC champions. Nobody gave this team a chance. Just incredible.
Super Bowl 43. Here we come.
Going to Tampa.
When nobody else believed in us, when nobody else believed in me, you guys did, and we're going to the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl 43 will actually be Ken Whisenhunt's second big game. Whisenhunt was the Steelers' offensive coordinator 3 years ago when Pittsburgh won Super Bowl 40. Will that familiarity give Arizona a strategic edge when facing Dick LeBeau's top-ranked defense? That's just one of 4 things to look for when you're watching Super Bowl 43. At number 3, can 36-year-old Mike Tomlin become the youngest head coach ever to win a Super Bowl? At number 2, will it be Kurt Warner or Ben Roethlisberger hoisting the Lombardi Trophy for a second time? And the top story heading into Super Bowl 43, can the Cardinals break their 61-year championship drought, the longest in NFL history?
Bring on the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I'm Michelle Beisner. Make sure you tune in after the big game to see which of these stories and more crack our lineup on Starting 11.
Marshall Falk, these Arizona Cardinals remind me a little bit of the Super Bowl champion Indianapolis Colts from a couple years back.
I agree.
And remember the Colts of those years? They had trouble stopping the run all regular season long, and they turned it up in the Super Bowl run. These Arizona Cardinals couldn't run the ball a lick this regular season, and look what they have done in the playoffs, unleashing former Colt, former Indianapolis Colt, Edwin James, and they have an MVP at quarterback.
Yes.
Former MVP at quarterback. So you would just tell me I'm right. I like it when you tell me I'm right.
You're right. You're right.
Okay. And about this former, thank you. This former MVP at quarterback, you know.
I know him very well, and I had a chance to sit down with Kurt Warner and ask him about all the questions that we have about the Arizona Cardinals as to why are they playing so good right now. And here's what he had to say.
So Kurt Warner, tell me, what is it about this team?
I think it's hard to say, because I think throughout the year, I had some question marks on, what kind of team we were, whether we could play consistently week in and week out. And I never want to say that we flipped a switch or, the light just went on, but it just seems like now we put it all together at the right time, and we're playing our best football.
Pitch to Arrington. He's going to throw. He's going to throw it back to Kurt. Far side of the 25. Now Warner going deep. Airing it out. Middle of the field. Fitz is there. He caught it at the 10. At the 5. Touchdown! Larry Fitzgerald!
I called you after the Anquan Bolton injury. And all this stuff was being speculated about. Kurt wants to retire. I'm like, that don't sound like the Kurt Warner I know. Just clear it up.
Well, I mean, the whole situation was, over the years, my wife would continually say, how much longer do you want to do this? I just want to see you walk off the field healthy. When I saw that situation with Anquan, which I think is a situation we've all heard about as players, somebody taking off on a stretcher, I had never seen it up close and personal. So I think up until that point in my career, I felt like most players, and I felt like I was invincible. But that situation brought it more personal to me. It made me think about all those things that my wife had said and thought about being a father to my children. And at that point in time, I just started to contemplate, okay, how much longer do I want to do this?
How much longer do you want to play? Your contract's up. Right. It's like you have all the toys here that you need.
I know. You're right. I mean, I think those are the dilemmas that you face. I know there's days during the year where I just say, man, this is hard. I don't know if I want to do this anymore. I don't know if I want to put in this much work. And even when you go out and play on Sunday and you accomplish something, it's more like, phew, instead of an excitement and a joy because, hey, we just played a great game, it's more like, oh, good. You know, I lived up to the expectation this week.
But do you look at the numbers that you put up, Kurt? I mean, the numbers are up there. Then you think about the MVPs, everything that you've basically accomplished in your career. People start to talk Hall of Fame.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things. First of all, when my career's over, whenever that is, it's going to have to stand for itself. And I think that's one of the reasons where you can look at it both ways. And you can say, well, great numbers this year. We accomplished a lot. You know, I want to come back and see what else we can accomplish. Or you can look at it the other way and say, hey, maybe this is my, my last go around. I can leave the game after a year like this. And so I think from a statistical standpoint or that part of it, I could be happy one way or another.
How about winning a Super Bowl, another Super Bowl, bringing the Super Bowl to Arizona?
That sounds pretty good. It would obviously be extremely special. I mean, I think from so many different standpoints. First and foremost, because like you said, we'd be bringing it to Arizona, a place that for so long has been looked at a certain way. Obviously, it would be special for me personally. I think just because of the path. I think the first time when we won the Super Bowl, it was special because of the path that it took me to get there, because of, how long or bumpy the road was and how many people didn't give me, the chance to be able to do anything like that. And I think this one would be special because of the same reasons.
The Cardinals have shocked the world. They're going to Super Bowl 43.
Nobody believed that we could be here. Nobody believed that I could be here. And I think any time in your life, in any area, when nobody expects you to be somewhere and you're able to be there, it's very gratifying.
And how many times have we heard an athlete say, nobody expected us to be here, nobody expected me to be here? But in this case, that's right.
No one expected the Arizona, except for Rod Woodson.
That's wrong.
Except for Rod Woodson.
Well, he kept on predicting him every year. He was going to be right sometime.
We thought he would never be right.
But that's the truth, though. I mean, he's not lying there. No one expected him to because, again, other than the futility, the long futility of this organization, the most compelling story that we're going to be talking about quite a bit Super Bowl week about the Arizona Cardinals is Kurt Warner.
It is. And you know what? I've been on both sides of that. The Arizona Cardinals, when we played them, and Kurt was there, it was, okay, we have the Arizona Cardinals. Let's prepare. The game will probably be over at halftime, and that's that. And then when I went to the Rams, people looked at us like, oh, it was just the Rams, and we did exactly what they just did this year. But Kurt and his story and what he's done and just redefining himself, it's so gratifying for me as a teammate, ex-teammate of his, to watch him now and to see him go through this and enjoy it, because if there's a person in life that deserves everything that they get, it's Kurt Warner, because you hear the story, you know the story, and you know what he went through to get into the NFL, and you just can appreciate it because there's a lot of guys right now that's working at a grocery store, that's doing something, working at the Sam's or the Walmart, that's like, I could play football. That guy actually could play football, and he got his chance to, and look at him, league two-time MVP, about to play in his third Super Bowl, won a Super Bowl, almost won another Super Bowl, and I'm happy for him.
And you're going to be talking with him again?
Yes, I'm going to see him on Friday, hopefully sit down and just rub some elbows.
And we're going to be talking to you a lot about him, because obviously you know him very well.
Very
you won
well.
A Super Bowl with him, and he is truly the most compelling story.
Can I put you down for excited? This week off has been a bear. You guys have to really do some reporting. The Cardinals underdog story came and went. Same with the Bolden distraction. There is potential with the Whisenhunt Steelers matchup. One of you guys should really get to the bottom of that. What I'm saying is there's a lot of downtime right now. Does the downtime benefit anyone, KB?
Well, it benefits players and teams who have injuries that they need to get over in order to be able to compete in the Super Bowl. Other than that, it has nothing to do with anything. This is the worst week in sports all year long. 352, this is the worst. And it doesn't get any worse than this. I mean, what are we going to do? We're going to sit around and talk about this, that, and the other things that really don't have to do with the game because we run out of topics to talk about that are really important. This is something that the NFL went back and forth with for a little while, and you just want to really hold on to the momentum. That's what makes this fun. There's no other sport other than the stupid college football championship in which you have to wait 2 weeks before they get back to playing what everybody is interested in seeing. Why they do it, I don't know, but I wish they would
I'd rather see a truer football game and see everybody get as healthy as possible. How about Hines Ward getting healthy? How about Bolden getting healthy? Ben Roethlisberger is banged up. Travis LeBoy. What do we keep hearing about the Super Bowl experience? Oh, it's always a bad football game. Let's give it a chance aesthetically to be as good a football game as possible. KB, we can live with this week off. We just saw a president, elected. We saw him in his first week in office. That's okay.
I don't know where that came from. Paige, just get in there.
Well, KB is absolutely right. This is the worst week. He's reduced to wearing a coat I wouldn't wax my car with. What? That makes it a worse week. Of course, this is good. It's good for the fans.
Good, but that's
when the NFL has tried to have the Super Bowl the week after, trust me, that's been a worse game because the fans have to scramble and try and get hotel rooms and flights, and it causes too much problems. People like us, you're saying, oh, the stories aren't out there. That's when the media, that's when the fans, that's when the people have to dig a little deeper and see what's going on. Did you look at the story like Larry Fitzgerald's father is a sports writer and how he's dealt with his son? And I'm saying to you, there are stories out there, but we need this break. Next week, we'll build to a crescendo. Let's take a week, relax, take a breath. I think it's good for the teams.
Are you speaking for yourself or for the team?
Yeah, what are you bruised from were you hitting the remote too hard watching the game? No, the players need it. I'm sure they can use the extra break. Especially I'm thinking the Steelers going against the Ravens. That was a hard-hitting game, as any game against the Ravens is going to be. So they need a while to heal, recover. Remember, Ben Roethlisberger is still recovering from a concussion. That's something that you don't get over in just a couple days. It's an ongoing event. So, maybe his head will be a little more clear. But in terms of the rest of the sporting public, no. I agree with Jay. We did have the nice distraction, if you want to put it, of the inauguration. I mean, I don't think I thought about the Super Bowl for 1 second on Tuesday watching all the festivities in Washington. But from a journalistic standpoint, from a fan of the game, I want to see them get ready and get back to the field again. I hate having this 2 weeks. It's not the worst week in sports, KB, because that's the week in July when there's absolutely nothing going on. At least we do have other things going on. NBA All-Star games. Baseball, there's still some off-season news. Hockey All-Star game coming up, so there's other things to distract.
I mean, look, we played a 16-week regular season, then 3 playoff weeks. We can have a breather. We can deal with it. Nobody is hyperventilating, having problems. We can wait until next week.
The bottom line is this week should be used for a college football's championship if they're not going to get away with this. They're not going to do away with this 2-week break.
Here, KB. Woody, last word?
People talk about that these games are boring because of 2 weeks off. Did anybody watch the Super Bowl last year? That was an incredible game. They had 2 weeks off.
Yeah, I don't know if you can predict whether the game's going to be good or bad by the numbers of weeks off before it. So that gets you to 3 points, Woody. Do you have anything else you want to share?
Larry Fitzgerald's father is a sports writer. He's covered great athletes for years, and on Super Bowl Sunday, he'll be covering his son. We welcome in Larry Fitzgerald Sr. of the Minnesota Spokesman Recorder. Let's start with this. As a sports writer, now, this is not about your kid, but you as a sports writer, how much does the Cardinals Super Bowl run surprise you? Because Will Budd and I had him out 2 weeks in a row.
I'm surprised. I have to be, but I saw it coming along because of the things that they established during the season, which was that they could score a lot of points and that they could force a bunch of turnovers. They've been pretty solid on special teams, but they caught a little fire late in the season by really doing a good job against a Seattle team. Seattle needed that game because it was Mike Holmgren's last game as a coach, and they put it on him. And I think they have carried that into the playoffs.
All right, let's go to covering this next game, Larry, because there's a long time, forever, sports writer code that says no cheering in the press box. You are usually a stoic person. I've sat beside you dozens of games. How are you going to contain yourself when little Larry is playing in the Super Bowl?
Well, this is a tremendous challenge. It will be, but Mike, I've got to do what I've always done, and that is be prepared to cover a game, a world championship, just like all of us are going to be down there doing that, and recognize that the personal part of it I've got to keep inside, and that's the mindset that I've had every game that I've ever covered of Larry's, and I recognize that he accomplishes tremendous things week in and week out, but I also recognize that there's a code of ethics, and I'm not going to break it.
Wouldn't you be more comfortable sitting in the stands and being a dad on this particular occasion than being a sports writer? And have you ever had that conflict where you resolved it by sitting in the stands?
One game I sat in the stands, it was Valley Forge, Virginia Tech. Larry played against the Hokies when they were undefeated, number 3 in the nation. He was at the University of Pittsburgh as a freshman. And I sat in the stands and almost froze to death. And after that, I wasn't going to do it anymore. Plus, he scored 3 touchdowns. And he was so excited after the game, he came and hugged me, but he said, "Dad, you got icicles on your beard." So that was it for me. I said, from now on, I'm going to take advantage of being in the media.
All right, but you're not taking advantage of it this week because, and people listening and watching don't necessarily know this, at Super Bowl week, players sit at a table and the writers surround them, and it can get like roller derby. There's some elbows thrown. You got to get close. You got to get your questions in. You plan to sit at the table with, like me, and try to ask Larry questions. Why don't you just do it whenever you want? Use your connections, Larry.
You know what? That's the fun part is to see the reaction out of Larry when there are a bunch of people asking him questions, and then there's Dad there, journalists, asking questions also. And sometimes it becomes quite comical because he says, Dad, you could ask me at home or ask me at the hotel or something like that. So I'm hoping he will recognize that I want to be able to be like the other guys. I want to try to get that best question in.
Has your kid ever no-commented you?
Tony, no, that's never happened. He's always had an answer. That's one thing about Larry. He always has something to say. And for me, he has always told me everything that I've ever asked him.
Let me ask you about working. I know this is gratifying for you, but you have a very wealthy son now who can afford to do whatever you pops want to do.
This is your dream, isn't it, Wilbon?
Yes, it is.
Your dream.
Why are you still sitting there with me and Kornheiser? What is it? Why are you still working?
I'm passionate about it, Mike. I love this. It was very difficult for me at the very beginning. Nobody opened any doors for me. I had to, sort of roll up my sleeves and try to impress people, and I've done that. And every week, when you report on a game, you win.
All right, let's get to the big one. It's prediction time. Who you got, the Steelers or the Cardinals?
I just feel like this Cardinal team is hot. They're averaging almost 32 points a game. They force turnovers on defense. They have the ability with their speed, I think, to cause the Steelers some major problems. I think they're going to find a way to get Larry matched up in certain situations. And also, don't forget about the 2 coaches who used to be at Pittsburgh and were passed up for Mike Tomlin. So I think that gives the Cardinals a 13-11 advantage. Cardinals win a tight one, 27-26.
Thank you for joining us, Larry.
Great,
and best
Larry.
of luck.
Thank you very much. See you next week.
Thank you.
Are due to arrive in Tampa on Monday. So here's how the Super Bowl quarterbacks, how they stack up. Big Ben, well, he certainly had some jitters in his previous appearance. 9 of 21, 2 picks, 22.6 rating. As for Warner, he shined on the big stage. 779 total yards passing in his 2 Super Bowls, 3 touchdown passes, the MVP with that record-setting performance in Super Bowl 34. But in his last appearance in Super Bowl 36, Warner did have 2 picks. So for more, let's send it out to Alex Flanagan, who is with the Cardinals.
He's had one of the best postseasons of any receiver ever. But while getting to the Super Bowl is exactly where Larry Fitzgerald wants to be, his game isn't quite there yet.
I'm not where I want to be. I just want to continue just to keep, progression, getting better. Just continue just to work on the things, the nuances of the game. Just being able to read coverages on the fly. Being able to do more motion, be able to move inside a little bit more, just make me a little bit more versatile player.
The matchup between Fitzgerald and the Steelers secondary is already one of the early focuses of Super Bowl 43, with Steelers safety Troy Polamalu also having one of his best seasons with a total of 8 interceptions.
He's arguably the best safety in the business, and he's all over the field. He causes so much disruption because you have to know where he's at, and then right where you think he's over here, he's in your backfield or he's picking off a play on the backside. He's all over the place.
I know that Pittsburgh is going to have a great scheme to try to slow him down. I mean, it's pretty clear that he's made a lot of plays for us, so I don't think it'll be easy.
But Fitzgerald often makes it look easy by knowing what he does best.
I wasn't blessed with, blazing speed. I'm not like Santonio Holmes and Nate Washington. I'm not running, 4.2s and stuff like that, like those guys. So I had to develop other things that were going to be able to help me win down the field. And, my jumping ability is definitely one of those. And, my hands, I have strong hands to be able to pull it away from guys. And I think those are definitely two of the strengths of my game.
Another strength of Fitzgerald's game has been Edgerrin James. When the Cardinals are able to run the ball and control the line of scrimmage, Fitzgerald gets single coverage downfield. And when he gets those one-on-one matchups, he says he prides himself on making the play. In Tempe, Alex Flanagan, NFL Network.
Thank you very much, Alex. Rodney, you've been in this situation a week before the Super Bowl. What is this?
We'll also talk about Kurt Warner, Larry Fitzgerald, and Quan Bowden as well. And how about Adrian Wilson on the back end of that defense, as good as any safety playing in the National Football League. But first, Baldy, we got to start with Kurt Warner, because as of late, he's been throwing BBs.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of talk during the Super Bowl extravaganza. Is Kurt Warner a Hall of Fame type quarterback? And if you look at his numbers, Sally, when he's played between the lines, there's been very few guys that have played the position as well as Kurt Warner. So if you look at these numbers right here, all time right now, you can see in completion percentage, he ranked second to Chad Pennington. Quarterback rating, second right there to a guy named Steve Young in the Hall of Fame. And he's fourth in yards per pass attempt. And all of that type of savvy and skill has been on display here in the postseason. If you take a look, in last year's game against the Pittsburgh Steelers, Week 4, you could see Kurt Warner's accuracy on display. Dick LeBeau's going to send a blitz at him, but you can't defend that, putting the ball right on the fingertips of Larry Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald would catch 10 passes for 120 yards in last year's game against the Carolina Panthers. You're going to see right here just a fake hitch route on the outside. You're going to get Larry Fitzgerald on a wheel route, and watch him drop this ball into the bucket. That dead zone between the defenders here drops it perfectly into Larry Fitzgerald's hands for a nice catch and a first down. In this last week against the Eagles, time and time again, 10 catches to Larry Fitzgerald. This is almost like a handoff here to Fitzgerald, just an extension of laying the ball out there and putting it into the big mitts of Larry Fitzgerald. The Eagles had no answer for this at all. Going to throw this ball on the run, allowing Larry Fitzgerald to take that opening drive and score to get on the scoreboard first and take a 7-0 lead. When you watch this guy Kurt Warner play right now, Sally, one of the things you have to admire and you have to look out for is when he has time, he will always look off the receiver. Here he's going to look left. Going to look left to scan to throw the ball to his right here, getting the ball out of his hands on a tight end screen to Leonard Pope. Here he is at the line of scrimmage looking left, but he wants to go right. Going to give that defense as much to think about as he can before he unloads the ball. Again, look at him, looking right here, going to scan, then he's going to find Larry Fitzgerald over the middle. If you're reading Kurt Warner's eyes, it's like Magic Johnson throwing a blind pass. He's going to look the other way first, set up the target, and then come back with unmatched accuracy the way he wants to throw the football. Something, when he has the time, he's going to try to look off that receiver first most of the time. So again, here against Carolina, here again, being able to look that receiver off, I think it's such a valuable thing, Solly, when you're trying to locate and try to predict where he might go with the ball. You're going to get false keys a lot of the time.
And I take it all the way back to Week 10 of last year. Kurt Warner, over his last 27 regular season games, he has been man on fire. Look at that, 11 games over 300 yards passing, 59 touchdowns. He really has resurrected this franchise. And for Kurt Warner, it's really all about patience in the pocket. Now, I'm going to show you some of the plays that he's running. You talked about that crossing route to get Larry Fitzgerald open. They've run it repeatedly in terms of the shallow crossing, but it's the patience in the pocket that Kurt Warner has, waiting for that route to come open. You know, anytime they bring that receiver from one side of the field to the other, the quarterback has to be patient. Now, he's getting great protection, but watch the eyes. You talked about looking off the defense and then coming back over to Larry Fitzgerald. He has done this repeatedly. He knows where the window's going to be. Great anticipation, as you mentioned, Baldy. He is playing very well. I'm going to show you, even under pressure, on a 3rd and 15 play. Watch the Eagles defense they're going to come and show a 7-man blitz. So they're going to crowd the line of scrimmage. He doesn't sense the pressure. He understands, look, if you're going to come after me and leave Jeremy Urban open in the slot, I'm going to go to him immediately.
He wants you to blitz him in that
He said,
situation.
blitz me, please, so that we can make big plays in the offense. And so, as you can see, he's getting it done. Kurt Warner is playing his best football in the postseason over the last several weeks. Including Week 17, the Cardinals have gone 4 straight games of scoring 30 points or more. It's the first time that's happened since 1988. Now, here's our very own Sterling Sharp. He's inside the film room to explain what makes the Cardinals' offense so dangerous.
The Arizona Cardinals offense, very explosive, but not in the way you would think. Usually when we talk explosive offense, it's throw it down their 70 or throw it down their 60 yards. These guys are drag, comeback, corner, fake screen up the sideline kind of route runners. They're very sharp in what they do. They are very good technicians. They catch the football in their hands. And if you remember that greatest show on turf when Kurt Warner was throwing it around to a bunch of fast receivers, it looks a lot like them, although these guys are a lot bigger. Arizona does a great job of stacking motion to make sure they can get off on the snap, get into their routes, because Kurt Warner's a guy who loves to play fast. Playing fast with Kurt Warner means the ball will come out at any given time based on what he sees, and it'll come out to any given receiver.
Even if he doesn't drop in that second one, I'll peek him that way, and I'll hit you back.
Back to throw, looks right, fires middle, touchdown, Anquan Bolden!
A lot of people think, well, you got to have great protection. You really don't. Whoever the most dangerous pass rusher, he needs to be accounted for. But for the most part, offensive line, they can just punch at the line of scrimmage or make sure they give enough ground and secure the pocket. Kurt understands the job of the offensive line, so he knows that if I got a 5-step drop and I can throw it on my 3rd step, ball's coming out. The faster it comes out of his hand, the better opportunity his receivers get to create big plays. He doesn't have to stand in there and throw it 60 yards. He can throw it 10 yards, and they'll take it the distance.
Caught, Bolden at the 40, at the 50, breaks a tackle, far sideline, 30, Anquan's gonna go!
When you look at the Arizona Cardinals, that's what makes their offense successful.
We want to thank you, Sterling and Baldwin. We know Dick LeBeau's defense, they're going to come after Kurt Warner. He's not a real mobile guy, but his ability to get rid of the ball quickly could negate that Steeler pass rush.
What you're talking about, Sally, is speed of decision-making. I mean, he's so smart. He has seen this defense. He saw it last year when they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in Week 4. He came off the bench to relieve Matt Leinart in that game, had a great game, 14-21, a touchdown pass in that game. Watch for Anquan Bolden this week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's come back from that injury this year. He wasn't really a big part of the offense. He had to blow up on the sideline. Kurt Warner doesn't play favorites. Whoever's open is going to get the ball. And if they're open quickly, they're getting the ball quickly.
Certainly a lot of wide receivers, a lot of weapons in this offense. Yes. Bowden, Fitzgerald, Preston. 3 receivers with over 1,000 yards receiving during the 2008 season. But don't look now. Arizona Cardinals also have some defense. Find out.
Welcome back to Playbook, presented by Coors Light.
They're waiting a long time for this. This is pretty cool. Good luck today. Damn, this place is loud.
Matt comes up throwing, and it's intercepted. It is picked off by Ralph Brown.
Hey! Ralph! Way to go, Ralph! Great job! Cut back flea flicker. Everything that you want right here.
They're going to keep it on the ground with James. It's a flea flicker. Warner going to near side going for Fitz. He's in double coverage. It doesn't matter. He caught it anyway. 3rd down and 16. Warner in the pocket. Block wide open. Caught inside the 30. The Cardinals are going to beat the Falcons.
That's it. That's the game. Yes, sir. Yes. That's it. Yes. Yeah. You got a great job, man.
They didn't give us a chance.
Nope.
And we proved them wrong.
Playbook presented by Coors Light. Time now for our Coors Light Code Logic question of the week. Which team is better for Kurt Warner? Was it the 1999 Rams or is it the 2008 Arizona Cardinals? And which quarterback do you like? Is it this version of the Kurt Warner or is it the one you saw in that Ram uniform?
That was the Kurt Warner that engineered the greatest show on turf. So that was the most fun I had watching football on that team. I'll take Warner by a hair in that 99 team.
Yeah, he had 48 touchdown passes that year. I got to like this year's version of Kurt Warner because you showed the anticipation. And he's trusting his receivers. I really like what I'm seeing right now. And I got to ask you this. Who do you like, Marshall Faulk of that 99 Rams team or Edgerrin James of the Arizona Cardinals in 2008?
Well, Edge has had a nice renaissance throughout the season and coming back and emerging right now. Marshall Faulk could have been the co-MVP of that team in that era right there. I like Marshall.
Early in his career, Edgerrin James was a lot like Marshall Faulk. But you got to go with Marshall Faulk, and the former MVP. He could put up the numbers. Did you like Isaac Bruce of that 99 Rams team, or would you go with Larry Fitzgerald in terms of what he's doing in 2008?
I like the Reverend, but Larry Fitzgerald's putting up numbers in the postseason, unlike any receiver that's ever played the game. He's hot right now, and I think he continues to stay hot. I'll take Fitzgerald.
All right, I want to know, would you take Torrey Holt of that 99 Rams team, or would it be Anquan Boldin in 2008 with the Cards?
You know, Torrey Holt was a rookie that year, first-round pick from North Carolina State. Love Torrey Holt, but right now, Anquan Boldin is still the heart to this Arizona Cardinal team. I'll take Q in this one.
I think Q's going to bounce back and have a really great Super Bowl. I certainly would take him because he was there in the desert when they weren't winning football, but he was playing winning football, and I think he'll continue to do that. Boy, it's been one heck of a show. Of course, our poll question, Coors Light, Code Logic. Which team did you like better, the 1999 Rams or 2008 Cardinals? You can log on to NFL.com, and you can weigh in. Now, that's going to do it for this version.
"72 yards lay between the Cardinals and the Super Bowl.
Warner's got the ball. Back to throw. Pumps right. Throws back to the left. Hightower caught at the 10. Cuts left to the 5. Hightower to the goal line. And in! Touchdown! And the Cardinals retake the lead with 2:53 to go.
He furrowed the brow, gritted his teeth, and stuck it in.
Let's shut this down, man. 2 minutes to be great, man. That's going to be great.
The Eagles' season hinges on this play. 4th and 10 at the Arizona 47. McNabb is back. He floats it. Incomplete. There are no flags, and the Cardinals are going to win this game. Super Bowl 43. Here we come.
Going to double. The Arizona Cardinals are the NFC champions. When nobody else believed in us, when nobody else believed in me, you guys did, and we're going to the Super Bowl.
Steelers. And Grimm was off to Arizona to join Ken Whisenhunt, and now they're off to the Super Bowl. Very interesting, Mort. Well, I don't know, how do you top 5 moments, Arizona? These flea flickers, they seem to work in the postseason. Kurt Warner to Larry Fitzgerald, 42 yards, part of the 30-24 win over the Atlanta Falcons in the opening playoff game. What a catch, what a throw, what a play call at that moment. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Warner to Larry Fitzgerald. And that's Brian Dawkins, who just shook off there at the 2. Every sort of play. Here's the other flea flicker. The throw back there from Arrington. Demps gets turned around. And then you have the long plays against the Eagles. How about the 1-yard play? 3 touchdowns first half against Philly. Week 6. Bang! Sean Morey from Brown University. Special team Pro Bowler. Blocks the punt and told everyone maybe Arizona is for real. They're going to win the West maybe. And they're for real. That was the biggest regular season play as the Cardinals won in overtime. How about 5 interceptions of Jake Daylight coming? He had to go home. 5 times they picked off Carolina as the Cardinals go on the road and win 33-13. It wasn't just a little win. It was a big win. The top moment, down 1. They've blown the lead. Kurt Warner, what, an 8.5-minute drive, 5 for 5, including, as they went up, more passes. Fitzgerald immense, and then the play that won it to Hightower. Bang with a block, bang with a hit, and the Cardinals were on their way to the Super Bowl, winning 32-24. to 25. What a scene that has been. And now back we go to Coach Whisenhunt, whose story of Steelers offensive coordinator turned Arizona head coach coincided with the same time span for Pittsburgh head coach Mike Tomlin. In that, 2 years on the job, now you're into the Super Bowl. Arizona's amazing playoff ride began at home in the Big Toaster when they upended the Falcons 30-24. Wiz was wired for sound, an exciting edition of Soundtracks.
Let's go out, start it fast. Leave nothing on the field. Come out swinging.
They're going nuts here as the Cardinals embark on their first postseason in a decade.
This place is loud. It's beautiful. This is pretty cool. Good luck today.
It's 2nd and 5 now. They're going to keep it on the ground with James. It's a flea flicker.
Oh, you got it.
Warner going to throw deep. Near side going for Fitz. He's in double coverage. It doesn't matter. He caught it anyway. Touchdown Cardinals.
Let's go, D. Get it back. Get on, like Carlos. Let's go now. This is our time. Our time. Let's go.
Ryan now back to throw. He's in trouble in the end zone. And
safety. Safety.
It's a safety.
Yeah.
But now a penalty flag down for an excessive celebration.
The fans enjoyed it. Coach Whisenhunt didn't enjoy it.
Come on, guys. 15 yards. Look, I'm excited too, but we can't give up that field position. We got a chance to win the game. Let's take it down the field and win it. It's in our hands.
We're talking about the ball game right here. 3rd down and 16. Firing over the middle. Spock wide open. Caught inside the 30. It's a first down for the Cardinals.
That's it. That's the game. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. First thing I want to say.
Let's go.
You guys did a great job of hanging in there and competing. Way to win it as a team, guys. Way to win it as a team.
Well, I think especially those 2 wins at home that Arizona had, that Atlanta game and the one last week against Philadelphia. Wow, those fans, it's something they'll never forget. Ken Whisenhunt, offensive coordinator. Ben Roethlisberger was the quarterback. Now he's coaching against him. Advantage Whisenhunt, advantage Roethlisberger. Does it matter a couple of years later, Chris?
Well, I think it matters. I think that anytime you're familiar, I think last year we saw in the last game of the regular season, the best football team ever, the New England Patriots, but the Giants, when they stood toe-in-toe with them, it gave them enough confidence that in Super Bowl 42, they can. When you know the speed and power of something, or you know maybe the shortcomings of something, it helps.
I think that there's a saying called know your personnel. So Coach Whisenhunt is going to know the personnel. I think specifically Big Ben, not an advantage because you can't plan on what Big Ben does. You know, if he was a sit-in-the-pocket guy, I think that you'd have a real advantage. You can't plan. Well, he's going to go to the left. He's going to come back to the right. He's going to find Santonio Holmes and give him the football.
You know he's going to hold that ball, though.
You know that.
You know he's going to hold that ball.
You know that, but you don't know where he's going to be. Right.
Yeah, he has an advantage. There's no question about it. But the advantage is this, and you guys may not know this. He's a former tight end. That's where the intellectual prowess comes from. Former tight end. God bless you.
Coach, did you put that beer bong thing on your head so between the breaks?
Yeah, I did.
I think he has an advantage over the defense. He has the opportunity to take advantage of Dick LeBeau's defense, having practiced against them. But I think when you look at our situation with the Raiders, John Gruden left the Raiders, came to us, and we just kind of went out there and did, we had our way with them offensively and defensively. Whisenhunt's 2 years removed. John Gruden was 9 months removed. So things change a lot. I mean, they're going to change. They're going to come up with all sorts of different things.
Well, what do they say in Animal House? Knowledge is good. Knowledge is good. We'll be back. It should be. I know you enjoyed your. We look forward to the whole piece next week.
Great.
He's going hunting. I can tell by the hat. That's great. For sure. Hunting for a win. Which is more impressive? And Ben had talked about it. Kurt's, well, Ben's resiliency, obviously, or Kurt's resurgence. What's more impressive?
It's funny because when you talk to Ben, that's just the way he plays football. And he compared it to what we did as kids when you play in the backyard, your quarterback, you run around, go to the pole, and I'll hit you. So, you know, that's a part of his game. But when I look at Kurt Warner, St. Louis Rams, Super Bowl win, if he takes Arizona Super Bowl win, I don't even know what we compare it to.
Yeah, those are two.
I don't know what we compare that to.
Well, the biggest part of it about Kurt Warner is this, though. He's not supposed to be playing quarterback. Last time I looked, they drafted the franchise quarterback 2 years ago, and he's sitting on the bench, and this guy's playing. Hey, he's a big story.
I think it's Kurt Warner, the resurgence of Kurt Warner. Winning the training camp as the backup, coming out of training camp, better yet, coming out the season as a Super Bowl quarterback, and could come out the season as a Super Bowl winning quarterback, get a new contract, and I know I'm reaching, could be doing this all over again a year from now.
Contract.
Yeah, I got to. Well, I got to go with Big Ben and the Pittsburgh Steelers, because the pressure to be the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, as we heard Troy Aikman say what it's like to be the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, in Pittsburgh it's the same way, because every year they expect Super Bowl champions. And hold the ball long, yes. Get sacked a lot, yes. But if the #1 stat, Tommy, is winning for quarterbacks, then it's got to be Big Ben. 7-2 in the postseason.
CC, let me add one little caveat. One guy was bagging groceries and became whatever he became. I don't know. I don't know what the story.
Never drafted.
Last comment.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And you said it, Rams and Cardinals. These aren't just teams in the Super Bowl. These are you kidding me?
Yes.
So, but Big Ben's story, unbelievable as well. Well, we just showed you. We have coming up on ABC, doubleheader basketball. Dirk Nowitzki.
And welcome to another edition of the Sports Reporters. Gentlemen, in last week's NFC Championship game, Larry Fitzgerald caught 9 passes for 152 yards and 3 touchdowns, bringing his receiving total to 419 yards in 3 games and breaking Jerry Rice's one-year playoff record set 20 years ago. Now, Bob, can Fitzgerald take over the Super Bowl the way he took over the NFC Championship?
John, I believe that Dick LeBeau's defense can do what Jim Johnson's couldn't, which is to keep Larry Fitzgerald from dominating the game. He'll have a good game, but I don't think he'll dominate the game.
I love what Larry Fitzgerald is doing, because it shows still in sports, and especially in a tournament, how one great player can make this kind of difference. But I think in the Super Bowl game, it's more likely that Troy Polamalu will have that kind of game than Fitzgerald will.
Yeah, I love Larry too. I mean, we've known his dad, and we've seen Larry grow up. So there's this emotional thing, and he's a great player. But we've all seen this before, where if you're a great defense, and this is a guy you've got to stop, invariably you're going to stop him. He's going to make a great play, but it's got to be Bolden or it's got to be somebody else.
Plus, you're flying in the face of history, and he can fly, by the way. You're flying in the face of, you go back over the 42 Super Bowls that have been played, and how many times can you think you walked away from the game saying, oh my God, a wide receiver was Michael Jordan today. Lynn Swann had games, Jerry Rice had games, right. But it's a very unusual thing for a guy at this position to dominate the game, because by the time you get to a defense like the Steelers, it's not going to be easy as it's been up until now.
By the way, Ken Wisenhunt saying he's not going to use any trick plays. I don't believe a word he says. Right. And I think that the thing here is that they have more than Larry Fitzgerald to offer. They have the best trio of wide receivers. No one will argue that fact.
And Quan Bolden and Steve Braxton.
Right. And now they actually have a running game. I don't think it has to be. If they are to win, and I certainly give them a puncher's chance, that they are to win, it doesn't have to be Larry Fitzgerald just because in the other games it was. I think they have more to offer.
And what's so great about this game, you have classic, and that's why I want to either have some offense in the game. You have classic offense and classic defense. Yeah. I mean, this is a great thing. I mean, we've seen Kurt Warner, which is probably the most incredible story. This whole thing, we've seen him in a lot of different variations. And I, if you put a gun to somebody and says, well, who's going to win this thing? And I just think it's such a slim edge. I give the edge to Pittsburgh just because I love defense and Tomlin, but Warner has just had such a charmed career that you don't feel great betting against it.
Plus, he's played this game before, even though he came in as a big favorite. He played this game before when he came in with the Cardinals. I mean, with the Rams. I mean, the Patriots' defense against that offense, and defense won that time. And I think that Fitzgerald's fortunes are always tied to the quarterbacks, and I just have a feeling that we've been waiting for one of these defenses to get in Warner's face. It really hasn't happened yet in any of these games, but if you're talking about a puncher's chance, there's a much better chance this defense is going to come up and slap him in the face.
And there's this rising sentiment that this is Warner's Hall of Fame game. That if he wins this game,
I think he's in already.
Well, I've thought about it. I think that
3 Super Bowls. This is his third Super Bowl, whether he wins it or not.
And I think it's the debate. But I think if he wins this, I think there's no debate. And it's also interesting that you look at Big Ben. Now this is going to be his. If he wins this game, here's a guy who will have won 2 Super Bowls. And I don't know if any of us look at him when you think of elite quarterbacks. And we thought, oh yeah, well, you know,
I think of him it's because he does win. He had to get off to that start with the consecutive game streak and all that. And he's going. If he does win, he will have 2 in 5 years. He's not. The numbers aren't always gaudy, but the fact is he knows how to win football games. Absolutely. So I think.
And you know what? He's the first guy who comes in with a Super Bowl ring, quarterback, who feels like he has something to prove in this game, because he played what I think was the single worst winning game that any quarterback has ever had. And in that game against the Seahawks, Randall L made the biggest throw in the game, not the quarterback.
He was 9 of 21 in that game. He does talk about it a lot, but again, doesn't that just underline the fact that it's probably going to come down to Pittsburgh's defense?
Well, we assume that's the chalk. And how many times? Yeah, so we have 2 possibilities at about 9:30 Eastern time next Sunday night. We're going to be saying, well, we saw it coming, or we didn't see it coming. I mean, that's when it comes down to it.
And we'll be able to explain it either way.
I mean, seriously now,
we'll act like we called it.
Yes, that's the logic. That is the reason that you favor Pittsburgh if you favor Pittsburgh, that they will have just enough offense to supplement this wonderful defense. Now, if you favor the Cardinals, it's because you say that offense will supersede Pittsburgh's defense. We're going to find out these things.
And there is one unit, though. We're always looking for who's got the chip on their shoulders, you know. And I think it's the Cardinals' defense. Because even as we speak today, if they say, well, we don't get respect, you're right.
Who are playing well and who have spent a lot of time in opposing backfields since the playoffs have started, and have 2 outstanding defensive backs. I mean, is there any question, should anyone in America doubt that they are the team that deserves to be in this game representing their conference, that once the playoffs started, they absolutely have earned this with no ifs, ands, or buts. They belong here.
No, Bob, they're a classic tournament team. Right. This is what happens, when you have a tournament. This is what happens when you have a tournament,
It's almost February.
Thank you for that,
They got hot at the perfect time. They used a terrible loss at the end of the regular season as a motivating factor. No, this is what makes it fun. And yes, they absolutely the Eagles didn't deserve, even though you watched that game last Sunday, and all of a sudden you looked up and you said, how the heck are the Eagles ahead in this game?
That would have been one time. You're right. Had the Eagles won that game, that's probably one time you thought, you know what, they didn't deserve to be. I mean,
you would have said that. We would have. But they had one chance to answer the bell. Right. They had to mount the drive. They mounted the drive. They got it done. They stopped them. They did it at both ends of the field when they had to do it. That sealed the deal.
Cardinals have to stop Hines Ward and Santonio Holmes, but the question is Hines Ward going to be 100%? He's got that bad knee. Now, up next, it was a brutal collision in a bone-chilling game. Ryan Clark's helmet-to-helmet blow that sent Willis McGahee
Warner throws over the middle of the Fitz.
Then throws it, and it's a diving catch.
Warner going to throw deep. He caught it anyway.
Roethlisberger throwing, touchdown.
Touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown.
Well, in the regular season, Ben Roethlisberger threw 15 interceptions. In the playoffs, none. His passer rating and passing yard average have also improved in the postseason. For Kurt Warner, there wasn't much room for improvement. He passed for 30 touchdowns in the 16-game regular season. In the playoffs, an impressive 8 in 3 games. Needless to say, both quarterbacks enter Super Bowl 43 with the hot hand. Typically, each team installs about 85% of the game plan before they arrive to the Super Bowl. Willie, you know all about this Steelers defense, what Dick LeBeau likes to do. If you're Ken Wisenhunt, what's your game plan?
Well, to be Ken, you got to have a lot of things in your playbook. The first thing I think I would want to do, I would want to spread these guys out. I would want them to force their hands to identify who these guys are covering. It takes away a little bit of the disguise element that Pittsburgh's like to do. It's going to be difficult for Arizona to line up in the same formations against this defense because they're aggressive. They like to blitz, and they like to get after it, and they like to move around, especially Troy Polamalu. The other thing I think I would like to have is the element of surprise. What you saw against the Philadelphia Eagles, what they like to do, they came out right away with the flea flicker, threw the long pass. They came out with multiple formations, a lot of shifts and motions, and they ran a lot of different screens to a lot of different players. They ran the screens to the tight end, screens to the receiver, and the screens to the running back. So it seemed like coming out in the first half of that game, they threw the kitchen sink at the Philadelphia Eagles, and they couldn't contain it, and it kind of had them unbalanced the whole game.
All right, Rodney, if you're Dick LeBeau, you know that they're going to try to spread it out. What do you do?
Well, I'm the #1 defense in the league. I got the best defense probably the last 5 years. So I'm going to continue to do what actually got me here. I'm going to disguise. But the only problem is, like Willie said, when you come out and you see a 4 and 5 open wide receiver package, that forces the defense to show their hand. Troy Polamalu, like you said, he's the key element in that disguise package because sometimes he's blitzing, sometimes he lines up as a cornerback, he drops back to the safety spot. So really what Dick LeBeau has to do is he has to continue to put pressure on them, sometimes drop seven guys and rush 4 and let Harrison and Woodley get those guys.
Can they get pressure with 4?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got a guy in Woodley who had a terrific season this year. Defensive player, James Harrison,
Absolutely.
he's had a terrific season. I think, you know, you sit back and you wonder, well, can they get pressure? Yes, they can. I mean, you don't have to blitz every time, and I think going into the game, Coach, they're expecting Pittsburgh to come out and blitz.
What do you do, Coach, if you're Pittsburgh? You're your old assistant, Bruce Arians. You're the Steelers' offense. What do you draw?
I got Rodney in the
10 a.m. Eastern Time. We hope there will be many top plays in the Super Bowl. Here are the top 5 of the postseason so far. Ravens, Dolphins, Chad Pennington. Do not throw it anywhere near the vicinity of one Ed Reed, because what will he do, Mark?
Well, he's like a vacuum cleaner. He's going to go get that thing.
Takes it back for a touchdown. Ravens win 27-9. Did I hear a niner in there somewhere?
Got a niner.
Eagles, Vikings, number 4. Here it comes.
Look, he screens it to Westbrook. He's at the 30. Cuts to the outside, 35-40. 45 midfield. 45-40. 35-30. Westbrook at the 25-20. 15-10-5. Westbrook! Touchdown!
And the Eagles won that game 26-14. Jumped for joy. Did I say don't throw it anywhere near Ed Reed?
Yes.
Mike should probably not throw it anywhere near Troy Polamalu.
Because he'll pick it. He wants to do something with it as well. How does he keep that hair so manageable?
Well, I'm sure he uses the verticoli. He probably loves that hairbrush more than he loves a human baby. That was in the AFC Championship game. That's what got him here. Number 2, Falcons, Cardinals. Oh, trickeration. Warner. And it goes deep to who else but Larry Fitzgerald? Are you kidding me? Come on.
Look at Larry Fitzgerald. I just jumped higher than everybody else in America.
Literally everybody else in America, not just football players. And number 1, did I mention trickeration?
Yes, you did.
It is again. They call this the Philly special.
Throw it to me. Throw it to me. I'm open. He's really never really open, but he'll just go get it. He's
Even when he's not open, he's open.
Yeah.
Yes. There it was, the flea flicker for 62 yards in the NFC Championship game. All right, as we round up this SportsCenter special, who has been the most valuable player of the postseason so far? Do we even have to ask
I don't
after
think
2
so.
plays?
Really?
It
After
was
those
scripted. They made me ask it.
Is there anybody, in your opinion, more valuable than Larry Fitzgerald? What he's done?
This guy is a monster. If he does it again, not only greatness in football, but hello marketing world as well. He's going to hit it big time.
He really is.
He's smart and he's good at his job. He's like the folks on this set right now.
There you go.
Hey, thanks for being wishes and watching the SportsCenter special. We're here all week. Mike.
It's the first word.
As we just saw, Woody's already in Tampa, so are the Steelers. Jay, you leave tomorrow. Plashke and Kalishaw bet after that. I'm not, but that's more of a glimpse into my social calendar than it is the indictment of the game, right? This is a big deal. It's the Super Bowl, and what storyline are you most interested in this week, Woody?
Well, I'm interested in that tugboat that's going down the river right behind me. But the main story to me, really, people are going to talk about Kurt Warner, Ben Roethlisberger, the offenses. I think it's going to come down to the defenses. That's the storyline. Let's don't get sidetracked, guys, by coaches and revenge and players who don't want to play and yell at their coaches. This is all about the Pittsburgh defense and guys like Polamalu and Harrison making big plays. We always want playmakers. And Pittsburgh's defense we know is the best in the league. How is Kurt Warner going to be able to play against it? Denver's was the worst in the league. Then on the other side, nobody really has paid attention to what the Cardinals have done defensively. And they've got Wilson in the Pro Bowl instead of Polamalu for Pittsburgh. I think that's key. They've got maybe the best cornerback in the game in Rogers Cromartie. I think that overall, when you look at it, Arizona's done a job. 8 interceptions in the playoffs. The 2 defenses, guys, that's what we're talking about.
You
Defense
agree with
wins
Woody,
Super
Tim
Bowls.
Kalishaw?
No, I think the fascinating story really is just the Arizona Cardinals finally getting to their first Super Bowl, and the reason they've done it
is because of Kurt Warner. You know, in the case of the two quarterbacks in this Super Bowl, either one of them's going to leave Sunday night with his second Super Bowl ring, and either Roethlisberger is doing it much earlier in his career than we expected, or Warner's doing it much later because Warner, you know, when he was 27, nobody had heard of him. Then he got the job in St. Louis when Trent Green got hurt. He had 4 or 5 great years with that offense, and then he's had all these years where he was troubled with injuries, couldn't really make plays, and now he's back at his peak at 37. He got the Cardinals to the Super Bowl. He's the #1 storyline for me.
Hey, Woody, there's lots of good storylines here. You picked the boring ones. Kurt Warner, as Tim said, bags to riches and back again. This is a phenomenal story we're seeing, Tony, unprecedented, and a guy who may end up winning a second Super Bowl at age 37. We've never seen a story like that. I happen to think, guys, the drama of Whisenhunt and Tomlin. Whisenhunt was in Pittsburgh, groomed Ben, knows that team inside and out, did not get that job in Pittsburgh. Mike Tomlin did and has done an extraordinary job, but so has Whisenhunt. How much, Tony, does Whisenhunt know about Roethlisberger, the strengths and weaknesses of the Steelers on both sides of the ball? To me, that's a compelling, unprecedented storyline as well. What your defensive angle just doesn't fly to me.
No. Well, Jay, I don't think your coaching angle flies. I think Woody's right about this. The coaches, people don't care about the coaches. Once the game starts, you hardly see them anyway. This is about the players. The Super Bowl is a star-driven vehicle. Kalshaw's dead on. It's all about Kurt Warner. This is Kurt Warner's week. Imagine this. This guy, tremendous at the start of his career, tremendous now. There was a 5-year period where he averaged 5 touchdowns and 7 interceptions a season. Kurt Warner has been there and back. He's been the bag boy. He's been in the Arena League. He's been everywhere. And the guy almost reminds everybody of themselves and their own struggles in their own lives. Plus, he's a guy who refuses to change. If you look at him, he still talks about his Christianity all the time, even though people criticize him for it. You saw the photos here at the beginning of the shoot where Roethlisberger wearing the old sweatsuit and Kurt Warner dressed in suit and tie. Kurt Warner's like, this is like going to church for him or something.
What did you just say? We saw the photos at the beginning of the shoot.
The video. Yeah, the video.
TV person, Bill Plaschke. What did you get in there?
Well, Mariotti's talking to us about sexy lines. You want controversy. You want to just have stories. I want to bring my people. I want to bring my people to the Super Bowl. What do they care about? This is going to be a low-scoring game because of the defenses. People are looking at that as closely as they possibly can. That's the meat and potatoes. You can go off and do the stuff.
When after the Cardinals won the NFC title, they asked Whisenhunt, who do you want to play? Immediately, he said Pittsburgh, not the cliche. He said, I want Pittsburgh.
I completely disagree with Woody about it being a low-scoring game. This isn't a cold-weather game in Pittsburgh. Arizona's going to score. And Jay is right about the coaching. When Gruden left Oakland to Tampa, we saw what happened. Whisenhunt can do the same things in this game.
You're going to see on Super Bowl Sunday a 37-year-old man running for his life. Everybody's cheering for him. Kurt Warner will be the story then.
Good story. Yeah.
Sounds like Woody's the only one there, though, and he's already determined it's the defense. So you guys don't even have to go. You can show up Sunday morning for the game. That'll be great.
Don't come at all.
Author Tom Verducci.
A 100-0 win. But we begin today with the Super Bowl. Both teams departed from their respective cities, and both teams arrived in Tampa. Pittsburgh arrived first. Wilbon, we were almost desperate enough to talk about whether that would give the Steelers a psychological edge for the upcoming game. But thankfully, Ken Whisenhunt gave us something to talk about by saying, and I quote, "It's time for Arizona to shock the world," unquote. And Wilbon, I ask you as a resident of Scottsdale, Arizona, would it really shock the world if the Cardinals won the Super Bowl?
No, it shouldn't shock. I'm not going to say anybody. It would be an upset because Pittsburgh is the favorite. All right, I don't want to get into betting lines, but the Steelers are the favorite. Upset is as far as I'm going. And a lot of people are going to be picking the Arizona Cardinals to win because of Kurt Warner, because of Larry Fitzgerald, because of that offense, because the defense has played well enough in Carolina to win, okay, against the Eagles to win. So, no, it would not shock the world. But I understand why Ken Whisenhunt is playing that card, Tony, and I bet you do, too.
I understand why, but it wouldn't even shock Ken Whisenhunt, okay? It's not going to shock anybody. Look, I picked against them the last 2 games, but seeing is believing. They're a very good team. And, by the way, Pittsburgh is not necessarily a juggernaut. This is not a Super Bowl where, remember the St. Louis-New England Super Bowl where St. Louis was favored by 14 points and nobody other than Joe Theismann on our show picked New England? This isn't
not
that.
Gonna be that.
This isn't that. I don't even, you know what I'm wondering, and you'll be able to tell me later in the week, is there really juice for this one compared to last year when a team was going for 19-0? That's what I don't know.
We're going to find out during the week if he keeps playing this card, it's going to help the me against the world, help his team anyway. Us.
Let's see what's doing down in Tampa with our good friend Peter King of Sports Illustrated and NBC's Football Night in America. I got a long question to begin, Peter. We had Bertrand Berry on the show last week, and he said that Ken Whisenhunt and Russ Grimm really want to beat Pittsburgh because of how things ended there for them. Do you get that sense?
I think much more, Tony, with Russ Grimm, because Ken Whisenhunt landed on his feet. You know, Ken Whisenhunt basically was told by the Steelers that he wasn't going to get the job, and he got a job in Arizona, obviously. But Russ Grimm, he went to bed the Saturday night before Mike Tomlin was named thinking, hey, the job's mine. And then he was told, obviously, that the job wasn't his. But I think one of the things that these two guys have done, even though they're mad at the Steelers, they have brought a little bit of Pittsburgh out west to Arizona, because what they have done is they have made this a tough team, much tougher than it ever has been since it's been in Arizona.
It is a little feistier, Peter, and that leads me to this. We had a nice piece today on the Cardinals' feisty assistant coach, Todd Haley. Is he going to wind up getting a job, a head coaching job, after this Super Bowl is over?
Well, there's only going to be two open, and only one that any coach who's got a real future, I think, would take, because I don't think anybody would take that Oakland job who thinks that he's got a chance to be a head coach somewhere else. And I think he'll be a candidate in Kansas City. He has a history with Scott Pioli, the new general manager, but nothing's set in stone, Mike.
Let me get to the coaches that are out there, all of whom have rings. Some have more than...
The ties that bind are many in Super Bowl 43. Both head coaches already own a Super Bowl ring. Cardinals head coach Ken Whisenhunt won a Super Bowl title with the Steelers as their offensive coordinator in Super Bowl 40. Steelers head man Mike Tomlin, no stranger to Tampa. He got his ring in Super Bowl 37 as the defensive backs coach for the Buccaneers. Cardinals running back Edgerrin James owns a Super Bowl ring despite never playing in the big game. The Colts gave the Edge a Super Bowl 41 ring anyway as a token of appreciation for his 7 years of service in Indy.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are Super Bowl champions as they defeat the Seattle Seahawks 21-10.
6 is a magic number for both teams. The Steelers became the first 6 seed to win a Super Bowl 3 seasons ago. And with a win on Super Sunday, the Steelers would be hoisting their 6th Lombardi trophy, the most ever for one franchise. Meanwhile, the Cardinals are looking for their 6th postseason win ever.
Warner back to throw. Rainbows the far sideline, and it is caught by Isaac Bruce. Makes the move to the 30, 25-20, and they won't catch him today.
Kurt Warner holds the record for most passing yards in a Super Bowl with 414 when he was named MVP of Super Bowl 34 with the Rams. His counterpart, Ben Roethlisberger, threw for only 123 yards in the Super Bowl 40 win. However, Ben is the youngest quarterback to win a Super Bowl at 23 years and 11 months of age. And if the Steelers win, Mike Tomlin will be the youngest head coach to win a Super Bowl title at 36 years and 10 months. There's a unique connection between player, coach, and owner in Arizona. Cardinals wideout Larry Fitzgerald was a ball boy for the Minnesota Vikings in the late 90s. And his offensive coordinator, Todd Haley, was a ball boy for the Super Bowl winning Steelers teams in the 70s. But owner Bill Bidwell might trump them both. He was a Chicago Cardinals ball boy the last time his franchise won a championship in 1947.
All right, the time back with us now, and he's going to offer some thoughts on Kurt Warner. We hear about the experience, but really in this game it's a bit of a wash because they've both been there. Neither will be awestruck by the lights. How much will Kurt Warner's experience come into play when this thing starts on Sunday?
Well, for his team, it brings tons of energy and tons of confidence because it's one thing for both quarterbacks to go to Super Bowls, but each team is going to handle that situation different. In Arizona, they've never had this experience before, as long as I can remember, as long as the organization's been in existence. But for this guy to come from St. Louis, okay, and go to Super Bowl 2 times, get MVP once, and win once, that's commendable, considering where he's come from, the things he's accomplished. Just this season alone, he was thinking about retiring. And here it is now. Coach Wisenhunt asked him to come in and compete, and you'll have a chance. And now he's gotten a chance. He's gotten it done, and look where they are. I remember one time watching him on the sideline, Dockett mentioned to him, Kurt, just lead us, man. We'll follow. I saw that on one of the highlights, and it's a commendable job that Kurt has done up until this point, and it's part of his beliefs and his character and how he handled himself. And when you can be that kind of guy and be a leader, not just in the community, but on your team, I mean, you have no choice but to follow this.
We hear it all the time. You know, if you want to throw the football, you have to establish the run. How important will it be for Arizona on Sunday to work that run so they can pass the ball?
Well, you have to establish some kind of physicality when it comes to the offensive line.
The Arizona Cardinals are in the Super Bowl, and I think the Cardinals are clearly one of the more deserving Super Bowl teams I have ever seen.
That sounds like
I think the Cardinals organization. I think the Cardinals organization deserves all the praise and all of the kudos.
A lot of guys are scared.
I think
that's nice, Rich, for a change.
You know what? Ken Wisenhunt and Adrian Wilson joining us on the program. It's definitely an interesting change of pace to see the Arizona Cardinals at the peak of the NFL profession, and Coach here is you can speak for yourself.
Okay. You can say
but you can speak for yourself.
It surprised a lot of people. I understand that.
I know.
But we're certainly thrilled to be here. I'm happy for this guy sitting beside me because he's told for a number of years to get this opportunity, and it just shows you what happens when you got a group of guys that believe in what you're trying to do, and you know, we get focused at the right time.
But not to tell you how to do your job. I would never do that, Coach. But if you keep hearing from the media that people are surprised that the Cardinals are in this mix, can't you use that to your advantage? Can't you point to your team that people like me, in your estimation, although I think unfairly, are categorizing the Cardinals as being disrespected?
Well, it's tough. You know, it's hard when people are saying you're the worst playoff team ever in the history of the playoffs. And you know, this is our first chance to get to the Super Bowl, and it's something that we're very excited about. And when you're constantly hearing from a lot of people that you know, that you're not very good, yes, absolutely, you can use it, and it's helped us because we believe we have a group of guys that believe in what we're doing, like I said, and we're excited for this opportunity.
Now, Adrian, you guys have some footage, some video of you guys leaving Arizona, coming here on the plane ride. We're going to show it, and let's talk about this. Let's watch it first, and then let's talk about it.
Oh, great.
What's that like, though?
Yeah.
Me and Knox, Mean Third.
Nice.
Escort me out here, dude. Looks like you got somebody on the inside there filming from inside the plane.
That's the access. That's total access. That's why the name of the. Looks like you could run for office there in Arizona
very
right
exciting.
now, Coach.
Well, I don't know. It's very
like
exciting.
a rally there.
You know, when we got back from Carolina after our second playoff win, 4:30 in the morning, there was a group of people at the airport and at our complex. That was unbelievable. The excitement in Arizona right now for our football team.
Adrian, you're the longest tenured Cardinal there right now, and you've been through the bad times and now the great times. Just tell me what it feels like to finally break through and you're at the pinnacle of the game at the Super Bowl.
Well, I just think it's a great accomplishment for, you know, the 53 guys in that locker room, not only me, but, you know, you have Anquan Bolden, Reggie Wells, guys that's been there for 5 years or more, that's been through, you know, a lot of bad times. And to finally break through and to finally get our chance to show America what type of football team that we have is really special.
Now, Adrian, normally most teams that have some type of motivation, where Pittsburgh did a few years ago for Jerome Bettis, we did for John Elway to win a ring for those guys. Are you the guy this year that people want to win that ring for?
Well, I don't know if I'm the guy, but I really feel like that we have a lot of doubters.
Right.
And whenever you have a lot of doubters and a lot of naysayers, it feels even better when you go out there and you play well and you win the game. And that's why we're here. You know, we're here to win a game. You know, we're not here for the festivities or everything else that's going on. We're here to play football.
And it seems to me the United States of America has been officially introduced to Larry Fitzgerald, that he is doing something that we haven't seen a wide receiver ever do. I would love to know, from where you guys are watching, do you see something special? Like do you sense that as well, that he is somebody who could be a once-in-a-lifetime sort of talent?
Well, I think that we're seeing the culmination of a lot of hard work, not just for Larry, but for a number of guys on our football team. But I think a lot of times we've told in obscurity in Arizona because we hadn't gotten the national games. You haven't had a chance to see guys like Adrian, to see guys like Larry play. I mean, you see highlights every once in a while, but I think we've gotten a platform to show some of the things that we can do because naturally it's the playoffs. And I think that, obviously Larry has risen to the task at hand. He's elevated his game, but so have a number of our players, especially those guys on defense and what they've done. So I think it's, I don't know if it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I'm hoping it's an every-week thing from here on.
I like that.
Hey, Coach, you've been here before as an offensive coordinator for the Pittsburgh Steelers, so you have an idea of what to expect, but are you doing anything differently this week?
No, what we're trying to do is keep our routine as normal as possible. I think that's the biggest thing you have to deal with in this situation is distractions. And, our players get into a routine. And for the last 3 weeks, honestly, we've been in a pretty good routine. It's showed up on game day. So we want to try to keep that as similar to what we've been doing as we can. So when it comes game time on Sunday, we can maybe get back to that level we've been playing at.
Adrian, in the postseason, this defense has just come alive. I mean, great defense during the regular season. At the end, a little struggling. But in the postseason, I mean, Clancy Pendergast, he's done an outstanding job calling an aggressive defense. What's been the difference for you guys making all those big plays and getting after quarterbacks?
I think it's practice. I think it starts with practice. We had 2 very bad games back-to-back, Minnesota, then New England. And we went back to basics. We went back to hitting in practice. We went back to really getting after guys in practice. And I think it carried over for us from the Seattle game all the way up to this point now. And with us being able to do that, it really made us focus in on getting the turnovers and doing the things necessary to get our offense the ball back.
And it's been, again, fun to watch. Definitely fun to watch this ascension in the deserts.
You still nervous?
No, I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. I'm just speaking my mind as I do on the job.
Hey, Rich, wait, what did you say anyway? I didn't hear what you said.
They weren't good.
No. What did you say, Rich?
No, I never
Coach, would you like to repeat it, Coach?
Well, there were so many of them.
But you said Rich said something.
No, he denied saying we were the worst team ever in the playoffs.
I definitely didn't say that.
I heard it too.
It's fine, though. It's
Definitely
fine.
didn't say that. 100%. We're going to check the tape.
It's fine.
I got your
a
back,
different
Ken.
network.
I got your back.
Well, you have.
Yeah,
for
Rod
years.
has
3
had our
years
back.
running.
Yeah,
3 years running.
He has.
Yeah, I know, but I think he's going to throw you overboard for the Steelers.
We'll see.
That's good. That's tough, and I understand that.
I know. There's lots of ties, and it's been, they sold out the NFC Championship game in 6 minutes. A testament to one of the best-run organizations in the National Football League.
Certainly that way this year,
right?
Right.
Am I doing a good enough job, Adrian?
Well,
You're making
He's trying to make up.
You are detracting a lot of things that you said, but it's fine.
Man.
We'll take it and we'll use it.
Are we cool, Coach?
We're good. We're good, Rich.
Good.
We're good.
I just need to make sure. Ken Wisenhunt and Adrian Wilson of the Arizona Cardinals, the NFC champion Arizona Cardinals, right here at the Super Bowl, joining us here on our Total Access set. And I think we ironed it out. I think we worked through the awkwardness, and we're to a place where we're all comfortable. Terrell Davis, the best storyline of this week would be what?
It's got to be Kurt Warner back in the Super Bowl. I mean, the guy leaves St. Louis, goes to the New York Giants, basically there to back up Eli Manning. Then he gets kicked out of New York, goes to the Arizona Cardinals to back up Matt Leinart. And the guy, and he's back in the Super Bowl. To me, that's got to be the greatest story. He's really got another lease on life being in the Super Bowl, and he's lost his last one he was in. So you can take a lot from that loss in terms of the way you feel, the gut feeling, getting a chance to redeem yourself again. So to me, it's obvious. Kurt Warner being back in the Super Bowl is the biggest storyline of the Super Bowl.
The story that I really like is really the guys who are in Arizona, who were on a Super Bowl 05 team, the coaching staff. You got Ken Wisenhunt. We know about Russ Grimm. You got Kevin Spence, who's a special team coach, and you got Matt Reich. Those guys understand what the Pittsburgh Steelers can do and what they can do on the field and off the field. So I like what Ken is doing with this football team. I like the mindset they're going to go into with this game because if anybody understands Vic Sabo's defense, it's going to be Ken Wisenhunt because they understand him on the field, off the field, and on the golf course. And on the golf course, which means a lot on the football field.
What does that have to do with anything, right?
Who's the best golfer?
You can always tell a lot about a person through the golf course. Yeah,
I would agree, but
you can. I agree with you. Kurt Warner's the storyline.
That's easy. When you guys always do the easy thing.
But it's
we're talking about golf.
Yeah, that one tugs at the heartstrings.
It does. I know it does.
Kurt Warner.
Golf. We got a couple more days for storyline.
Big Ben trying to, Ben turned the ball over twice a few years ago. They still won. I mean, It is, by the way, the first time in 25 years that the Super Bowl features a matchup of two starting quarterbacks who have previously won the Super Bowl.
That's pretty good.
It's been that long.
That's pretty good.
And it's Ben Roethlisberger and Kurt Warner, who, by the way, still holds the record for the best passing day, 414 yards in terms of, obviously, yardage, not completion. But he holds some Super Bowl records. Ben Roethlisberger's got a ring. Who has the advantage in this game at this position?
Well, if you look at the last performances, Ben Roethlisberger didn't play well in that Super Bowl, but his team won the game. And you know, Kurt Warner, he had 2 shots at it. He lost his last time around, but he still put the numbers up, and he turned the ball over more in that second Super Bowl than he did the first. So, you know, it's a tough one. They both have rings, so there's no advantage either way. But I would have to say that Kurt Warner has a slight advantage because he's played in 2 of them. He's won 1, and his numbers are just much better in Super Bowls. So unless Ben can come out and have a stellar performance and prove that he can play on that big of a stage and win a game with his arm, then I think the questions still remain. But I think Kurt Warner is probably the guy down the stretch who has the better chance at winning this football game.
You know, I look at these two, and I'm going, if you take Kurt Warner, you have to take the receivers he's throwing the ball to.
Right.
If you take Ben, you got to take the receivers he's throwing
Right.
the ball to. Well, Larry Fitzgerald and Bolden and Bruston, those guys have played outstanding all year long. So you have to give the edge to Kurt Warner and that receiving core because he can't get the ball there. But the best play for the Pittsburgh Steelers is not Ben Roethlisberger sitting in the pocket. The best play is when he is scrambling out of the pocket, doing his own thing, because this guy's a great competitor. He's big, he's strong, and when he gets out of the pocket, it kind of turns into a sandlot game because guys are going to break the thing off, and he has a strong enough arm to get the ball down the field. So their best play for the Pittsburgh Steelers is when he gets out of the pocket and does his thing.
I think you're right. When you talk about a guy willing himself to a victory, there's nobody better in the game today than Ben Roethlisberger. There's something about that team or the moment for Ben. When he has to make a play, there's been times this season where they've been down, they haven't moved the ball the entire game, and all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, they need a touchdown. He drives them down for a game-winning touchdown. So he's got that element of to will his team to a victory, which Kurt doesn't have. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, and he's got that one move in the pocket, too. He just turns a shoulder or something, or he's got a sidestep.
Right.
Roethlisberger, he seems to always have some sort of escapability,
Makes
even
plays.
with people all around him. Roethlisberger and Kurt Warner starting the game. Plunkett and Theismann were the last combination of the Super Bowl starting quarterbacks who previously won the Super Bowl.
Did your homework, Rich.
The 2008 season is underway.
What you gonna bring to the table tonight?
He is now in the Super Bowl just like a longtime veteran. 11 years Burch Berry's been waiting to get to this game, and he is here.
We talk about this quite often when you look at the number of guys that come to Bible study this year as opposed to previous years. Our numbers have been bigger than they've ever been. And to me, there's no secret that this year we've been more successful than we've ever been. So there has to be something to it. You know, people always want to kind of make it the elephant in the room, but I don't have any problem talking about it. I mean, you know, God is the reason that I'm here, and I'm very thankful to him that he's allowed me these blessings, and hopefully he will see fit to smile on my team one more time come Sunday.
You talk about success, about how more people are involved with the Bible study. What I want to hear from you is when nobody's talking about the Cardinals, personally for you, character-wise, a lot of guys talk about there's a turning point in your life where winning on the field is corresponds with what you're doing off the field. Talk about your regimen in terms of how your relationship with God, how biblical principles in your life, the impact you're going to get to this.
I would say that, you know, there's no secret that when you start getting in line to his will and what he wants you to do, that things tend to go a lot better. And when you look at this year and you look at the team as a whole, I think guys have really bought in. And for me personally, I'm no different. I've really tried to have a closer walk with him this year, and I've made a concerted effort to make that my priority and my business to do that. And amidst all of the controversy that's been surrounding me these last couple of years with the injuries and things of that nature, I don't think it's any secret that, you know, I've had some of the best success in my career this year because I've had my closest walk with him.
How is Kurt Warner coming here, and I don't want to single him out as, you know, being a reason for anything, but when you bring a high-profile guy who's won the Super Bowl and a guy who is as honest about his faith as he is, how does a guy like that, when you talk about your group of people, when he enters that group, impact you all?
He sets the tone. He's our unquestioned captain. And if your captain is doing it, then you should probably do it too. And his history speaks for itself. He's a proven winner. He's a Hall of Famer, in my opinion, whether he wins this game or not. I know a lot of people have talked about his legacy and where he's going to stand. I don't understand what else he has to do. I mean, he's been the MVP. He's been a Super Bowl champion. He's been a Super Bowl MVP. What else does a man have to do? He's taken 2 different teams to the Super Bowl. So I'm not really sure what the question is, but success has always followed Kurt, and Kurt has always brought God with him. So to me, it always goes hand in hand, that God, success. God, success. So it's a real simple formula, and Kurt has followed it to a T, and I think that guys who want to be great should follow in his footsteps, and we've all tried to do that.
Bertrand Berry, a 3rd-round choice of the Indianapolis Colts back in 1997, and if my memory of my set mate's illustrious football resume is correct, that would mean he was a teammate of yours. He broke into the league.
He was. He was a guy that when we looked at him, and he came in as a 3rd rounder out of Notre Dame. This guy had a prolific college career. He was looked at as a bust. He was one of those tweener guys, you know. You didn't know if he was a linebacker or a defensive end at that point in time. He was probably a 240, 50-pound guy. And you know, in the early 90s, those guys didn't play well in the league, kind of like Mike Vrabel. Every team has one of these guys, and Bertrand moved on, found himself out of the league for a while before signing with the Broncos and became a pass rusher. And then that took him to Arizona, and I remember playing against this guy. He was the guy that we felt like could only win the game on defense for the Arizona Cardinals. We blocked Bertrand, Adrian Wilson, we get him in the coverage, and we can beat this team. And this guy here was a tough guy to block. I mean, he caused havoc. If you look at what this defense has done on that defensive line, it's him coming in, willing to rotate with guys so they can have fresh D linemen in that helps this defensive line.
And every year we're at a media day, there's good people
Yes.
that get their first crack at the Super
Yes.
Bowl, and it's a well-deserved crack. I mean, Bertrand Berry cut twice in a 6-month span in 2000. He basically left the Colts just as the Manning era was
Yes.
ascending. He got to the Broncos after their success in the playoffs, and he went to the Arizona Cardinals for 5 years.
A lot of
and
losing.
he is here with them at the Super Bowl, and he's healthy, and he's playing in this game, and it's neat to see.
It is. It
It's
is.
neat
A
to
guy
see.
that's very, very excited about being here. He felt as if while playing with the Cardinals that this opportunity might not ever happen for him.
Right, and we have 20 minutes left in the Cardinals media availability at Super Bowl 43 Media Day, which you can catch live streaming all day on NFL.com. Larry Fitzgerald at podium number 9 right there. The Pittsburgh Steelers, with whom he shared a facility working out in college with the Pittsburgh
how
Panthers. They'll be up at noon Eastern time, but right now let's listen in on Larry's conversation again.
That was never in question with me. We knew that if Kurt had protection, he was able to do what he does, be able to read the defenses and make good plays, and he's been able to do that throughout his career. He did it in St. Louis, he did it in New York, when he wasn't getting sacked all the time, and he's been able to do it here. I'm seeing pretty much everything you can see. And that's the good thing about Kurt, is that no matter what coverages people are throwing at us, he's going to find a place to go with the football, and he does a phenomenal job just reading and digesting what everybody's throwing at us from week to week. Ooh. There's sometimes walk linebackers out to try to collision me off the line, but not many people do that anymore because now we've been a little bit more balanced with our run game.
Mariucci.
Thanks, Rich. Russ Grimm, assistant head coach and offensive line. The Arizona Cardinals. Russ, this is not your first rodeo in the Super Bowl. 6th Super Bowl appearance for you. 4 as a player, 1 with the Steelers, and now this. Russ, how is this one different?
It's a little different because for me, it's, going against a lot of former players that in an organization that I was with just a couple years ago. But I'm excited about it. I'm excited about any Super Bowl, but you got to keep it in a perspective that the game's going to be decided, amongst the players. We just got to make sure we get them ready, that they've seen all the different looks and things like that. But it's going to be decided between the lines.
Yeah, what's it going to be like emotionally when you see ownership, management, and some coaches that you've been with, and players, and those terrible towels and everything like that? that are not on your side anymore? What kind of emotions go through your mind?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't had to face that yet. I know that Arizona, we're getting a lot of white terrible towels. The white towels have come out. You know, I'm excited for them. The last couple games there, the fans have really gotten into it. It's going to be a little different. We're back here on the East Coast. We know we're the underdog. We're probably going to be like we're playing away because the Steeler fans will travel down. But I imagine, I think we're going to have a bunch of Arizona fans here. They're going to be a little bit excited too.
You have taken on this in some ways now, Steeler mentality here, and this team is becoming a physical team like the Steelers teams and like the teams that you played on. You as a coach with your line who has started every game, all 19 games, same 5 guys. What do you say to those guys to keep this thing going, the momentum, the run game, the physicality of the way you've been playing in the playoffs?
I really don't. Hopefully, you know, you pride yourself on having the right type of guys. I mean, you've been there, I've been there, where you know that, hey, some guys you don't have to say anything to. Some guys you got to pat them on the back. But the group I got, I mean, they're blue collar. They're not big name guys. They're not the biggest. They're not the fastest. They're not the most well known. And you play onto that a little bit, and it's going to come down to one-on-one matchups. And I think they understand that. I think they're smart enough to know that, you know, with the tape that we've been watching for this past week and then all the way through this week, I mean, they look up on that film and they realize that the caliber of players that they're going to have to go up against and make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, great. Russ, congratulations and good luck. Thanks a lot. Back to you, Rich.
You know, it looked in that way, and he has been getting the rock in the playoffs. Ken Wisenhunt turning to his veterans, leaning on them, and nobody's been leaned on more than the arm of this guy. Look at the media gathering around Kurt Warner's podium number 6. Let's listen in again.
You know, the journey of life and the journey of football, the one thing that God continues to show me is that it's never about me. You know, the first time that I was in this thing, I got a lot more attention than I deserved, and I noticed then that it was just some average, ordinary guy that God chose to use in a powerful way. And I feel the exact same thing this year, is that, you know, I'm not very impressive in what I do, and I think it's those things that humble me and help me to realize every day that God's in control, and my goal is just to make myself available. You know, I don't know. I mean, I think at some point you learn patience, you know, and whether that's just football related. Having 7 kids helps you with that a little bit. Being married helps you with that a little bit. You know, but I think that's the thing that I've learned through the process is that, you know, when you're patient and then something good happens, and then you're patient and then something good happens, and then you have a low and you're patient through it, and you watch you watch how your life comes out on the other side. And I think that's been the one thing, you know, as I just talked about with my faith and my experiences, that I've learned that you live every day consistently, and you ride the waves and the ebbs and flows of whatever it is, whether it's life or football. And you take every day as it comes, you enjoy it, you do the best you can with it, and you see what happens. And, you know, I think I learned that at a very early age. You know, maybe it was because of my, you know, the trials, the travel that it took me to get to this point. But it's something that I've hung on to, you know, throughout my career, not allowing myself to get too low when things were not so good, and not allowing myself to get too high when things seem to be going great.
Kurt Warner, number 13. Usually an unlucky number for some.
Not for him.
But he's definitely one of the more blessed players in the National Football League. And the reason why I use a term like that, Marshall Faulk, you know him as well as anybody else, is not just obviously because of his religious bent, but also some ability that he has to look past all the doubters. I mean, we all have doubters in our careers, in our lives, and we always encounter them. It seems that he's had more than his fair share of doubters. What is it about his psyche, or is it about his talent, maybe, that he can always seem to get back to that highest level of play.
I'm not sure if you can just put a finger on it or name it. You know, it's what's in Kurt. It's his characteristics. It's his character. It's the kind of person that he is, and it's not just in football. If you know Kurt like I know him, his family life, the way he is with his kids, the way he is with his wife, his family, and the type of person that he is. We get to see it in football. A guy that he goes through a lot of things, and we talk about the doubters. And the doubters, for people like myself, I use it as motivation. For Kurt, he doesn't really care because he understands his abilities. He believes in his abilities, and he knows that if he gets a chance to play on the football field, he's going to make something happen. There's not a person or quarterback, especially quarterback, that I met that's more confident in what he can do with the football.
Even in the years when he was with the Giants, the years were like this year again. This year started with this guy not even guaranteed the starting role. And it just seems inconceivable that this sort of stuff doesn't really bother him.
If you tell any other league two-time MVP, Super Bowl MVP, Super Bowl champ that you end the season the way he ended it last year and not have the starting job, he'll tell you that I'm going to retire if you don't make me the starting quarterback. Like we've heard from two other quarterbacks that played well this year.
That's true.
That have stats in the bank. He had more than them, and he said, you know what? For the better of the team, I will come out and compete with Matt Leinart and beat him out.
And many people think he punched his ticket to Canton with 4 touchdown passes in the NFC Championship game over the Eagles. And even if there are some more doubters on that front, maybe if he raises Lombardi's trophy one more time,
without a doubt,
then he gets that yellow
without
jacket one day. Kurt Warner and the Arizona Cardinals are only 1/3 of the way through their hour-long media availability.
If you had your choice, I'm going to give you your choice. It's your choice. Your quarterback. Which one would it be? Roethlisberger or Kurt Warner for this one game? Who would you pick?
Well, I don't think it depends on which receivers do I get. I want the team that's got the Fitzgerald and the quarterback who's got the Fitzgerald and the Bolden fellow who doesn't like the offense coordinator. That's the team. That's the quarterback I want. So I guess that might be Kurt Warner. Because certainly when you look at this team, the advantage clearly in the offensive side of things goes to the Arizona Cardinals, one of the top offenses in the National Football League. And if they can protect Kurt Warner, he should have a big day.
I also would want the quarterback that doesn't have to go against the Steeler defense, which is Ben Roethlisberger. So when you talk about extra factors that are in play here when you're making a decision, Jamie, that is another factor that enters into the equation here. And to me, Kurt Warner's got a more difficult assignment than Ben Roethlisberger does. Ben Roethlisberger's got a chance here to really make a name for himself.
I don't know about that because, here you're talking about arguably one of the worst offensive lines possibly in the history of the Super Bowl, or they're certainly among the worst to have played in this football game. And the Arizona Cardinals can get after the quarterback. And in many of the areas where the Steelers or the Arizona Cardinals have flourished is in the fact that they are now blitzing and moving guys around a little more. And that was the Achilles heel of this Pittsburgh Steelers offense all season long. And so that's why, I kind of jokingly say Ben deserved credit, MVP consideration, because the play under duress, the way he's played under duress all season long, and to have his team just doing enough to win, he's a winner.
Well, we're in a situation here, to me, where I think that a lot will be dependent upon which team gets the better rush on those quarterbacks. And I think Pittsburgh, we know, gets after the quarterback. Yes. And you're saying, and you're right, Arizona has the chance to really get after the quarterback here. And whichever offensive line can do a better job protecting its quarterback on Sunday, that might make the difference in this upcoming Super Bowl.
When you look at the Arizona Cardinals, it's hard for me to take November and December and just completely cross it out as if it didn't exist.
But look at the Giants last year. Eli Manning had a game in which he threw 6 interceptions, I believe, or 5 interceptions. Against the Vikings. He had the most incomplete passes that any quarterback has thrown in the modern era, dating back to Joe Namath a month before the playoff run started. So Eli Manning had some terrible games. And you see teams get hot at the right time. They start believing. And this Arizona team right now believes.
Yeah, but how you forget about it is the fact that if you look at this roster is littered with high caliber, high round draft choices because of all the wilderness that this team has been in. And finally, what we're seeing is just a light bulb has gone on. But at the same time, when you look at the key indicator for me is their offense. Kurt Warner, that offense, by and large, has been pretty consistent all season long. So now what you're seeing now is the defense finding its sea legs. There's no question when you look at the great players like Donnell Dockett, emerging young football players in this league, there's no question they had the talent. It was more about this team bonding together. We just talked to Antrell Roll, a guy who's making the move from cornerback to safety. And so the learning curve there. And so what you're seeing, the development of rookie Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie. And so all of these things that come into play, and so finally the perfect storm has come together, and they are now in the Super Bowl. So I can easily forget what has happened, because the only thing that matters right now is how hot are you as you make this approach to the Super Bowl.
All right, that was Behind the Numbers, presented by Cadillac.
Known as number one because you're tops on the show. All right, a lot of compelling storylines in the Super Bowl as we begin first down, guys. But I want to know, what is the most compelling storyline of Super Bowl 43?
I watch a whole lot, maybe too much ESPN for my own good, though I love ESPN. And I talk to quite a few people around the league, and I am getting this growing feeling that many of the analysts on this network and every network and a lot of the NFL insiders are crowding onto the Arizona bandwagon. And I don't know if they're doing it with their hearts or their brains, because I don't see it. And then yesterday, we had the Sports Nation poll. Who do you want, Kurt Warner or Ben Roethlisberger? And I was shocked that every state in the union, except, of course, Pennsylvania, went Kurt Warner, because it feels like to me at this point, as we go into media day on Tuesday, that Arizona is the 7-point favorite in this game.
He also got 65% of the vote.
Yeah. I know, it's unfortunately for the lovely fans out there, I got to agree with you, and I don't like to agree with you.
Well, just once today, all right?
What's crazy to me is you have the compelling storyline, of course, of Hines Ward, whether or not he's going to be healthy and how big he is to the Steelers. You got Whisenhunt, Grimm, their history with the Pittsburgh Steelers versus Tomlin, guys who both taken their teams in their second year. And then, but the thing that's so crazy to me, it's like nobody picked I certainly haven't picked the Cardinals at any stage for the playoff. Cordell.
Oh, yeah.
Cordell Stewart.
We're still worried about his mental capacity.
I mean, really, though, it's so funny to me because every time I turn around, people are going, oh, yeah, the Cardinals are going to win. Now, who's going to be the MVP for them? And I'm like, what? And I still think, but it's true. And the Sports Nation thing at the end of the show yesterday, I was in shock, too.
You guys have honestly jumped on the bandwagon and think just like all the other analysts.
We're commenting on the bandwagon.
Right. Okay. What it seems like is just a groundswell right now for the Cardinals. It's like, okay, the Cardinals have won every step of the way. And we debated whether or not they should be here, how bad the defense is, all these other things. But the fact is, right now, the country is like a Cardinals situation. So
right.
Arizona Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals.
Because they are the underdog. But what about the intrigue of Ken Whisenhunt, Russ Grimm, guys who wanted the job in Pittsburgh, going up against their former team, and Mike Tomlin? How much does that intrigue you?
Oh, it's big. I mean, I think it's really big. And how much does Whisenhunt still know about the Steeler offense that he used to run? Russ Grimm, the offensive line, there's been a lot of turnover. Obviously, Fanikin's not there. Obviously, the bus is there. There are certain personnel guys that are gone. But we're going to hear for the rest of this week, particularly, I think, today with Media Day, the Whisenhunt, Ben Roethlisberger relationship, how it soured, how they didn't like each other.
Intriguing.
Who deserves to have had that Pittsburgh job? I think, listen, Mike Tomlin in his second year is in the Super Bowl, so obviously the Steelers made the right choice.
Anybody wants to hear about right now is Kurt Warner, Larry Fitzgerald, Anquan Bolden versus Todd Haley. It's all Arizona, and I ain't picking Arizona yet. Maybe I'll come to my senses.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right.
That makes two.
All right, we're going to leave that one there. All right.
As we continue on this SportsCenter special, we play a little game of Take Your Pick. When you look at the quarterbacks, both of them have been here before. Kurt Warner, MVP of Super Bowl 34 with the Rams, losing quarterback in Super Bowl 36 against the Pats. Ben Roethlisberger, only 9 of 21 in Super Bowl 40, but the youngest quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. And it's the first time, guys, we've had a Super Bowl matchup where both quarterbacks have already won a Super Bowl since Super Bowl 18 between Joe Theismann of the Redskins and Jim Plunkett of the Raiders. So let's take your pick, guys. Who's going to have the better game Sunday? Will it be Roethlisberger for the Steelers, Warner for the Cardinals, or push?
I'm going to take Kurt Warner for the Cardinals. I mean, right now, you look at him against the blitz. You look at the delivery that he has had, the success that Kurt Warner has had. Been there, done that before, very successful in Super Bowls past. I like Kurt Warner.
I would like to take Kurt Warner based on the pressures you talked about, but the Steeler defense is much different than the Eagle defense he faced in the NFC Championship game. I then would like to take Ben Roethlisberger because I look at this Cardinal defense, although it's better than it had been playing in the regular season.
So what are you going to
do? It's
do?
not the Ravens, therefore it is a push.
Right.
A push for both of these quarterbacks.
You know what they call
and that
that?
means
He
better
understands-
game,
he
too. That
understands
means
the
better
premise.
game.
He
That's called
understands the premise.
standing on the fence
Well,
right there.
he's doing that very well. One thing that
With their balance on it, baby.
One thing that definitely will not be a push, the final score. There are no ties in Super Bowls, and we've...
It's the first word.
Media Day today, the annual poking and prodding of players by people of your ilk. Was it good for you, Mariotti?
No.
Here's our first word. Kurt Warner's a free agent after the Super Bowl, and his agent's talking. In a piece in the Chicago Trib today, Mark Bartelstein mentions the Bears. Now maybe, possibly, they could be Kurt's next team. Or any other team. Everybody's in play. What do you make of the timing of this, Jay Mariotti?
I make of it leverage, really. A good agent maximizing the value of his client. It's not going to be a distraction for them. It's early in the week. And keep in mind, Kurt Warner and Bartelstein went to the Cardinals several months ago and said, ante up. Cardinals said no. So this is revenge. They can do this. The man is coming off a phenomenal year where he is going to attract a lot of attention in free agency. And if I'm the Cardinals, it's a lot like the Tennessee Titans. I'm not going with Vince Young. I'm not going with Matt Leinart. Kurt Warner has showed me he can play 2 or 3 more years. He's got Fitzgerald. He's got Steve Breston. Might not have Bolden. But to me, it's a good leverage play at a good time. And I do think the Cardinals will ante up. And you've got to keep Warner in Arizona.
Okay.
2 or 3 more years, Jay? I mean, you can think about next year, certainly. But do you really want to project? More importantly, do you want to commit guaranteed money and, you know, have salary cap tie-ups for the next 2 or 3 years? It really brings up the point that they're going to have to make a decision. Do you keep Matt Leinart around, or do you just try to squeeze one more year or 2 out of Kurt Warner and then start from scratch? But you can't have both of their salaries and both of their signing bonuses occupying money on your salary cap. Also, it's interesting what he said to the Tribune, talking about having to capitalize on this narrow window that you have. I think the San Diego Chargers made that mistake when they let Drew Brees go before Rivers was ready. I think that cost him a shot at the Super Bowl. So are the Cardinals or is some other team out there going to pounce on Kurt Warner and maybe capitalize on this narrow window that he has left?
Well, I think that you absolutely should. I mean, this is a fiduciary responsibility that the agent has to his player. Right now, Warner is hot to trot. This guy is on fire in the playoffs.
Right.
He's been on fire all year long. And remember, this is a team that tried to hand Matt Leinart the job. He fumbled it. Kurt Warner was there ready to pick it up. And all of a sudden, now the Cardinals, for the first time in their unillustrious history, are in the Super Bowl. That is due very heavily to Kurt Warner. I don't have a problem with paying this guy. I mean, as long as you can keep him off of his back, and they've done a very good job with their offensive line in doing that, Kurt Warner not only stays healthy, but he stays unbelievably effective and
but do you have
efficient.
a problem with it being brought up right now, KB?
I don't have a problem with it. This is what happens when you have 2 weeks between the championship game and the playoffs and the Super Bowl. You get this kind of conversation.
Ryan.
Well, they're all big boys involved here. Warner is 37 years old. Bartelstein's a veteran agent. Warner clearly gave him the okay to do this. They've got a plan. And I think that it's all been said here that he is at a peak right now where he is extremely valuable. I certainly think he has 2 more good years left in him. And it's up. He's putting pressure on the Cardinals. It's going to be very interesting because Matt Leinart's star is not exactly real high up in the sky right now. I don't know what kind of market they have if they need to dump him. That's going to be very interesting. Let's talk about the flip side for a minute. Chicago. I mean, is it any secret that Rex Grossman, Kyle Orton? No, I don't think they're going to go to the promised land with either of them. So he would represent a very enticing quarterback for the Chicago Bears. I think all this is just business as usual and no problem at all for me.
Now, Chicago, Tony, is where quarterbacks go to die. Why, Bob, would you want to go to Chicago in the cold when you've got Larry Fitzgerald, one of the hottest receivers in history? Tony, you should have heard Fitz talking about Warner this morning and their relationship. Why would Kurt want to give that up and go play for the Chicago Bears, who have no real receivers? This is just a salary play, and he'll get his money.
Well, Jay, if it's a salary play, maybe you give it up because you go for one last payday. If the Bears are willing to give more money and Kurt Warner has 2 Super Bowl rings to his credit, why not just go cash in?
It may be a cash play, but unfortunately, Warner did say the other day how much he liked it in Arizona and didn't want to uproot his family again. Oops.
Going to Chicago would mean one other thing, though. You would have to play in front of Jay Mariotti occasionally.
Yeah, that's fun, man.
Damage control in San Diego, and for the...
Well, I'll defer to the players.
Of course you will.
While Kurt Warner was charming the media this morning here, his agent was busy making sure his client is positioned to cash in on leading the Cardinals to Super Bowl 43, not talking about it. Warner's Chicago-based agent says it would be great if Warner stays with the Cardinals, but added, quote, "My view with players is always that once you get to free agency, you would be silly not to have an open mind," close quote. My Chicago Bears are one of the teams that seem to be playing footsie with Warner's agent. Tony, the Cardinals situation has been perfect for Kurt Warner. Should he risk it looking for greener pastures?
It's so sad that you take the player's point of view all the time.
I know. I should take yours. I should slurp the media.
His agent probably shouldn't have done this today so that it reverberates on Warner.
Right.
But his agent's 100% right.
Yes, he
You have to listen to all the offers. Let me remind people that as recently as the end of last season, Ken Wisenhunt said, Matt Leinart is my starting quarterback next year. So Kurt Warner had to fight to get in position to even get the starting job. He'd be crazy not to listen.
Crazy is right, Tony, and his agent should be forcing him to listen, and his agent should be doing this today when the interest is highest in Kurt Warner. And you know what, Tony? If they lose the game, it's never going to be higher than it is between now and Saturday night.
That's right.
The agent's job is to maximize
100%.
his client's situation and earning
100%.
potential. And then Kurt should listen.
Look, they've got great receivers in Arizona. That's a great place. But what if you went to a place like Minnesota? It's got a pretty good team in place. I mean, that might work. You only have to play 2 bad outdoor games, like at Chicago and at Green Bay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he should leave, but he should certainly listen.
Listen, I hope he winds up here. If he wants to be in Arizona, be with Arizona. But maximize. Make the Cardinals sweat a little bit. Don't give away your leverage.
Andy, while self-important media blowhards, and I'm not mentioning any names, flock down to Tampa for free buffets, the football minds who really know what they're talking about stay home in places like Washington and Dallas. From Washington, we welcome in Troy Aikman from Dallas. We'll start with a strategic question. Heading into the Super Bowl, Troy, would you rather have the hot offense or the stingy defense?
Well, you know, hey, I'll be the first to tell you that, you know, the teams that I was a part of that won championships, we had excellent defensive football teams, and I think that is important. But I think that if you look over recent history anyway, it's important to be playing pretty well offensively. You know, that would bode well for Arizona, but I've seen Pittsburgh play a couple of times this year. We called a few of their games, and they're as good defensively as I've seen in this league in a long, long time.
You're just 5 years older than Kurt Warner. That's not a lot of years older. He's been written off in the past many times. Why do you think he's had such great success this season, Troy?
Well, I think, one, he's got good players around him, and then two, he's got an organization that believes in him. I've commented a couple of times in visiting with Kurt when he was leaving the New York Giants after Eli Manning was drafted, and then he came in as the rookie and started late in that season, that Kurt had said to me, he says, I still feel like I've got a lot of good years left in me. And, you know, we all thought that. I thought that at the end of my career. I know that, you know, other quarterbacks, Dan Marino, John Elway, the list goes on guys that said, hey, I've still got good years left in me. But, you know, it just took a team really willing to give him an opportunity, especially considering that Arizona had drafted Matt Leinart, another first-round pick, and then you say, okay, well, you know, here Kurt goes again. He's going to be relegated to a backup player. But I applaud Ken Wisenhunt and the job that the Cardinals did in saying our best option is Kurt Warner, and he's proven that he can play. One, because he's got some ability still, but then certainly he's got good players around him, and I think he'd be the first to tell you that.
Well, Troy, as you alluded to, watching all this is Matt Leinart, who has said sitting has been a great thing for him in that he's been able to learn so much during that time. And he told us that today. Do you think this is going to help him? Because there had to have been some disappointment in not playing to this point.
Well, I applaud Matt for saying that, because that's all he can do, really. I mean, he hasn't had an opportunity to go on and play somewhere else. He's had to sit and watch. And I'm sure that he has learned a lot watching someone like Kurt Warner do what he's been able to do. But, you know, I've always believed, I know I get asked a lot when a rookie comes in and you say, okay, well, what's best for that young quarterback? Is it best to get thrown out there into the fire and then, you know, learn on the field, or is it best to sit back and be able to watch? And I really think you learn the most while you're out there playing. But Matt, although he has gotten to play early in his career, hasn't gotten to do that here as of late. and I'm sure that it has made him a better player, but I think he'd be a better player than that even had he have been out there on the field himself.
All right, one thing fascinates us that has nothing to do with the Super Bowl. In fact, it has to do with the Cowboys. We have received the news this week that Jerry Jones has agreed to play a judge on Michael Irvin's reality show, as I'm sure you already know. Jerry must think the Cowboys are in better shape than perhaps others of us, Troy.
Let's get you back to this game and get you out. Which way are you leaning? We know it's early in the week. Which way are you leaning, Arizona or Pittsburgh?
You know, I think looking at it, I felt going into the championship game that Philadelphia had a better chance, or excuse me, Arizona had a better chance in that game than they had in their other 2 playoff games because they had proven to themselves that they could beat good football teams. And so I don't think anybody would be surprised if Arizona were to win this game. Having said that, I have unbelievable respect for this Pittsburgh team right now and how difficult they are to beat. I think it's going to be a tough game for Arizona.
Thank you for joining us,
Thanks, Troy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
That's hard to believe. More from these gents in a second, but first, Kurt Warner went through his 3rd media day today. He's 1-1 in the big game, so he's 500, giving him twice as much Super Bowl experience as nearly every one of his teammates. Here's Susie Kalber.
Kurt Warner's 3rd Super Bowl appearance has raised the debate. Hall of Fame or not?
You know, the great thing about the talk of your legacy is that it's talk for everybody else.
I told him after the NFC Championship game, I just wanted a ticket to Canton when he's going in.
Hopefully it would recognize him as exactly what he is, one of the best players ever to play this position.
Where he is as far as completion percentage, rating, and all those different things, Kurt Warner's right up there with some of the best quarterbacks to ever play the game. So I think if he continues to play the way he's playing right now, he's just a shoo-in.
He's gotten 2 different franchises to the Super Bowl. Only one other quarterback has done that. And, I mean, when you think about what he's accomplished, MVPs, at every, I mean, what else does he have to do? I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, period.
The questions are raised because of Warner's mid-career drought, a 5-year period marked by injury, losses, and time on the bench.
He's a guy that's been to the top, kind of got knocked down, had to fight his way back through a lot of different, obstacles. The way he's been able to come back from that, I think that has a lot to do with it too, how you overcome adversity and how you come out of that, and I think that's going to play well for him as well.
Hall of Fame father, Hall of Fame friend, Hall of Fame football player.
My ultimate dream of this game is when I walk away that everybody, that played with me or, in the organizations that I was with said, we were a better team, we were a better organization, I'm a better player because I was around that guy.
The elite list of quarterbacks who have won 2 or more Super Bowls includes names like Elway, Aikman, Montana, Starr. So a win Sunday would clearly put an exclamation point on a career that once had a question mark, whether it's Warner's dream or not. With the Cardinals, Susie Kalber, ESPN.
All right, Susie, thanks very much. Tom, let's stay with the quarterback, Kurt Warner, and his opposite number, Ben Roethlisberger. The interesting part is these guys play the exact same position, but they play it so differently.
Yeah, and defensively, when you get ready to play against a quarterback, you're playing against that style of play to some extent. And as Steve said, these are 2 guys who couldn't be more different in their style of play. When you talk about Kurt Warner, the ultimate drop-back guy, I want to get the ball out of my hands. As you take a look at him here, this is a hot read. We're going to take 2 looks at it. Number 1, you're going to see, as you would see as a fan, from the sideline, the blitz comes, 7-man package from the Eagles. He gets rid of the ball to the slot receiver. Now you see it from the defensive side. Teams have been doing this, Coach, for the last 89 years. I'm throwing right behind the blitz. That's where the open area is going to be. Ben Roethlisberger, on the other hand, is a guy who's going to extend plays. He's going to buy time. As he told me, I'm playing the game that we played when we were kids. That quick count you used to have, 1,000, 1,000, 2,000, 3. Now we rush you. You run around until somebody comes open. You extend the play. Here he buys just enough time. He's going to spot Santonio Holmes over the middle of the football field for a big game. So I think that when you talk about these guys and the way you're going to attack them defensively, if I'm the 3-4 of the Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm running to a spot. I know Kurt Warner's going to be there. If I'm the Arizona Cardinals, I got to be very careful, maintain my lanes, maintain that containing him, and try to keep him in the pocket where he, I think,
maybe less effective. You got a good look there on that ESPN access. As for Roethlisberger, and this is interesting, he's still concerned about his play from the Super Bowl 3 years ago. His postseason play, and they won the game, of course. Bottom line, the guy is 7-2, more TDs than INTs. His 7 career playoff victories trail only Tom Brady for the most by a quarterback in his first 5 seasons in the league. Yet Roethlisberger's trying to treat Sunday as September Sunday.
I think it's just a football.
I just hope for a good dramatic game.
You're looking at the two teams. What's the best storyline between these two teams if you had one?
Well, I think the top storyline is clearly, Kurt Warner. I mean, how often will you see a player who comes out of nowhere as he did the first time? And he's an Arena League player, and he's a Europe League player, and then he's going to back up Trent Green. And I'll never forget, when Trent Green got hurt in preseason in '99, all of a sudden he's out for the year. And, people are saying, well, Kurt Warner is the quarterback for St. Louis. And you're going, wait, Kurt Warner, he used to play running back for Seattle.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the Kurt Warner.
Yeah,
wait a
exactly.
minute. Kurt Warner, Penn State? No, he's not playing. So now you have this other Kurt Warner. And then the next thing you know, he's the MVP. He's the Super Bowl MVP. He has another 3 or 4 phenomenal years. Almost good enough to, on its own, at least get Hall of Fame consideration. And then he, kind of, doesn't disappear, but he's going to back up Manning in New York, and then he goes to Arizona, and he's a backup guy, and he's a mentor, and is kind of a backup assistant coach type of figure. And now he's in the Super Bowl again. It's like, wow. Yeah. So you don't see that. I mean, in the history of sports, you go back and to have, a graph that starts here and then goes here and then sort of slides down here and now goes here again. And, I mean, you just don't see that very often.
I mean, those teams weren't on the up when Kurt got there.
Right.
I mean, the Rams.
4-12 the year before.
4-12 the year before that. And the Cardinals, I mean, when he was there again, backing up Matt Leinart.
Right.
I mean, he's done it with 2 teams that nobody thought would be in this situation. That's remarkable to me. Does he need to win this game to be considered a lock for the Hall?
Well, I don't know about that. I think I think I might put him in the Hall of Fame no matter what happens.
I agree.
You get there 3 times. You have that period of time. Now, granted, it wasn't a long time, but sometimes in the Hall of Fame, Gale Sayers didn't play that long. In football,
this guy right here hasn't played that long.
Correct. I mean, same sort of situation. Sandy Koufax in baseball. Sandy had a short career. But how good was it? It was phenomenal. Right. He might have been the greatest pitcher of all time, but in a very condensed period of time. So I think you have to take a look. Did you get to the Super Bowl? How did you play over the course of time? Did an injury cut your career short? That has a lot to do with it too. And I think that I think you just have to look at the body of work, even if it was a little shorter than you would have liked, and say, that guy for that period of time was about as good as it got.
All right, Al Michaels.
Championship games.
A sea of red and white, the towels waving. The winner gets the Hallis Trophy and a spot in Super Bowl 43 in Tampa.
Stay strong as a team. Let's finish this thing. Let's go. Win it on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Warner takes it to pitch to Arrington. He's going to throw. He's going to throw it back to Kurt. Far side of the 25. Now Warner going deep. Airing it out. Middle of the field. Vince is there. He caught it at the 10. At the 5.
He's just like a man against boys out there.
Hey, let's go now. Let's get a score here.
Fade, left side, Fitzgerald. He got it. Touchdown. It's 20-6, Arizona.
Caught by Brent Selleck for a touchdown. He's got Selleck at the 10. Breaks a tackle at the 5. Goes in for the touchdown. Selleck! Yeah, baby! He is going deep. He wants to show up Jackson. Who has it? He has it. And the Eagles have just taken the lead. This is it right here. We got to make something happen here. Let's go, Will.
Goes back to the left. Hightower caught at the 10. Cuts left to the 5. Hightower to the goal line. And in! Touchdown!
The Arizona Cardinals are the NFC champions.
Not bad for a team that shouldn't even be in the playoffs.
Don't try and do somebody else's job, and it works out. So that said, so now what does Kurt Warner do? Kurt Warner was 6th best against the blitz this year in getting rid of the ball. So he's going to a hot guy, and they're looking for the open hole. Will there be something for him?
I tell you what, whenever you blitz a great quarterback in the NFL, you're dialing up trouble for your defense, because the one thing Kurt Warner has done since he's been in the league, when he first got in the Arena League, it was small ball, fast, get the ball out of your hand, read it fast. He's in his living room when you blitzing. He's got his Bible, he got his pulpit, he got his choir going. He finna go to work on you because that's his game, is quick decisions, get the ball out of my hand. You got to rush 4, drop 7, and put him in a situation where he's looking for that receiver, then you knock him down.
Can they pull off an upset here?
Of course. This is the NFL where you got 60 minutes of football, and hey, it's bone on bone out there, my friend. In any given Sunday, you can get it.
Are you surprised? I'm sorry, Mike, but are you surprised Arizona's here? Most people are stunned Arizona's here.
We all are stunned because we watched them clinch the division and then proceed to just lay down. And if, to a man, if you asked the Arizona Cardinals when they left New England that Sunday, how far were they going to the playoffs, and they all would have told you we ain't going nowhere. But Wizard Hunt got that team and put them back in training camp mode, put them back in pads, made them practice on Christmas, and got them back that this is the type of football we're going to need to play when playoff time comes if we want to be a factor, and they are.
Shannon Sharp, we just had him on. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame either this Saturday or a year from now or so. You'll get into the Hall of Fame. Kurt Warner. Is he in now in your mind, or does he need to win this game to get in?
You know what? Just taking a 9-17 to the Super Bowl and the resume that he had before this. You know, I know all the empty years or whatever, but whenever you think of Kurt Warner, you think of an MVP, Super Bowl type quarterback. And that in itself, from bagging groceries in Iowa, puts you in the Hall of Fame for me.
So that's a smell test kind of puts.
Oh, that's definitely a smell test because if you're in the conversation, you have to have some kind of substance to even be in this conversation, and he's more than in that conversation.
Two guys that you will always be associated with leaving the...
Kurt Warner knows a thing or two about Super Bowls. He'll be the second quarterback to start one for 2 different teams. He joins Craig Morton, who started Super Bowls for the Cowboys and Broncos. Of course, Kurt started one for the Rams, started 2 actually. The 37-year-old Warner will be the 3rd oldest quarterback to start a Super Bowl. Only John Elway and Johnny Unitas have started Super Bowls at more advanced ages, and both came out with wins. And Warner is more than 10 years older than Ben Roethlisberger. That's the largest age gap in Super Bowl history between 2 starting quarterbacks. But Kurt, why do you wear the gloves?
Warner gonna throw deep.
I've been wearing the gloves for 2 full seasons. The real story behind it is all the media people were telling me how my hands may have been a little weaker because of some of the injuries that I've had to my hands and to my fingers.
Warner drops back to throw, pass over the middle, caught, touchdown.
So I tried wearing them about 3 years ago in practice, getting used to them. But then last year I went full-time and wore them during the season.
Warner in the pocket, firing over the middle.
I tried them earlier in my career, and I hated it because I didn't feel like I could feel the football. Just over time, practicing with them, getting used to them, it doesn't feel any different. I wear a different pair every single day in practice. When it comes to game day, I wear 1 pair for warm-ups, and then I break out a brand new pair for the game.
Warner back under center, hands in the ready position.
And now it's funny because now I take the gloves off and try to throw a football, and I feel like, you know, I feel odd. I feel like I can't do it, and so I guess it's just one of those things you get used to.
The gloved one, Kurt Warner, gets an ovation here from the crowd.
All right, so let's be clear. The most important thing there, the media was right. That's all I'm saying. I'm just here to help. It's our job. We impart knowledge. But here's the thing I really need to ask you guys. Does Kurt Warner need a win on Sunday to be a Hall of Famer?
No, I don't believe he does. I think obviously his numbers are going to support his case for the Hall of Fame. But more importantly, the mark you leave on this league is how much better the team is after you've been there. He took the losingest team in the 90s, the St. Louis Rams, to 2 Super Bowls. And now this is the Arizona Cardinals. He's taken the Super Bowl. There's nobody that thought this could happen, Mike.
I think he's in right now as well. I think you have to look at more than numbers. And I know the one knock is he hasn't done it for a long time consecutively, and that should hold him back. But I go by that smell test. You know, you say the name, does he smell like a Hall of Famer? I think he does, for the reasons you said as well, Trent. I mean, came from nowhere to what he's done. Put him in.
I have a question. Yeah. What does a Hall of Famer smell like?
And maybe Joe Torre does get a little salty in his new book after all. But we begin today, as we will all week, with the Super Bowl. No less an authority than Pittsburgh Steelers' multiple All-Pro defensive back, Rod Woodson, said that the Arizona Cardinals are the worst possible matchup for the Steelers. Woodson says, quote, "The way you beat a 3-4 is you spread them out and you hit them in the seams. That's exactly how Arizona plays. The secondary and the linebackers in coverage have to play the best they have played all season long. And if they have a bad day, it's over for the Steelers," unquote. Wilbon, do you concur with Mr. Woodson?
Sure, yes. And if you talk to people here, as we did, or I listen to people talk about those very factors that Rod Woodson talked about. Look, Rod Woodson is one of the greats all time in his position. We know he knows what he's talking about. But here's who else knows what he's talking about. A guy named Tomlin, a guy named LeBeau. They know also the same factors, and so the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have had 2 weeks to work on this, Tony, are not going to come out in the exact same defenses that we saw them play earlier in the playoffs. They know about Larry Fitzgerald. They know Anquan Bolden is back and healthy, about Steve Breaston and 3 receivers. The Steelers aren't going to take any of that for granted.
I think there's sort of a rush effect now to sort of get behind the Arizona Cardinals and look smart if they win the game, because I think it sets up as a closer game than 7 points. On defense, it's pretty simple. Game's not really about Fitzgerald and Bolden and Breaston. It's really about Warner. If you rush Warner up the middle, if Warner starts to fumble, which he did a few years back, then it's a different game. I mean, everything that Woodson says is right. That doesn't mean it's going to happen that way.
No, it doesn't mean it's going to. Exactly. You have to actually play it out. But the Steelers, come on. They got smart coaches.
Yes.
We got a long way to go between now and Sunday. The college.
Good to know.
All right, you reminded me yesterday, Warren, that you were no longer chasing quarterbacks. But if you were, who would you rather be lined up against, Roethlisberger or Warner?
You know what? I have to take Roethlisberger, because you're talking about a quarterback. When people get around him, he's real loose with the ball, and you know he's just not a caretaker of the ball. That's the one thing Kurt Warner has changed in his game in the last couple of years, with those 2 gloves that he wears and his consciousness up top with his head to put the ball away. When people get around him, he'll go down easier. He's easier to sack, but there's more reward with Ben.
What we miss about Super Bowls is you, guys who would talk trash. Nobody is talking trash already 2 or 3 to this thing. Why do you think that is?
Is Warner a Hall of Famer?
I've had a big debate all week about that.
Your thoughts?
The problem with Warner that I have is between 2002 and 2006, he had 48 turnovers and 27 touchdown passes, and he's only played 3 complete 16-game seasons.
But, Doug, he has taken 2 teams in the dumpster.
I understand.
Elevated them to heights
I understand.
they've never
and if he wins this
before.
game, he's the only quarterback to win the 2 Super Bowls, 2 different teams. It's a very interesting debate.
And think about the teams, as you point out.
The Rams and the Cardinals.
Which, by the way, the Rams replaced the Cardinals in St. Louis. So.
But if we put Warner in, what am I doing with Kenny Stabler?
Or Plunkett.
Stabler is as good a quarterback as you'd ever see in a big spot. He had 5 years, and he won a Super Bowl. Now, he's not in the Hall of Fame, and Stabler, you guys, he was a great player. He's not in the Hall. So, I mean, I don't know, where do you put Warner in that situation? Because he won the extra Super Bowl?
And you raised Jim Plunkett. Mr. L. Davis would tell you that Jim Plunkett belongs in the Hall of Fame.
And Flores. Flores is not in the Hall of Fame either.
Well, Jim Plunkett is the only quarterback other than Tom Brady who's not eligible to have won 2 Super Bowls, who's not in the Pro Football Hall of
Fame. And,
Fame.
you know, Sims gets a tough deal there, too, because he won the 1 Super Bowl, could have won the other if he didn't get hurt.
Yeah,
and he's not in the Hall of Fame, and he almost, his team, he had a lot to do with that second Giants team. So that Hall of Fame is a great debate every single year. You have a lot of fun doing it. Warner is I can talk about Warner today at 3 o'clock, and I will have 9 phone lines for 3 hours on Warner in the Hall of Fame.
No kidding. What would he? You know what we should do Saturday morning? Yeah. When all the selectors
are in the room voting.
Throw him in there. Throw him in there just to blow
I talked
that
to King
thing
about
up.
it.
On this one. You pick the one guy you can't pick here, Skip, because he's the one guy that the more involved he is, the less Pittsburgh wins. When he throws less than 25 passes, Pittsburgh is 37-4. When he throws more than 25 passes, they're 500 in his career.
Yeah,
they don't want the ball in his
is
hand.
3rd and 8.
They don't want the ball in his hands. They want him to be handing the ball off. The game plan is not going to be put in the Roethlisberger's hands, and the stats bear that out. The more important he is in the offense, the more likely Pittsburgh gets picked off. You don't even have the right team on this one. Arizona you have to focus on here, because the most important guy is the guy that if he plays well, you got a chance to pull the upset. If he doesn't play well, you're going down. And I got a guy who's not going to win the MVP, but he may win the MIP, the MIP, if in fact Arizona's going to pull the upset. And let's look at the Arizona offense. We know it's predicated on the pass. I know what Larry Fitzgerald is. Beast. I know what Anquan Bolden is. Beast. I know what Kurt Warner is. Kurt Warner has the 1 and 2 all-time passing yardage games in the Super Bowl. I know he's not going to wilt in the lights. I know he's a dart thrower. I know he's accurate. I also know he can't throw from his back. And if he's encrusted into the turf, Arizona has no shot in this game. And the NFL Defensive Player of the Year, James Harrison, is on the corner licking his chops against an undrafted left tackle named Mike Gandy. He's the most important player in the game. Mike Gandy, if he can actually hold his own with Harrison and keep Kurt Warner upright, Arizona has a shot in this game. If he has a bad game, Arizona will be done and done early. He's the one who can't sleep this week. He's the one with the most pressure on him. He's got to protect Kurt Warner's blind side. And he's the guy that if you told me what kind of game he had, I could tell you basically how the game was going to turn out.
Okay, but if you gave me the whole offensive line as a unit, I would agree with that as your MIP, as you said.
But he's the guy among that group.
Trust me.
Here comes
Woodley,
Harrison.
Aaron Smith, Timmons, Foote, Polamalu, Blitzen. They all come from all different angles, and it's not just about blocking that one guy.
He's the NFL Defensive Player of the Year. He's the one that makes that defense go. He's the one that gets the undrafted left tackle. He's the one licking his chops. And if Mike Gandy does not step up and have a big game, Arizona has no shot in this ballgame. He's the most important player on the field come Sunday.
All right, we're going to talk more about the Super Bowl a little bit later, but that's going to do it for First Down. Coming up in Second Down, former Tampa Bay Bucs player Simeon Rice has some rather harsh words about him.
Thursday morning was the last player availability for the Cardinals, and at this point in the proceedings, some of the storylines can get a little stale. With 2 weeks to implement a game plan, Coach Ken Wisenhunt is trying to protect against the same thing happening on the field.
We installed a good portion of our game plan, but we've changed a number of things. We've added a few things, and those are the things that you target in your reps while you're still reviewing some of the things that you did last week, maybe in your walkthrough, maybe in your classroom, just so you give you the feel of having a few new things.
The Cardinals' offense was extremely successful against the blitz this season, giving up only 6 sacks in 218 blitzing situations. But now they face a stiff challenge, Dick LeBeau and his vaunted zone blitz.
They've got a couple different pressures that they do a really good job with, but they got some unique players that are well coached, you know, and understand what Coach LeBeau is trying to get out of each defensive call.
Dick LeBeau, he is who he is. I mean, he's been in this league a long, long time. He's coached some outstanding defensive players and defensives. So I don't think he's going to change what he's doing too much.
The one great thing about the blitz is that you know that when they're void in areas, if you can get the ball into your playmakers' hands, that there's a little more space out there to make plays.
Much of the Cardinals' success against the blitz can be credited to Kurt Warner and his ability to see what the defense is giving him.
I think Kurt, you know, is one of the biggest reasons in that he does such a great job of recognizing where the pressure is coming from and understanding where the ball has to go quickly. So he's able to make those quick decisions and get the ball out of his hands.
I think having Kurt in the backfield, you know, a guy who studies the game the way he does and has been around for as long as he's been around, you know, he has that experience. I think that helps us out a lot.
Now I'm joined by Jamie Dukes. And Jamie, in talking about the blitz, certainly the Cardinals are facing two of the premier blitzing teams in the league in the NFC Championship game with the Eagles and now with the Steelers in the Super Bowl. But what's the difference, really, that they're going to face?
I think it's what I like to call the drunks, and that's the linebackers, because when you look at the 3-4 defense, there are 4 linebackers who are just moving around. It makes it more difficult for the offensive line to pick up the guys and know which guys are actually coming, as opposed to the 4-3. You have the 4 defensive linemen, they are in place, and generally the pressure is coming from the outside. So the 3-4 poses a much different barrier. But I think that when you look at this game, it's going to be very interesting to see how Kurt Warner processes, how the offensive line processes, and also how the receivers. That's 3 distinct areas where players have to be in sync.
There's always seems to be an X factor in the Super Bowl, a guy that you didn't necessarily think was going to be the guy. Kurt Warner said he thought it might be Edgerrin James, who, interestingly enough, was the last guy to run for 100 yards against this Steelers defense, and that was when he was Colts back in 2005. What do you think?
Well, you know, that's not the same Edge we're talking about here. Edge is a little longer in the tooth, but still, I think Edge could be a factor. But the X factor, to me, goes on the defensive side of the ball. You look at Wilson or Dockett. One of these guys is going to free somebody of the football. You go back to the Atlanta Falcons game. Donnell Dockett, if he doesn't make that play, I don't think the Arizona Cardinals are going to be here where he causes that fumble and is disruptive. So I think on the defensive side of the ball, getting a turnover is going to be the X factor for the Arizona Cardinals.
All right, with the Cardinals, Kara Henderson, Jamie Dukes, back to you guys.
Well, you know, again, probably the passing team.
Yep.
Because, you know, we just saw Hines Ward starting to warm up. He didn't have a smile on his face.
No, I didn't like that look.
He looked concerned
I didn't like
to
that
me.
look.
And if he's not real healthy, I think that's going to be a factor in this game. And not
36 and a loss to the Patriots.
I think are more important in the Super Bowl.
45. We are just 3 Super Bowl days away from Super Bowl Cadillac, and Kurt Warner in Super Bowl 34 was off the chain. 24 of 45 for 414 yards and 2 TDs, named the Super Bowl MVP. And in that Super Bowl, he broke Joe Montana's Super Bowl 23 record of 357 passing yards. 2 years later, Warner again passed Montana with 365 yards in Super Bowl 36 and a loss to the Patriots. Steve, what is Kurt Warner going to have to do to put up those kind of numbers against the Pittsburgh Steelers?
First of all, I don't know if he wants to put up 400 yards passing. It was a win, but when you throw for that many yards, and passing yards is not the most important stat, right? No. Rushing the ball and yards per rush and those things are more important in the Super Bowl. However, what else happens when somebody throws for that many yards? What else happens in the game? The game he won, there was only 1 sack and no interceptions. The next game when he lost at 365 yards, he threw a couple of picks. He was sacked 3 times, and it was a disaster. I mean, not a disaster. It was a pretty close game. But when you throw for that many yards, you got to consider what else happened in the game.
No doubt about it. I tell you what, the one thing he should be concerned about is his O-line protecting him, because these boys will rush the passer like nobody's business, and we got to make sure Kurt Warner is safe and sound and in his pocket the way he likes to. And if he's in that pocket, he can put up those numbers, because it doesn't matter win, lose, or draw. He can go to work on you. But if Pittsburgh can come after him and get after him and get him off his spot, because that's the one thing you got to do with Kurt Warner, get him off his spot. If you get him off his spot, you got a chance to beat him.
Yeah, you make a great point, Warren, because I think you look to Philly and all the people they've had success against the blitz. People are bringing pressure from the outside. Kurt Warner's a guy, he's not the most mobile guy, but has great pocket presence, can step up in the pocket very well. So I think what you do, you bring pressure right up the middle. Take away that ability to step up in the pocket, bring it right down the middle with Timmons and Ferrier and Kiesel. Those guys, mismatches on backs, and I think that gives Kurt Warner a big trouble.
And as a defensive back, you said your best friend is your defensive line getting to him.
Absolutely, always. This was always my best friend right here. In our Super Bowl, I knew that game was over on the 3rd play of the game when Gannon went to pump, turned around, and someone was right in his face. I said, game over.
Was that you? Was that you?
No, it was Simeon. Simeon put a move on him outside, and it was nasty. I mean, Sim just had that ability. When it was time for a big sack, he always had it for us, and I just kept the push up the middle and let him wipe him off the map. And it's a team.
They're going to do a lot of reminiscing tonight.
You know, ain't nothing wrong with that, man. We're at the Super Bowl.
What's the deal with the gloves? Quickly.
Well, Kurt Warner, the times he threw for 400 and 365 yards in the Super Bowls, he did not have gloves on. But he hurt his thumb, he hurt his hand, and he started having trouble with the snap, and it started to bother him. He put a glove on. I don't know who made him do it, but he put it on the right hand. He liked it. Put it on the left hand, and it's history.
Two gloves.
Two gloves. Now, he's not the first guy ever to do that, okay? Jim McMahon, who went to the Super Bowl with the Bears, he was kind of crazy, but I had him in Green Bay. He had gloves on, too. On a hot, sunny day, they'd have gloves.
I tell you what, Phil Sims is my resident quarterback expert, and he said with those gloves on, it's almost like cheating. So, hey, man.
All right, the MVP moments presented by Cadillacs. We take a look at Kurt Warner's Super Bowl 34 performance. They're out there somewhere, Warren. All right, now, I'm going to get in trouble here. I'm just throwing it out here.
You're just a messenger. You will not be killed.
Just for conversation's sake. Who had the better defense, your 2002 Buccaneers or this 2008 Pittsburgh Steelers defense? Warren, you put the mic down.
I'll let my man be nice.
Must you ask, Fred? Must you ask?
I'm only the messenger.
But yeah, so I'm going to tell you, I got a lot of respect for this Pittsburgh defense. They're playing great football. I really do. For Dick LeBeau, for Mike Tomlin. I mean, I love these guys. I love what they're doing on the field. James Harrison, Troy Polamalu. I mean, they're of them. They're playing great.
Aaron Smith, any of them. They're doing great. Casey Hampton, all of them.
But
I feel a big but on the way, right?
You're talking about champions.
Right.
We're talking about champions. These two men standing beside you are champions. And what we forged in Tampa, after 12 consecutive double-digit loss seasons and 13 consecutive losing seasons, one Tony got there, you can't talk to us about a team that's walking into a Super Bowl looking to become what we are. You can join us, Baltimore Ravens, the Dallas Cowboys, the Steel Curtain. Those are all champions. Or you can join the Fearsome Foursome, the Purple People Leaders, and the rest of the losers. That's the challenge they have. Don't compare yourself to something that is in front of you. You're yet to reach for it.
You got to get that big ring first.
Yeah, you got to get one of those. You got to get you a 7-table ring that somebody sees 7 tables away at the banquet, and then you come talk to me.
All right, well, let me ask you this. Where does your defense rank amongst the greatest of all time from 2002?
Go ahead.
I think it's right there. I mean, I think you talk about 85 Bears, 2,000 Ravens. I think you got to put it up there, and that's what everybody told us before. They said not yet, but you go win that championship, we'll put you in that.
We had a string that we dropped the quarterback 70 straight games, and from the span of when Tony got there and we won the Super Bowl, from 96 to 2002, we gave up 16.02 points a game. That's why we always said give us 17 and we'll make it stick. So that's how we work.
And in the Super Bowl year, 11.3. And, you know, I'm going to ask Mike Tomlin this. I'm doing a sit-down with Mike Tomlin tomorrow. I'm going to ask him this exact question.
Yeah, because he was there.
He
was there, because I'm waiting to do it. And we had 9 returns for touchdowns. 9. Yeah. Come on, come see us.
You make a very confident argument. All right,
but we love the Steelers D.
Oh, definitely love the Steelers D, because they are playing defense the way it's supposed to be played, and that's hard up front and a brotherhood. Everybody's in. Everybody's in. Everybody on the back end cover. We gonna run. We gonna hunt. That's what defense is.
Guys, a lot was made when you guys won the Super Bowl in 2002. John Gruden coming from the Raiders and now the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You guys knew what the Raiders were going to do once they got on the football field. I know there's a lot of talk about that. Ultimately, you have to go out there and play the game. But does Ken Whisenhunt have any advantage coming from the Pittsburgh Steelers organization?
Well, you know where I think his advantage lies is that he's very familiar with Dick LeBeau. They've gone against each other in OTAs, in the offseason, during the season. He's seen just about now Dick LeBeau's always got something new, but he's seen the majority of what Dick LeBeau can throw out there. I'll tell you this from personal experience, too. 2005 Denver Broncos, we were doing this 11-up blitz that no one could stop. We got to the AFC Championship game against Ken Whisenhunt. Russ Grimm, that's the O-line coach, they had an answer for that blitz pickup. They came in our house and beat us, went on to win their Super Bowl. These guys know how to pick up the blitz, but I think they definitely do have some sort of advantage with Whisenhunt and Grimm's, their familiarity with Dick LeBeau and his scheme.
I think what they have an advantage of is how the run game, you know, where they can force the ball to go a certain way, or they know what kind of concept they're trying to do in certain things, might have a little advantage with that. And just the ability to sit with there and be able to cipher 50 years out of Dick LeBeau, he had to learn something from him. I mean, there's no way you work that hard and win those championships and you don't share something, because we all learn something from the people that we work with.
We're still good, right? I mean, I know I asked the question, but we're still good, right?
All good.
All right, just double check it. All right, there's still plenty more to.
Let's go out, start it fast. Leave nothing on the field. Come out swinging. Win on three. 1, 2, 3.
It's a flea flicker. Warner gonna throw deep. Near side going for Fitz. He's in double coverage. It doesn't matter. He caught it anyway. Touchdown Cardinals. Back to throw. Looks right. Fires middle. Touchdown. Anquan Bolden.
That's what I'm talking about. Hey, all day. Hey, we score every time. That's all there is to it.
Touchdown. Tim Hightower.
How did Larry Fitzgerald catch that ball?
Bolden with a catch of the 5-yard for the end zone. Touchdown.
Let's take it down the field and win it. It's in our hands.
Deep downfield and caught Anquan Bolden. Touchdown.
Like a machine. We score every time we touch them. Every time.
Touchdown Cardinals. Larry Fitzgerald.
Understand what we got at stake now. And as Todd said, let's shock the world.
This is what all the fuss is over. Vincent T. Lombardi Trophy, the Arizona Cardinals, the Pittsburgh Steelers in Super Bowl 43. Welcome to Playbook, presented by Coors Light. Brian Baldinger over there, Coach Brian Billick right here, Sterling Sharp standing on this side. And we already talked Pittsburgh Steeler offense. In this show, we're going to talk Arizona Cardinal offense. We're equal opportunists here. That's what we do. So we got to show the Cardinal offense some love, but we will sprinkle in what we believe the Pittsburgh Steeler defense is going to do. But let's talk offense first. The Arizona Cardinals has run for over 100 yards in 2 straight games. They've outrushed their last 4 opponents. How in the world are they doing this?
Well, they've decided that that's what they're going to do. They knew that they were not going to get here.
they were not going to get through the playoffs if they did not commit to running the ball more. And it began with reinserting Edgerrin James into the lineup. They're vested veteran. Here in just a 3-wide zone running game, obviously grew up with that against the Indianapolis Colts. But they had the change up too with Tim Hightower. Started him early in the year, faded a little bit late, and this is where I think they're going to have to use him. A quick little flare pass to Edgerrin James on the outside, and a beautifully called screen in the championship game to get Tim Hightower into the defense. This is going to be a big part of them, not only running the ball, but using their backs in the screen game, dropping them off like you see here. There's hidden yardage from dropping the ball off to Edgerrin James and Tim Hightower, and then another screen down in here on the opposite. In the previous game against the Carolina Panthers, they've got the full repertoire of throws to go with those 3 great receivers, and I think throwing to the balls, there you saw J.J. Arrington getting one. I think throwing the ball to receivers, Baldy and Sterling, is going to be as much as a part of the game for them as maybe running the game. That is their running game.
Sure. You know, Brian, I don't think the screen game is going to be a big part of the Arizona Cardinals. Really? I know it's in there, but I just think this is such a good defense. They react so quickly, and they're such good tackles. And if you're going to play for Dick LeBeau, you're going to tackle. You're going to see coming in from the outside, from the walkway position, James Harrison. I mean, these guys are given. You know, you get him up at the line of scrimmage, Troy Polamalu at the line of scrimmage, it's a given. He's going to make the tackle. But everybody that plays for Dick LeBeau can tackle. There's Ryan Clark from his safety position. Take Cedric Benson. They run through the ball carriers. They react. They come downhill, and they don't hesitate. They shoot and fire their gun right here, coming from the outside. That's James Harrison right there. That's the defense right here, Sterling. Very good against the run and pass because they react. But on the black and gold, that defensive line, they are blue-collar players right there. That's
The thing is you talk about technique, and we always talk about it in receivers getting out of their break or keeping your shoulders over your knees, but I want you to watch the defensive line of the Pittsburgh Steelers. You're going to see Mr. Smith right here get double-teamed by the guard and tackle. Look how he holds his line. What he allows is James Ferrier to show color, force the running back to cut back. Now you got the host of Pittsburgh Steelers coming in for a gang tackle. Once again, gets double teamed. He does not allow himself to get pushed to the ground or driven out of the hole, allows Ferrier to show color. You got the rest of the Steelers showing up to gang tackle. Kiesel and Smith on the inside are 2 excellent defensive end, defensive tackle inside that forces double teams to pay attention to them. And when you get doubled, whoever has the one-on-one, you have to win at the point of attack. The Pittsburgh Steelers linebackers do as good a job as any. When their defensive line gets doubled, they win those one-on-ones.
They're the playmakers. They're the playmakers, that whole linebacking core right there. That's what they're expected to do. That's what they've done. That's why they're the #1 defense in football.
And you saw the legendary Blanton Collier says you build the 34 defense from the inside out.
Yes,
and
sir.
that's exactly what they did with that 3 solid people inside. That allows the outside with Harrison and Woodley and
inside
Ferrier and Foot allows them to run and do the things that they do.
And when we return on Playbook presented by Coors Light, the best hands in football, bar none, belong to Larry Fitzgerald. And he
Score now. We got to get something here. We got to get points. We got to go now. We're getting out of nut cutting time. We got to go. Let's go. This is it right here. We got to make something happen here. Let's go, Ho. Drive right here. Got to drive it down the field. Let's go.
This could be the game. 4th down and 1. Handoff, Hightower running right, gets to the outside, and he's got the first down at the 45. There is a wounded bird wearing green down on the field. Can you step on its wing? Pumps right, goes back to the left. Hightower caught it to 10. Cuts left to the 5. Hightower to the goal line, and in! Cardinals going for 2. Looks over the middle, he's got Patrick White open, he caught it, and the Cardinals get 2. How about this for a drive?
Outstanding drive led by that man, Kurt Warner. 8-2 in the big games. That means he shows up and he plays bigger than just about everyone else on the field. So, how does the greatest show on turf, their wide receivers, stack up with those road runners out in Arizona? He sat down with his old teammate and our NFL Network's Marshall Faulk to discuss those wide receivers and how they differ from each other.
A lot of quarterbacks in the NFL, they might be lucky to have 1 Pro Bowl receiver. I mean, you had Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce, and now you have Anquan Bolden and Larry Fitzgerald.
In St. Louis, Isaac and Torrey, they were built on quickness. They were built on the ability to get in and out of breaks with speed.
Fires the slant. He's in the open field. He's clear in the Buccaneers territory. Inside the 30. It's a go. Inside the 50. Go. 10, 5. Yeah. Touchdown, Torrey Holt. Yeah.
I could always tell when they were open based on the separation they got between a DB and themselves. And so that's how I always read things early in my career was, okay, how much separation is there? Okay, if there's separation, they're open. Now you come here, and you've got two guys that aren't necessarily known for speed, but they're known for their size and their strength and their ability to go get the football. You're not going to see a whole bunch of separation. Open is about position. Now sometimes I have to throw a ball up. It's a calculated throw up now because I understand where my guy can catch it, how he can catch it, where I need to put the ball to allow him that opportunity. But they're throws that I probably wouldn't have made to Isaac and Torrey because I would have just said, well, they're covered. With these guys, it's not exactly the same, and that's what separates them.
Warner takes, looking for the fade, throwing it left side. Fitzgerald leaps, and he makes the catch. Touchdown, Cardinals.
So, Kurt, you have 3,000-yard receivers. Tell me one thing about each guy that makes him special.
You start with number 11, big playmaker for us. I think the thing that separates him from any other receiver that I've been around is his ability at his size to go up and get the football. I've never seen anybody that's able to control their body as well as he can. He's got the ability to jump over you. He's got the ability to extend and keep the ball from touching the ground. He's just amazing when the ball is in the air, and I've never seen anybody better.
Warner gonna throw deep, going for Fitz. He's in double coverage. It doesn't matter. Touchdown, Cardinals! You can't stop that guy!
Then you move to number 81, Anquan. He's one of those guys that may not be the quickest guy, but what makes him special is when he gets the ball in his hands. He can do so much with it. He can run over you. You know, he can make you miss. You know, he can take it to the house. He's just one of those special receivers that you just want to try to get the ball in his hands, even if it's a 1-yard throw, because you know he's going to make something out of it.
Anquan's gonna go! Touchdown, Cardinals!
The Atlanta Falcons got smoked by Anquan Boldin.
And then Steve Breaston, I think, is a guy that's coming into his own. He's not big in stature. He doesn't have great size. Maybe doesn't have great speed or technique, but he's fearless with the ball in the air. When you put the ball in his area, he's going to go up and get it. You know, he'll cross the middle. He'll take a hit. Once he catches the ball, you know, he doesn't avoid contact. And I think that's what separated him this year. There may be a lot of other guys in this league that can do the same things physically. But when you add that fearlessness to the mix, I think that's what's allowed him to be at a 1,000-yard receiver this year when nobody really had any expectation for him.
Thank you very much, Marshall. I mean, when you look at the 37-year-old, third oldest quarterback to ever start a Super Bowl, Coach, what do you like about Kurt Warner?
How can you not love him? And I'm always amazed at some of those who talk about his lack of credentials for the Hall of Fame. I think he's a slam dunk. Here you can see with a little fake, this is a long, deep throw. This is about 50 yards in the air. And you heard him in the piece, the ability to isolate and throw the ball where the receiver needs to get it. Different type of receivers, different types of ball. This little pitchback pass, this throw almost went 60 yards in the air.
Sure.
At that age, to be able to crank it up in that way, he's learned how to utilize his receivers as well as anybody in this league.
And I think what's going to benefit him is he's seen you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You certainly can't fool this old dog. And Kurt Warner in Philadelphia tried with their pressure, and Kurt Warner knew what was coming and where they were coming from. He knows where to go with the football, so he sees it early, and they understand, the wide receivers understand this is a called route. This is not a side adjust. This is not a blitz read, but they know the ball has to come out quick. And give credit to Larry Fitzgerald, Anquan Boldin, and those receivers. They do a lot of jet slants where they don't take it up to 3 yards. They come inside right now. Kurt gives them a football where they can catch it, protect themselves, and get yards after the catch. There's a smooth little stick out right there from Larry Fitzgerald, one of the better route runners that we see in our league. But you cannot fool Kurt Warner. And I believe the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to have trouble getting pressure on Kurt because he's not a guy that likes to hang on to the football. He loves for it to come out in rhythm. Back foot hit, ball comes out. He loves to get it out of his hands. The wide receivers love for the ball to come out of his hands, which means they will work extra hard to get open extra quick. Right here in the shotgun, one-step hop, comes underneath, gives him a ball he can catch, protect himself, get yards after the catch. Brian Baldinger, I'm looking at the Pittsburgh Steelers defense, and I'm saying to myself, how in the world are you going to get to Kurt Warner?
You know, there's some muscle memory here because the Cardinals played the Steelers last year, week 4, in Arizona, and Kurt Warner came in and relieved Matt Leinart. This is his first throw. From an empty set, nobody in the backfield, this looks a little familiar from what we've been showing all week long. It was a 19-yard throw to Larry Fitzgerald. That was the first throw out of Kurt Warner's hands. The Steelers blitzed him, and they didn't get to him. Another throw here. They come after Kurt Warner here on this one, an overload blitz. All he does is find Bryant Johnson here calmly on the backside right here, sits in the eye of the storm, delivers a perfect throw in stride. Bryant Johnson takes the hit, and the result is there. This is a 3rd and 16 play. You think, okay, what are the Steelers going to do? They decide to play coverage. You only rush 3. They drop 8 in the coverage right here. He allows Jeremy Urban right here to come underneath. They run the number 2 off, picks up 18 yards and a first down. This is just a smoke route right here. They see a little separation here between Fitzgerald and McFadden. Throw the ball out there to Fitzgerald, get a 4-yard gain. Let them go tackle that monster. And then here, Fitzgerald in the backfield from motion. Use him as a decoy. You talked about this earlier, Sterling. Allow them to come up and bite on Fitzgerald. Allow Jeremy Urban to come open for a nice little 9-yard touchdown pass, the 1 touchdown throw that Kurt Warner had against the Steelers. And I got to believe that Kurt Warner has seen this defense. He saw it last year. It was 14 of 21 in relief of Matt Leinart, threw the touchdown pass. Not very many negative plays, 1 sack on it. And they did everything to him. They pressured him. They blitzed him. They played coverage. Yeah, Kurt Warner had success.
I mean, I think when I look at the Arizona Cardinals, I mean, they sit in a very peculiar position because not a lot of people know about them. Not a lot of people are giving them a chance. But that old dog, Kurt Warner, has a few more tricks up his sleeve, I believe. Speaking of tricks, when we return on Playbook, presented by Coors Light, nobody loves the trick play like the Arizona Cardinals. They have a very good killer instinct, and when they get a favorable field, they usually take advantage of it. And that favorable field could end up with them having the Vincent T. Lombardi Trophy. That is what all the fuss is over right there. That's what everybody plays for. That's why we play football.
Of the Super Bowl. How about Kurt Warner? Superlatives. Let's just talk about it. Vision. Great vision. The guy's got great intelligence. Knows exactly where the blitz coming. His ability to deliver the ball on time. How about accuracy? Over the top right there. Larry Fitzgerald doesn't get any better than that. Athleticism? Wait a minute.
No.
3, it's like meatloaf. 3 out of 4 ain't bad, Kurt. That's not a bad deal right there. You'll be all right. Now, Heath Miller. Then let's talk Kim Wisenhunt. Kim Wisenhunt always won for the trick play. Dialed it up in the NFC Championship game. Look at that. The pitch back to J.J. Arrington. Throws it back to Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner over the top. Trey, you know what? It reminds me of something several years ago. Thank you for the dream back music. Ah, there we go. How about the 2005 Wild Card playoffs right there? Antoine Randall L., the direct snap. Back to Ben Roethlisberger, hits Wilson down the sideline of the field.
Oh, there he is.
The touchdown. There's Ken Wisenhunt, the former offensive coordinator of the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's how those two teams got here to this point right now, Super Bowl 43.
Championship game?
Oh. Now, that had to be a very, that game was one of the strangest football games I've seen in a long time because the first half they're just killing you. And then when you came back, I don't think there was a football fan in America, including in Phoenix, who thought for 1 second after you threw that touchdown to Deshaun Jackson that he bobbles around that they were going to come back and beat you.
Well, you know what, in that situation, that's why they say you play 4 full quarters. And, a lot of things that we were doing in the game, we were having success. We just weren't able to come out with touchdowns. And defensively, we weren't able to stop them. And in the second half, I think offensively, we challenged ourselves to go out and win this game. And I remember Brian Dawkins in the locker room saying, they will remember this because it will go down in history. And we came out and scored consecutively. We thought to ourselves, we were going to win this game. And it was a thought in my mind. Obviously not stopping them for 4th down when they went for it. But we thought we were going to win that game, and it was going to go down in NFL history if we would have came back and won.
We've seen the Cardinals score quickly. So that drive, so you're on the sideline watching it. Were you even surprised at how they were doing it?
I was very surprised because what they were doing, a lot of people don't talk about it, but what they did was, it reminded me so much of 2001 when we played St. Louis with Kurt. What they did, because before in halftime, we were killing them. And we came back in that second half, and what the coach, Mike Martz, and I forget who the head coach was at that time, what they decided to do was keep our offense off of the field by running the ball.
Yeah.
Marshall Faulk in 2001 ran the ball, I believe, 9 times in that drive. Just like Edgerrin James and Hightower, they ran the ball at least 7 or 9 times in that game to keep us off of the field offensively so that we wouldn't go back out there. We got hot at that time to try to keep us off the field, eat up some clock, and create first downs and put themselves in position to win.
I believe Martz was the head coach, actually, at that time. Vermeil had left, and Martz was head coaching the Rams. That was one of your first deep runs into the postseason early in your career. And, it was such an up-and-down season. There were some really good moments, some really bad moments. So as
whenever he sits in this chair from ESPN.
And I
Radio.
cannot wait for this Super Bowl, Jay, because I can't wait for this new E-Trade Baby commercial, because that's going to be the highlight of my Super Bowl.
They have been good the last couple of years. They have been very good. All right, we're going to start with the most important question, really. We've debated everything from, which player will have the biggest impact and how the coaches will coach. Who wins Super Bowl 43, gentlemen? And please tell us why.
Pittsburgh is going to win, and it's going to be a lower scoring affair than you think. And here's why. One, they have the best defense in the NFL, hands down. Baltimore was in that fight, but right now it's Pittsburgh without question. Number two, Willie Parker's going to take over the game, and Pittsburgh's going to run it very effectively and very efficiently. Conversely, Arizona can't run it. Do you realize if Arizona wins the Super Bowl, they're the worst rushing team to ever win a championship by more than 20 yards a game?
Wow.
They're not going to be able to run the football in this football game, and they're going to have to.
They have, though, in the playoffs. They've been a much different team in the playoffs.
This is not the Pittsburgh defense that they have seen in their 3 previous playoff games.
Okay.
Big Ben's going to make some plays downfield. One big one to Santonio Holmes. And here's the most important point. Pittsburgh's going to win the turnover battle here, Skip. James Harrison forced 7 fumbles this year. Kurt Warner has more picks than games in his career. Double-digit Pittsburgh win, 24-13.
Double digits. Okay.
4-13. We're in the same ballpark. But I got to tell you, I'm wavering. I've said 27-17 for 2 weeks, and I'm pretty much sticking with it. But I must admit, it scares me that there was a report that Big Ben had an X-ray this week. And I know they're trying to poo-poo it, but we tried to poo-poo Tom Brady's ankle last year.
No,
we spent a whole week knocking it down. And to my eye, Tom Brady was limited in that game. Would you agree?
I think he was limited because the giant defensive line
They were all over him, but
offensive line.
I think he couldn't move like we used to see him move. Right. And it does scare me that his go-to receiver, little Hines Ward, is wearing a brace this time, and he says he has not tried to push off hard yet in practice. That's scary to me. These teams of destiny are scary to me because it is impossible for a team to go from losing at New England 47-7 on December 21st to the Super Bowl. Yeah, maybe it's impossible. Maybe it's not impossible they're going to win
It's
this
almost
game.
shades of last year.
I agree.
Hold on. Skip.
Okay.
They started fast against Atlanta. They started fast against
I'm
Philly.
with you
and
on
they
that.
got the worst performance we've ever seen in the postseason by a quarterback when they played against Carolina.
Speaking of
They're
worst,
not getting any of that this time.
Okay, you're talking about worst quarterback, you're talking about worst running game, and I have said from the first day after the Philly game, this is the worst defense to ever make it to the Super Bowl against the #1 defense in the NFL. So if it comes down to defense, if defense wins on this stage, I have to stick with Pittsburgh, though I'm a little shaky now, 27-17.
It's funny. Conventional wisdom takes us to Pittsburgh. Right. We saw it last year. We've seen it often in sports. Conventional wisdom often doesn't come into play in the big games. And to your point, the ribs, you can bet Arizona will be coming hard and furious to get that body shot on Ben Roethlisberger, who has taken his share of body shots.
He has, and Donovan took more than I thought he was going to take.
And the Arizona defense will be coming after that. All right, now, we discussed this really going back to the first playoff performance of Kurt Warner this year, when it was really brought up about, is he a Hall of Famer? If he wins this Super Bowl and has 2 rings, how is he not a Hall of Famer?
Because he's a Hall of Fame guy with a Hall of Fame story who's not a Hall of Fame player, Jay.
2 Super Bowl rings.
Look. You got to ask.
If he wins.
Okay, you got to ask 2 questions when you talk about a Hall of Fame player. One, were you great? And you're making the case. He's great, absolutely. He's great before this game. If he wins, he's still great. He's already to ride the bumper cars. This game doesn't matter. This comes down to the second question, which is, did you do it long enough? And the answer for Kurt Warner is without question, no. You look at every other Super Bowl era quarterback, and they've done it pretty much twice as long or more than Kurt Warner has. 12 touchdown passes is not a lot. Kurt Warner's only hit that 5 times in his career. Everybody else on the list is 8 or more. He's only started 100 games. Everybody else in the Hall of Fame is 140 plus. He's so light on the how long did you do it scale, he can't get in.
Okay, because he has a huge glitch in the middle of his resume. He turned into a journeyman quarterback, as I've argued with you. So if we're asking this question right now, before the Super Bowl, I am completely in your camp, and I'm against your camp on this one, because Kurt Warner lost his job in St. Louis. Kurt Warner merely kept a job warm for Eli in New York, and he was a turnover machine at that point anyway. Kurt Warner couldn't initially beat out Matt Leinart, and really needed Leinart to get hurt to get a shot in Arizona. But now Kurt Warner has a rare late career opportunity in the Super Bowl against the #1 defense in the NFL. And if Arizona wins, I'm pretty sure he's going to have a good game, maybe a great game, right? I'm pretty sure he's going to be in the MVP debate, right?
Let's give it to him.
Let's give it to him. And if that happens, he's going to have 2 Super Bowls in 3 tries. He's going to have 2 Super Bowl MVPs. He's going to have 2 regular season MVPs. And he's going to have 1 Super Bowls in 2 cities that had no tradition of winning in the NFL.
In fact, were awful before he got there.
Okay. Still can't get beyond the fact that he has basically played 5 seasons.
I
and that's
agree.
it.
But
And
all of a
that's not long
sudden,
enough.
all of a sudden, if you step completely back from those things that we just talked about, he's even in my Hall of Fame, as high as my standards are.
5 seasons is not going to get you in as a quarterback. 5 seasons is not long enough when everybody else is a decade or more. When you look at the Elway, 15 years, and Aikman, and Montana, and Kelly, and Moon, and Staubach, what do they all have? It's a decade or more.
Against that argument, though, that he's racked up so much hardware, both regular season and postseason,
all these guys
in that
have.
short window, which, by the way, the body of work is still in progress.
Hold on. You said if he wins this weekend, is he Hall of Famer? If he wins, walks to the podium, Jerome Bettis or whatever they do in Greco-Roman wrestling, where he leaves the shoes on the field and walks out, is he a Hall of Famer? And the answer is no, because he didn't do it long enough. Steve Young has 2 MVPs. Steve Young has a Super Bowl MVP, and Steve Young has 8 great seasons, not 5, and he's the lowest guy on the list.
We'll see.
It's not long enough.
It's a moot point because he ain't winning.
This is a good argument, though.
I know.
Fun to debate. All right, be able to get out of my mind. Let's do 3rd down. Everybody loves an underdog. At least that's what they say. But a new Gallup poll shows that these underdog Cardinals truly are the majority pick. In other words, the team that most Super Bowl or football fans and non-fans are rooting for in Super Bowl 43. Skip, are you surprised by that?
I'm very surprised, only because I've heard and read so much over the last 4 or 5 years about how these Steelers are now more nationally popular than even those love them and hate them Dallas Cowboys are. That Steeler Nation is now so vast because so many people grew up idolizing the Steel Curtain Steelers. That Steeler Nation takes over every visiting stadium and obviously every Super Bowl site, and I'm assuming they'll take over this Super Bowl site in Tampa. But for decades, all I've heard, and when I visited Phoenix, I mean, Phoenix couldn't stand the sight of the Arizona Cardinals, and now all of a sudden you're telling me they're America's team? I think Kurt Warner is America's quarterback, and that's all I can read into that it's a Kurt Warner syndrome. And he's the spark plug here.
Skip, how can you be surprised by this? This shows you the exact opposite of what you're saying. This shows you the Steelers are really popular and not particularly disliked. They are one team in an elite team, and you still have 30% of the people, or depending upon it, I mean, it's a dead heat among adults rooting for the team that is the favorite. In this nation where we love the underdog, the Steelers are basically breaking even with the ultimate underdog, which shows you how popular that they are. Kurt Warner's the ultimate underdog story. He's Rocky come to life. And yet he can't get more fans to root for him than the Steelers. It's basically a dead heat when you look at adults. That's how popular they are.
Amongst football fans, though, there's a 10% difference.
I'm surprised it's not twice that. Could you imagine if this was New England in the game? Everybody would be rooting for Arizona. This shows you that there's nobody who dislikes Pittsburgh. No. And that's the problem with the Super Bowl. There's no bad guys.
If the Dallas Cowboys were in this Super Bowl, I promise you that would be reversed against no matter who the opponent was.
See, I disagree.
America loves the Dallas Cowboys.
But isn't it, I call it the Yankee effect in sports. As many people as that love them, and clearly they have more fans than anyone, more people love to hate them. And in the case here, you have 31 teams that are against the Pittsburgh Steelers, or at least not the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And they're not hated is what that poll shows you. It shows you they're really popular. They're hanging in there with the ultimate underdog. I mean, this is not a nondescript team. This is the Arizona.
The Yankees are the evil empire. You don't get the feeling that the Steelers are that evil.
If you don't root for the Yankees, you root against the Yankees.
Nobody hates Pittsburgh. Nobody hates them.
Right,
I don't get that. They're not hateable.
I will say, to Skip's point, I'm a Browns fan. I should have a great dislike for them. But there is so much admiration for what they've done, longevity, the 3 coaches over the span of time where most franchises have had 10, the constant winning. It's hard for me as a Browns fan to look at them with disdain.
Look at them with respect. That's my point.
No, I know, but
That's my point.
It's in essence, it's a point that both of you are making.
I'm saying
it is
Pittsburgh is really popular, and that's what this shows.
Yeah.
Because they're up against the ultimate underdog, and they're still hanging in there, and even you don't hate them. That's the point.
Larry Fitzgerald.
All right, this is it. 48 hours until the game. Woody's there. More importantly, so is the chalkboard. Kalishaw's made his grand entrance on horseback, I'm assuming. A white stallion. Mariotti, you've been there and back to Chicago and back to Tampa.
And I'm going back.
And then there's a Donde still opining from afar. Must have a Clippers game to cover. Get to Tampa, J.A. All the world's going to be watching on Sunday. What will they see, Mariotti?
The Steelers will be attacking Larry Fitzgerald from the get-go, Tony, and they'll do so with Ike Taylor, who has had great success this year with some of the NFL's best receivers. Pittsburgh faced 7 elite receivers this year, held those receivers 6.5 yards per attempt. That's a pretty good figure, and I think they will slow down Larry Fitzgerald, and they have enough blitzing linebackers to get to Kurt Warner and force a turnover or two. You know what, Tony? That'll be enough. I think a close game, a fairly low-scoring game, somewhere in the neighborhood of 23-17, where Ben Roethlisberger does not make mistakes. Watch for Santonio Holmes to make a big play. He has in the last 2 playoff games for Pittsburgh. Watch for another one from Holmes.
I think Jay's about got the score right, but he's got it in reverse. The Arizona Cardinals are going to win this Super Bowl. If the Pittsburgh Steelers do what Jay's saying and they're doubling Larry Fitzgerald, which they're going to have to try to do anyway, and they're doing all these things to stop Larry Fitzgerald, they're going to get abused by Anquan Boldin, who's going to have a big game. He has not been healthy for any playoff game. He was a little bit healthy for the championship game. Now he's had 2 weeks. People forget that in the regular season, he played 12 games. He had 89 catches. He had over 1,000 yards. He was as big a weapon as Larry Fitzgerald. Also, the whole idea that the Steelers are going to blitz the Cardinals into submission. The Cardinals were blitzed more than any team in the league, a higher percentage of times. They gave up only 6 sacks on those blitzes all year. They're going to protect Warner. They're going to win the game.
I really like it. Bolden is a little bit healthy, Tim. You're a little bit crazy if you're picking the Cardinals to win this game. It's all about the Steelers winning a record 6th Super Bowl. And they're not going to double team Fitzgerald. That's not the way they operate defensively. They'll put single coverage on him. They will have a zone back there. They will send different guys at him on every play so he never knows where it's coming from. And you're absolutely right, though, I will say about one thing. They're not going to get to Warner. That is not what it's about. You let him have his time. You have got to protect yourself against the receivers because you're not, with his quick Arena Football League kind of release, he's used to, having played in the Arena League, used to getting the ball off quickly in a tight, confined space. That's not going to be the issue. It's going to be getting the fumbles, getting the interceptions. This is a turnover team that we see in Pittsburgh. They have shown it throughout the playoffs as they did during the regular season. As a result of that, even though it's going to be a close game, I think it'll be close going into the 4th quarter. Steelers win 24-17.
And what are you hearing from Los Angeles, Adonde?
Yeah.
So you hear a lot of people talking the Steelers 24, 27 points. I've heard a bunch of people say the Steelers will score 27 and win. You realize they've only hit that number 5 times this season. I think the Steelers are going to struggle a little bit to put points on the board, but they will put up just enough to prevail. I believe something in the neighborhood of 20-17, let's say. But, you know, the Cardinals can move the ball through the air against this defense. It is possible. Don't you remember a couple playoff games ago, Phillip Rivers threw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. And I'm a little concerned about the Steelers with Ben Roethlisberger's rib injury. Hines Ward still recovering from injury. He's such a vital part of the offense, even if he's not catching balls, blocking and just being physical out there. They need to establish Willie Parker as well, who's been looking better the latter half of the season. So I think the Steelers can prevail just slightly. It's not going to be the blowout some people are talking about.
Okay. Kalisha?
Well, Willie Parker's been looking good. He hadn't looked as good as Michael Turner or D'Angelo Williams or Brian Westbrook, and the Cardinals have stopped all those guys. People also forget that although Pittsburgh's defense was way better during the regular season, during this playoff run, the Cardinals' defense has 12 turnovers. They are making big plays, and we still don't know the other thing about Hines Ward.
Don't forget about experience in big games. Pittsburgh was here 3 years ago, won the Super Bowl. Pittsburgh, Tony, had big games all year long. They were playing late on Sunday afternoons. They won the league's toughest schedules. This is still new to Arizona.
Okay, but
that's going to be a
played
factor.
In big games before. The Cardinals have played big games the last couple of weeks.
But not a lot of others.
But Philadelphia was able, Tony, to score against them. Philadelphia was in a position to win that game, and I think we'd all agree that Pittsburgh is better than Philadelphia. This game is not in Arizona. It's in the colds of Florida, and I think this is going to work to Pittsburgh's
It's
advantage.
be cold Sunday. You're cold out there. What are you doing in Los Angeles, Adonde?
You know, Mike, I've been so preoccupied with Pat Summitt chasing 1,000 victories and where David Beckham is going to end up and Joe Torre's new book that it completely slipped my mind while you were in Tampa.
How could you?
Reality reminded me it was because the Super Bowl was on Sunday. I can't believe we haven't talked about the Super Bowl all week. Who you got?
Well, Tony, as you know, I have Pittsburgh and Philly. That means I have one team left. And I had to pick this week. You know, life is about picking now. Everybody just walks up to you, pick. Players on each team, who you picking as if it really matters. They got to play the game. And I've been picking Pittsburgh 21-20. And today, you asked me this question, I'm going to pick Arizona.
Good for you.
How about that?
Good for you.
I just want to pick both of them. I don't know. I don't know who I want to pick. I can construct a legitimate case for each team. Some days I think Arizona. Some days I think Pittsburgh. I don't know. Do I have to pick?
You got to pick. So pick them both, and I don't care about that.
Okay, I'll pick them both.
It doesn't matter. Here's the deal. I think, and you probably agree, that Pittsburgh is the better team.
Yeah.
That Pittsburgh is the one team that can score on both sides of the ball. That doesn't mean they're going to win.
No.
If Hines Ward is really hurt, now Ben Roethlisberger needs x-rays or something like that.
Bingo.
I mean, we also agree that if Arizona wins, it is not a big upset. But
No,
I
it's not a
will
big
say
upset at
this.
all.
If you look back on the history of this team this year, Arizona won only 3 games outside the awful NFC West.
Right.
So if you're wondering how does a 9-7 team win the Super Bowl, I mean, it makes you scratch your head because Pittsburgh has had a better year.
But Tony, you know Arizona's a different team now, and they are playing with all the confidence in the world, and that truly does matter. And by the way,
they both
it's going to be
momentum.
65 degrees that they're saying around kickoff time, so it's not like they're going into weather in the East where they perform poorly. Pittsburgh's defense usually win these games, but there's something special about Arizona. I don't know. I don't want to pick there.
No, you pick both. You pick both.
Out.
That's
pick
good.
Both.
That's who you are. You've been the big. Wilbon and I have made our predictions for the Super Bowl. Now it's time to bring on someone who actually knows what he's talking about. Our main man, Jaws, playing hurt with laryngitis. Jaws, you going to make it through this segment?
I will give you 5 good minutes, Tony and Mike. You know, I survived Chicago at 20 below. I'll survive down here in Tampa.
I hope so. Here we go. You've watched all the tapes. If you were responsible for the Cardinals' game plan, how would you attack the great Steelers defense?
You know, this may surprise some people, but I would actually spread the field and invite the blitz from the Pittsburgh Steelers. After watching how Arizona took apart the Eagles' defense, which is very similar in style to the Pittsburgh Steelers, they invited the blitz. Kurt Warner is outstanding in the pre-snap phase. Gets the ball out of his hand quickly and gets the ball into the hands of his receivers quickly. So I think you'll see the Cardinals spread the field, invite the blitz, and attack with the pass. Jaws, wouldn't that also play into Ken Wisenhunt's hands in that he likes to go to some trick plays sometime? We saw him do it in the Super Bowl against the Seahawks successfully. Michael, absolutely. I love gimmicks and gadgets. You know, not only when they work, but I also think they really do a good job of balancing out a defense. And when you have an aggressive attacking defense like the Pittsburgh Steelers, they have to play with much more discipline. They have to stay at home if they know that gimmicks and gadgets are part of the game plan. So even if they don't work, I think they benefit in offense.
All right, let's turn this around. Again, you've seen all the tapes. How should the Steelers go after the Cardinals?
Well, I think what you'll see from the Steelers offensively, obviously we all know they love to run the football. That's the foundation of Steeler football. But I also think in this game you'll see Ben Roethlisberger move outside the pocket by design, change his launch point. The one thing you're seeing from these Arizona Cardinals on defense right now is a lot of stunts and twists up front. So they're getting penetration with those slant stunts and twists. So I think a good way to combat that is to get Ben outside the pocket, buy a little time on the perimeter. Jaws, there's real concern for Hines Ward's knee injury. Now, he's trying to practice with some kind of brace, but we know that's limiting. Is this a make or break injury for the Steelers if Hines Ward isn't 80% or better? No, it is not make or break. Certainly you'd love to have Hines Ward in the offense. I mean, he's a tremendous football player as a receiver, as a blocker, as a decoy, as a team leader. You'd love to have him out there. But the Steelers done a really good job, particularly in the last 6 games that I've broken down, with their cluster or bunch formation. About 7 times a game they use that cluster and bunch with different wide receivers, different tight ends. So I think it's a formation that really is not hurt if you don't have Hines Ward in the offensive scheme. So, yeah, you'd love to have Hines Ward, but he won't be sorely missed if he's not there.
Jaws, Ken Whisenhunt has sounded real confident all week about seeing the Cardinals that he's seen in the playoffs show up as opposed to the Cardinals we saw stinking up at the end of the regular season. But are you as confident as he is that the postseason Cardinals can ride one more time?
Yes, I am. I mean, they have had an epiphany. You know, they had that stretch prior to their last regular season game against Seattle where they did not play good football. As I've broken them down in the coaches' tape, I see a team now playing with tremendous confidence. They have a team working in harmony, 11 on offense, 11 on defense, 11 on special teams. Mental mistakes are not there that were prevalent earlier in the season. This is a team right now that is playing its best football at the right time. I think they're a confident football team.
Okay, they're a confident football team. We'll get you out of here on a prediction. It sounds like you're tilting towards the Cardinals. Who's going to win the game?
Well, you know, I do have some friends over at Reebok. In fact, Kurt Evans got me one of these hats, Tony. You usually ask what I'm wearing clothing-wise, but this has that Steeler logo on it for world champions.
So you've got the Steelers in this.
I've got the Steelers 21-20 in a great football game.
And by the way, mad props to you for the cluster and bunch formation. That's something we haven't heard much of.
Love the cluster. Love that, Jaws.
Okay, thank you for joining us, and make sure to use hot tea with lemon and honey.
I got it.
As for the man who they're counting on to win the big game, here's Susie Colbert.
I have high hopes.
It's been well documented. Kurt Warner is a man of great faith, a warm, kind husband and father of 7. But there's another side to Kurt Warner.
The fact that he's a strong Christian and might think that he's, you know, maybe soft on the field, but it's totally the opposite. He's competitive beyond imagination.
Well, Kurt has his look in his eyes. You know, when you don't do something he wants you to do, it's like, what are you doing, kid? You know, come over to me and say, Kurt, I'm sorry, man. I'll get it together.
Maybe I haven't gotten my head around fast enough or been a little short on a route. You know, I've definitely gotten the stare a few times. You know, I've gotten a big come on a few times, too, from him.
You know, when I'm looking at people, it's more just the idea of, come on, let's be great. You know, let's do this together. Why play this game? Why do anything if you're not doing it to be great? And I think that's more when he gets the glare, or when my wife sees what she calls the zone at home.
Crabbiness. You know, he calls it the zone at home, but it is really just crabby, and the kids all go, oh, you know, like they know that, okay, game's coming up.
Warner calls it a spirit of excellence. It's an intensity that has served him well, although he admits he's had to keep it under control this week. Warner said as the game gets closer, the emotions and anxiety build, and he needs to save enough, as he says, to be able to throw it all out there on Sunday. With the Cardinals, Susie Colbert, ESPN.
All right, Susie, thanks very much. Rejoined by the fellas here. Great compliment paid to Kurt Warner by Larry Fitzgerald this week. Said, hey, great family man, great teammate, great football player. Donovan, what ensures his success come Sunday? Kurt
Well, I
Warner.
think what he has to do is he has to continue to just be himself. Don't try to overwhelm everybody by throwing the ball for 400 yards or whatever it may be, forcing it to Larry Fitzgerald or Anquan Bolden. Just be yourself and just go out and have fun. Give these guys opportunity to make plays for them. And with that, now that can lead, and we can talk about them for years to come.
As with a lot of quarterbacks in the Super Bowl, they waste quarter a half getting over all the hype. Kurt Warner, you saw he took advantage in the championship game. He's going to come out for blood early, and he's the kind of guy that's going to be calm about the whole thing. Everyone else is going to be overwrought, and I think he could take advantage of that. And if he can, that's where the Cardinals have a chance to really make a splash.
All right. Jaws, by the way, minus the gloves now. The obvious differences between Kurt Warner and Ben Roethlisberger, there's the size difference. What other differences do you notice?
Yeah, as I've broken down the quarterbacks this season, Ben Roethlisberger's been sacked about 15% of the time when he's been blitzed. You look at Kurt Warner, it's a little over 2%. He handles the blitz very well. So you spin this forward against the Pittsburgh Steelers, you're going to get pressure. Look at this play right here on 3rd and 15. Kurt Warner, one step back, read the blitz, got the ball out of his hand. You're going to get pressure, but Kurt is outstanding in the pre-snap phase. He sees the defense, he understands what they're trying to do, and he gets rid of the ball quickly. And even more important than the quick release and getting the ball out is the accuracy. He puts the ball on the body of the wide receiver, receiver. He can make a play before he gets hit. Accuracy is also very important for Kurt Warner. He is. Let me give you these numbers because they're really important.
Keep going, John.
Don't stop, John. These are good. In the postseason, Kurt Warner against the blitz, 20 of 35, 341 yards, 4 touchdowns, a quarterback rating of 128. Dick LeBeau's got to be very careful with the blitzes against Kurt Warner.
See what happens when Jaws drops the gloves, like in hockey. Look out. He's ready to roll. All right, as far as Friday before the Super Bowl, that
Chris Berman Super Bowl edition of the 2-minute drill.
The Super Bowl is back in Tampa, one of my favorite locations in the United States, the Gulf Coast of Florida. The new sombrero, complete, of course, with our favorite, the Jolly Roger. The last time we were here, too much Ravens defense for the Giants. Ray Lewis and company smothered the G-Men 34-7. Here 10 years before that, hardly a blowout. From national anthem to thrilling finish, Super Bowl 25 was a classic every step of the way. Giants 20, Bills 19. The first Super Bowl in Tampa was right outside here, now a parking lot. The Big Sombrero, 1983. Joey T's Redskins were defending champs. Marcus Allen and the Silver and Black ran pirouettes around them. Their Raiders rolled 38-9. And now we're back. And for the first time since Plunkett's Raiders defeated Theismann's Redskins, we have 2 Super Bowl quarterbacks who have each won before.
It's a great honor to be able to be here once, let alone an opportunity at a second one, because you look at so many greats that never even got a chance to be here.
Hopefully it gives us both an advantage, just to the fact that we've been here, we've played in this game, and we can both go out and play our best football.
Kurt is right, because other than 25 years ago, the only other 2 times it happened was Pittsburgh's Terry Bradshaw against Dallas's Roger Staubach. Suffice it to say, those 2 games, Super Bowls 10 and 13, were 2 of the greatest of all time. That's legend. But now, what do we have? The Arizona Cardinals are in the Super Bowl.
What the hell's going on out here?
Only 6 weeks ago, these Cardinals were abominable snowmen, laying down to the Patriots 47-7 in frosty Foxborough. Then, on the plane ride home, and that week, something happened. They haven't lost since.
It was started with me, that's for sure. I was upset. We didn't play well. It was embarrassing that we were division winners and we played like that. And it was really more about what we needed to do to correct that.
It's a tough week for us. You know, we had 2 really bad weeks, and we had to get back to the basics. You know, we got back to wearing pads in practice, got back to, really having a two-a-day type of feel.
We were just sick and tired of losing, tired of 5-11s and 6-10s, and this is unacceptable to be that bad year in and year out. And I think guys really took an effort to make sure we did what's right.
As far as the Cardinals are concerned, hope springs eternal in the human breast.
Not only is it a first for the Cards, it's a first for an Aussie to play in a Super Bowl. Punter Ben Graham, longtime Australian rules footballer for perennial loser Geelong, is playing footy for Arizona. Which football's easier to kick, yours or ours?
Oh, Aussie rules football by far. Right. Yeah, this one's, it's too narrow, too pointy. It's designed to throw.
Right. The guy in the white hat, underneath the goalpost. What is he? First, give me the motion that the referee makes.
It's similar to a touchdown, I guess. When we score a goal,
yeah,
that's the signal he gives. It's 6 points.
But it looks like he does a lot more than that, Ben.
Well, it's an art. Goal umpiring is an art. They take it very seriously. And look, even in Australia, they get laughed and joked around.
While Arizona is brand new, Pittsburgh has been decorated ever since the 70s, when their 4 Super Bowl wins in 6 years became the standard. Now, they have a chance to win 2 in 4 years. Hines Ward and Deshae Townsend have been standard bearers since they were drafted in 1998.
When you get drafted here, all the Super Bowls, you walk by and you see the 5 Super Bowl Lombardi trophies sitting in the office. It's a great pride that goes along with putting on the black and gold uniforms.
When you go out there and you play hard-nosed defense and you just play sound football, you're going to have a chance to win a lot of games. And we've been playing that way since I got here.
There's something to be said about the tradition of an organization, and we still have the same leadership, and Dan Rooney and his son Art, and the continuity is there.
Speaking of institutions, Dick LeBeau, beloved defensive coordinator, is in his 50th year in football as player and coach. Known for his blitz, what should be known is that he was one of the great interceptors of all time with the Detroit Lions. Playing as a youngster with Night Train Lane and as a vet with Lem Barney, both Hall of Famers, LeBeau put up numbers that are Hall of Fame worthy themselves. He picked off 62 passes, which is 7th all time. There's no question that when Troy Polamalu iced the AFC title game against Baltimore with his INT for a touchdown in the closing minutes, or when Townsend won the Dallas game late with his scoring pick, LeBeau had an extra smile, as did head coach Mike Tomlin, who stood awfully tall in the face of the large shadows of Bill Cowher, Chuck Noll, and the Steeler greats.
It's not our goal to erase that legacy. It's our goal to enhance it.
What would you say that, I hope I added X to the Steelers mix?
Singular focus. Winning is the issue. There's a lot in this business that gets you off that mentality. Don't listen to the elevator music. If there's one thing that I hope I've imparted upon this team, it's just that.
No elevator music in these playoffs for the Schwam. A rugged title game Sunday, but we're saving it all for the big game. The omen is there for Arizona. 3 years ago, the Steelers won the Super Bowl with special teams captain Sean Morey from Brown University. Last season, the Giants had Zach Diassi from Brown University. Now, here are the Cards with Sean Morey, special teams captain, who's also the NFC Pro Bowl representative. What could you possibly apply from Brown, and what you learned there, Sean, to I'm now playing in my second Super Bowl?
I think just being thorough, doing your due diligence, doing your job, doing it well, taking a lot of pride in whatever you're doing. They say, the work you do is a self-portrait, and you should autograph it with excellence.
We are ever true to Brown.
That's
about all we go, but we can start it soon. Both Morey and Diassi are NFC Pro Bowlers this year, which gives Brown 2 players next week in Honolulu, as opposed to USC and Penn State, who have 1, as opposed to national champ Florida and Georgia, who have none. But then there's the steady picture of the Steelers, the team that never lost 2 in a row. Many a resounding win when things look bleak. And the man who stands so tall in the pocket. I see Big Ben as John Wayne, standing on the Ponderosa with the cavalry charging, buying time, somehow to make something good happen.
Sometimes I think I'm crazy a little bit like that, but you know what? It's part of the job. It's what I do, and I wouldn't change my job for anybody except yours.
Well, Ben, here's my job. In an intriguing contrast to football styles and certainly history, it's the Steelers who start off February with a bang. Pittsburgh 27, Arizona 17. It's not one for the thumb. That happened already. One for the other hand?
That's what they've been saying. We know Pittsburgh. They're calling it the 6-pack.
Iron City beer?
I see light.
President Obama not alone in his wish for a college playoff system, getting bipartisan support today from...
And let's go back to the NFC Championship game. And Kurt Warner, this is one of those trick plays that he wasn't so crazy about, but it worked in this instance.
Yeah, I'm calling my shot. Actually, there's going to be another trick play in this game. It's going to go to Anquan Bolden, pass from Larry Fitzgerald. Just remember where you heard that.
Oh, wow. Okay, all right. Coming in at number 9, it's Warner going deep. The ball's tipped by Jonathan Wade. Jeremy Urban right there. Shoots in 56 yards at number 8. Back in week 2. Look at that.
Wow.
How do you stop that?
I used to make plays like that, and then I woke up. Do the Cardinals run any plays?
Coming in at number 7. And we're going to go to the defensive side of the ball. How about the job, OC, that Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie's been doing?
This young man is a tremendous player. Look at the plays he makes. Every single game it seems like he's doing something special. And a very humble kid, very good kid.
6 interceptions, including the playoffs. At number 6, it's Fitzgerald again, and it's funny because most people didn't get an opportunity to see him a lot during the regular season on the West Coast. It's just now that we're seeing him, everyone thinks, he's the best receiver in the league.
Right.
All right, at number 5, Anquan Bolden. You notice one thing, yards after the catch with a lot of these passes that are being caught by the receiving corps for Arizona. And that was the play where he hurt his hamstring and missed the Panthers game, and then it eventually led to he and Todd Haley getting it on the sideline. Sick. I mean, Fitzgerald against Seattle. Stop it. That is so
Did they
wrong.
run the ball in on the Cardinals have a running back?
They do not have a running back. Well, they do have a running back.
They just don't run the ball.
Sean Morey, former Pittsburgh Steeler. That's the big block there.
Broke that guy's foot on that one.
Cardinals get a big win against Dallas. That was back in week 6. At number 2, Kurt Warner. So how does a guy...
Not this guy
again.
And that was a great catch. And double clutch catch, too. Guys grabbing your arms to be able to pull that in.
How did he catch that? I'm sure that's what they're saying to each other, right?
I'm saying that now. Tell me, Sally, how did he catch that?
And, of course, number 1,
again.
You got to go to this guy. Larry Fitzgerald had a tremendous season. And in the postseason, no one has had more receiving yards, 419. That is a record.
Even when he's covered, he's not covered.
You should have called that segment Larry Fitzgerald's top 10.
Schefter.
Looking down the middle, throws, and it's picked up.
What a play by Woodson.
Picked off by Woodson. Touchdown, Rod Woodson. There is the Rod Woodson we know and love.
For nearly 2 decades, Rod Woodson accumulated tackles, interceptions, touchdowns, championships, and respect.
What's up, old man?
17 years. Are there a few plays or games that you were involved in that really stand out to you when you think back in your career? You think back to those moments?
Playing against Houston again in the playoffs and hit Lorenzo White, made him fumble. I recovered the fumble. We went on and scored and kicked the field goal and won the wild card game. Another memory of mine is winning the Super Bowl in Baltimore. Went to 3, lost 2, won 1. The losses I don't want to remember. The one victory, I just remember sitting on the sideline with Ray, and the game was at hand in the 4th quarter. And I looked at him and said, I wear a size 12 ring. I wonder what Mr. Modell is going to put any extra bling on it. And so those type of things you do remember.
His accomplishments are memorable, and so is his career. It's why he's a finalist in his first year of eligibility for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, class of 2009.
I never thought about it, honestly. I've never thought about it. I've never put myself in that category. That's why when Chad Johnson put the little yellow jacket on, I thought it was disrespectful to the guys who have worked so hard, who are in the Hall of Fame, other guys who are deserving to be in the Hall of Fame. I just don't look at myself like that. That stuff's not important to me.
Now he's under consideration to be immortalized with the greats that came before him. First, I'm honored just to be on the list. I mean, how many players have come through the National Football League over how many years? And to be on that final 15 is a great honor. Putting in the bust of me, which is kind of scary, for eternity in Canton. I think that's a great honor for my family, for my heritage, for who I am. As part of NFL Network's coverage, Woodson has visited Canton, but he drew imaginary boundaries that in his mind he refused to cross. First of all, I've never been inside. Still? Yes, I have not been inside the Hall of Fame. You still haven't gone even when you've been? Even when I went there and worked with the network, I never went inside. I wanted to see it because I know a lot of history's inside there, but if I make it, that'll be my first time inside, and I'll be like a little kid in a candy store.
Pretty amazing that Ron has never been inside the Hall of Fame, where here you see some of the legendary accomplishments. The 1993 NFL Defensive Player of the Year, 11-time Pro Bowl selection.
Wow.
Look at that, over almost 1,500 interception return yards.
The